Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726, Xinghe, the Face-Seeking. Legend has it that Emperor Wu I can take back the gifts that have been given to his followers. When Wu Chen thought of this rumor, he could no longer hear the 11th king's unconscious scream of extreme fear, as if he had died in Ji Xinghe's hands. Because of the angle, it could not see the state of the 11th king at this time. What it could clearly see in its sight was Ji Xinghe, who was getting closer and closer to it. It looked like nothing had changed, but it felt many times more terrifying than before. Please, don't take away my gift. I can surrender. Really, I can surrender completely, just like Liu. Wu Chen's pleading voice surprised Ji Xinghe. What does it mean, don't take away my gift? Can the gift be taken away? But he did not change at all. Both his expression and movements were the same as before. It seemed as if the wind was lifted up when he walked quickly, which brought great pressure and fear to Wu Chen. Being in the prince's armor, Wu Chen actually had the opportunity to complete at least one maneuver. If Ji Xinghe failed to take away the control of his mecha before it completed this maneuver, then it would have the opportunity to kill Ji Xinghe. But how long does Ji Xinghe need to control his own Prince Jia? Is it true that he is under control now? Having the opportunity to kill does not mean that he can definitely kill. The time of hesitation was very short. Wu Chen did not make the risky choice after all. He waited quietly in the cockpit and was pressed in by Ji Xinghe. At the moment of contact, the majestic air like the sea poured into his body, and his mental will was submerged by it. The whole ape seemed to fall into an endless deep sea, and was pressed down by billions of tons of seawater. Not to mention breathing, even the blood seemed to stop flowing, the metabolism seemed to be suspended, and the time in consciousness even began to regress. The scenes of his life began to flash, some of which were still fresh in his memory, and some had been forgotten for a long time. For example, after it received the gift of Emperor Wu I, it was still young at the time and asked its father, King Shendong, "Can the gift given to me by His Majesty be taken back?" Its father shook his head, "No. It turns out that it can't be taken back. Emperor Wu I couldn't take it back, so Ji Xinghe certainly couldn't take it back." The stagnant consciousness, like the audience being under a spell, could only watch the images flashing on the screen. When the method to break the spell appeared on the screen, the audience was finally able to move. Wu Chen's consciousness returned to normal, and he was extremely grateful to realize that he was not dead yet. He still had the power of Qi in his body, but it was much weaker than before. If it was a river before, now there is only a handful of water held in both hands, and it may leak out from the fingers at any time. It turns out that it just consumed the Qi in my body. When Wu Chen had such a grateful feeling, he suddenly realized and spoke. "You sucked away my Qi? You can suck away my Qi? How can you suck away my Qi?" Wu Chen was extremely shocked and spoke without thinking, as if he had lost the ability to organize language. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. "What's the problem?" "Of course there is a problem," Wu Chen said excitedly. "This is an ability that only your majesty has. It is an ability that my uncle Emperor Wu I and grandfather Emperor Wu I have. How can you have it?" Ji Xinghe felt that the gorilla had been scared silly, and asked again, "What's the problem?" Wu Chen was suddenly stunned. "Yes, what's the problem?" Ji Xinghe is the first human in the human world to obtain Qi and the ability of grace, just like Emperor Wu I to the empire. What can be the problem? But this is exactly the problem. Except for Arita Kang and Emperor Wu I, who knew that Ji Xinghe had awakened Qi on his own, other gorillas and monkeys in the empire did not treat Ji Xinghe the same as Emperor Wu I, but just thought that Ji Xinghe was very strong, super strong. This is a problem of ideology. For the gorillas, no matter how powerful a human is, he is just a human. Like the leader of the beggars gang in the human world, he may be very strong, but in essence he is still a beggar. And now, the changing ideology of the empire has ushered in a new turning point, starting with Wu Chen and the 11th king. Seeing Wu Chen fall into silence and look strange, Ji Xinghe no longer cares. After rearmoring, while driving the Xinghe armor, he used the ability of Qi to control the armor to control two prince armors at the same time and began to run towards the direction of base number 6. With the help of the 2 5th stage Qi just absorbed, combined with a significantly improved strength compared to the last time, Ji Xinghe, who only needs to operate 3 mechas at the same time, seems to be at ease. He does have to tell King Zhendong a bad news and a good news, but there is no need to tell King Zhendong now. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 to 5 days for these 2 prince armors to complete the task assigned by King Zhendong, because base number 6 is likely not to send mechas to the 36th Grand Canyon. In this case, wouldn't it be better to delay for a few days and take the opportunity to tell Nanshanmen about the discovery of the Imperial Mecha in the 36th Grand Canyon to seek more support? As for telling Nanshanmen directly about the jump base, again, Ji Xinghe wants to fight, and he must fight. Therefore, if the Empire does not deploy a large-scale mecha army, which exceeds the transmission limit of the miniaturized jump gate device, Ji Xinghe and Li Hengfen will not say it. The journey back is much faster than the journey there because there is no need to turn back to collect data and check the detection equipment. In order to prevent the 2 prince gorillas from recovering their key power, Ji Xinghe also chose to speed up the journey. It only took 3 hours for the grandfather and grandson, who had left the base for less than 24 hours, to bring back a gift that surprised everyone. Prince Armor, is it Liu and the others? I haven't heard that Liu and the others went out with the old man. Before, only the old man and the eldest lady went out together. It was said that the old man wanted to teach the eldest lady how to adapt to the dust storm environment. No, those 2 prince armors are different from Liu and the others' prince armors. They are not Liu and the others. When Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenyu, with 2 newly captured prince armors, appeared within the detection eye range of base number 6, their movements were captured by the command center of base number 6. When people confirmed that the 2 prince armors following the grandfather and grandson were not owned by the base, nor were they newly captured by other federal units and supported to base number 6, they pressed the alarm button. The level was not too high, but it was enough for Li Hengfen, Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others to rush to the command center quickly. One good news and one bad news, Qiao Menglian asked, which one do you want to hear first? Everyone was relieved. Being able to ask like this meant that the bad news was not that bad. Listen together, listen at the same time, you guys don't play by the rules, Qiao Menglian said in a good mood. The old man and the eldest lady seized 2 Imperial Prince armors. From the current situation, the bodies are intact, all 4 mechas. This is indeed good news, but also bad news. Li Hengfen frowned and asked, didn't the old man explain the situation? Qiao Menglian shook his head. No, he said he would talk about it later, so I didn't ask more. The situation seemed to have become more serious. Under normal circumstances, when Ji Xinghe entered the security zone of base number 6 and used the detection eye device to communicate with base number 6, he should have explained the situation as soon as possible. But now, go to the conference room. Li Hengfen looked at Chen Sun. Chen Sun nodded. I'll listen to Consultant Li. A group of people began to respond, and the personnel were the same as the previous meeting hosted by Ji Xinghe. Among them, Shen Mu and Sichuan, the only 2 who could contact Xinghe directly, had already asked privately. Shen Mu asked, what's the situation? Xinghe defeated 2 Imperial Prince armors, and the 2 Imperial Prince armors chose to surrender, so they were brought back. That's it. Xinghe defeated 2 Imperial Prince armors? This, even though Shen Mu had enough confidence in Ji Rong and Zhenyu, he still couldn't believe it. You know, up to now, in the Federation, only Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe have defeated the Imperial Prince armor. Han Li had only defeated the General armor before, which was a bit worse. And a veteran ace mecha warrior like Kaidilin also died, and his armor was broken when facing the Imperial Prince Wu Liashang. Ji Rongzhenyu, Prince armor? 2? At the same time? Noticing Shen Mu's shocked and ecstatic expression, Xinghe proudly added, the 2 sentences I just said are all true. If there's any falsehood, I will be struck by lightning. Shen Mu was too excited, just like he learned that his niece became the top scorer in the Federal College entrance examination. No, became the president of the Federation. How could he pay attention to the possible problems represented by Xinghe's supplement? At the same time, Sichuan asked, what's the situation? Xinghe told the truth. The Imperial Princes and the 2 Prince armor chose to surrender without hesitation when they saw the old man and Xinghe appear together. Compared with Shen Mu's hesitation after learning the truth, Sichuan did not have the slightest doubt. Because what Xinghe said was so reasonable, not to mention that there was another Ji Rongzhenyu who was almost as strong as him. Even if only Ji Xinghe appeared in a mecha, the 2 Prince armors would have no choice but to surrender. When will I be as terrifying as the old man? Just when Sichuanian began to imagine that he would appear on the battlefield in the upgraded God's punishment armor and shout his slogan, so that billions of imperial apes would surrender out of fear. Bang! Shenmue suddenly slapped the metal conference table, leaving a clear palm print and attracting everyone's attention with a loud noise. I think one of these two prince armors must have surrendered after being defeated by Xinghe. It is more likely that these two prince armors surrendered because they were defeated by Xinghe. Huh? No one in base number 6 was worried about Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, the grandfather and grandson. I didn't want Ji Xinghe to go before, just because Ji Xinghe's military position was different after all, and there was no need to say why Ji Xinghe couldn't go alone. It would be perfect for the grandfather and grandson to go together, and they are extremely powerful. Even if a complete anti-galaxy army appears, the grandfather and grandson can kill them all. But now after hearing Shenmue's words, everyone still finds it hard to accept, especially Sichuanian who knows the truth. What are you talking about? Sichuanian questioned. It's okay to give Xinghe more confidence, but your unconditional trust will make Xinghe lose herself. If Shenmue saw Sichuanian jumping out, and felt a little regretful. His target was not Sichuanian, but Li Xinghe who always wanted to be a shipman. It doesn't matter who Li Xinghe wants to be, the key is that he will definitely be involved in the matter of being a shipman, and he may even be the chief surgeon. Let's not talk about success or failure. At present, it seems that the independent group is likely to lose a space battleship because of this. Let's make a bet. Shenmue is confident of winning. Okay, Sichuanian showed no weakness and took the initiative to help Shenmue. He asked, is there anyone else who wants to participate? If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Shenmue was delighted and looked at the other people in the conference room. With the two of them taking the lead, the others were not afraid to express their opinions and make their choices. No one proposed a third possibility, and the supporters of both sides were similar. From this point of view, the atmosphere within the independent regiment was as good as ever when Li Xinghe was the consultant and they had to face an imperial jump ace. The bet was quickly determined, and both sides were eager to fight, waiting for the return of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, the grandfather and grandson. But Xinghe, who was eager to watch the excitement, sent back the battle video of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe after the bet was determined, and played it directly on the big screen in the conference room. Of course, it was with Ji Xinghe's authority. It was only half a minute of key, that is, the confrontation between Ji Xinghe and his grandson and the imperial prince brothers at the entrance of the outpost. Then the truth was revealed. Shenmue refused to admit defeat and said there was another match. Sure enough, Ji Xinghe and Xinyu started to fight against two prince armor planes respectively, and put pressure on the two prince armor planes before the match started. In theory, Xinghe did not lie to Shenmue, nor did she lie to Sichuanian. The two looked at each other and seemed to know something. So what should we do now? Yes, what should we do now? Asked the old man. Are you itching for trouble? The conference room became lively, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. Li Xinghe looked at what Shenmue and Sichuanian were thinking. He felt that this bet was not that simple. This was indeed the case. When no one took this bet seriously, Xinghe's voice rang in Shenmue's ears. I won. Let's fulfill the bet. You won? What bet? Shenmue couldn't believe his ears when he responded on the bracelet screen. The bet just now, Xinghe said confidently. I bet on Sichuanian. Shenmue typed a screen full of question marks, and Xinghe directly played the recording of the voices that were suppressed by the bet. After everyone finished speaking, Xinghe's voice rang out, count me in. I bet on Sichuanian. If I win, Shenmue will build me a new body that I need. If I lose, I will say Shenmue is really awesome 100 million times. Shenmue was silent for a long time, and then he typed a sentence with trembling fingers. Do you have any shame? Xinghe said confidently. It is because I have a sense of shame that I want to make this bet with you. If you don't fulfill the bet, I will lose my face, and you will know what a shameless me is like. The threat works. P.S. There has been no update in the past 2 days. The reason is, to report a good news, the mother and daughter are safe. 7.2 Jin, ha ha ha. Chapter 727 What it wants is inheritance. When the meeting officially started, Shenmue had a strange expression, but no one cared about him now. Everyone, including himself, focused their attention on the two gorillas and the three apes. After returning to base number 6, Ji Xinghe carried out the disinfection according to the normal process, and then called 3 apes to carry 2 royal gorillas whose broken legs had not healed because their ki was sucked away by Ji Xinghe. For Liu, Ying Luoqi, Chu Ziyan and the other 3, this was simply a brand new version that they had never experienced before. The royal lord of the empire. He was a real royal family, the grandson of Emperor Wu Ai now. His 4 legs were broken, and he seemed to have lost the ability to heal himself, which was even worse than before. Life and ape life are the same. The most feared thing is comparison, and the most popular thing is also comparison. The 3 apes scrambled to carry the 2 gorillas, which brought them a sense of honor, satisfaction, happiness and other emotions, which was even comparable to when Ji Xinghe recognized them as the independent ape team. With their heads held high and their chests puffed out, they were full of pride and ambition, as if they were stepping on a spring breeze that could revive all things. After entering the conference room, the 3 apes became even more excited. Who was in the conference room? What was their status in the independent regiment? What kind of influence did they have in the army? No need to say more. How lucky it was to be able to have a meeting together. Sit down. Li Xinghe looked at the 3 apes with a kind face, but the expression displayed on his visor was a little unfamiliar to the 3 apes, just like he was unfamiliar to him. Oh, is this a robot from the Federation? The 3 apes did not dare to ask, and sat down honestly. As for the 2 prince gorillas who were still in a broken leg state, they were thrown on the conference table by the 3 of them. With Ji Xinghe present, no one was worried about these 2 gorillas who were actually very powerful. Everyone, including the apes, focused their eyes. Tell us everything you 2 know and can say, Ji Xinghe spoke calmly, which attracted the 2 prince gorillas to talk. The information that should be said is basically the same as what was said to Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzinayu in the canyon before. So, everyone understood why Ji Xinghe did not directly explain the situation to the command center when he came back just now. The command center of base number 6 is connected to the Nanshanmen headquarters, just like the command center and headquarters of each war zone. If Ji Xinghe wants to say it, Nanshanmen will know it. The 3 apes were stunned. They didn't understand it yet, but someone explained it. Li Xinghe, as an independent regiment, or now the consultant of the base number 6 war zone, said, the king of Xiandong definitely doesn't want to have a relatively formal negotiation with us like the king of Xianan in the Mountain of Gods war zone, otherwise he would not send his 2 prince sons to drive the prince's armor to seize our mecha or communication equipment. When he finished speaking, his eyes turned to Chen Sun. But Chen Sun did not express his opinion, but looked at Liu Mian. Liu Mian, who was a regular staff officer, nodded and said, yes, the king of Xiandong is different from the king of Xianan. In theory, it has mastered the jump base that we don't know exists. The threat to us is very great, far exceeding the war zone of the God's Mountain. In this case, it doesn't need to talk to us at all. If it wants to talk, it means that it has similar ideas to Dongguo Silian and the king of Xiangxi in the intelligence. The 3 apes finally understood, and feeling the special gazes of some people, Liu was the first to stand up. Commander, I'll go. His tone was firm, and then he added in a panic, I don't drive the prince's armor that you gave me the right to use. I just need a standard mecha, or a communication vehicle. Ji Xinghe, who originally wanted Xingaiyu to complete this task, did some thinking on the way back. Thinking about Ji Rongzinayu's statement about the 3 apes, he asked Liu and the other 2 to attend this meeting. At present, the performance of the 3 apes is completely in line with expectations, but Ji Xinghe still shook his head and refused. Liu wanted to say something else, but suddenly shut up. Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan spoke at the same time, in unison. Commander, I'll go. Ji Xinghe nodded and said, draw lots. Yes. Chen Sun, who had not spoken just now, took over the task and indicated that the drawing of lots would be done after the meeting. When the 3 apes sat down again with mixed or simple emotions, they heard Ji Xinghe's voice. Ji Xinghe looked at the 3 apes, including Liu, who he did not allow to go, and said in a light but powerful voice, after you go, just say that if you die, both of its sons will die. No matter what it wants to talk about, I will not talk to it again, not to mention the 3 apes, the 2 imperial prince apes who were sitting cross-legged on the conference table like 2 dishes also felt inexplicably envious at this time. If it were them, no, when they were carrying out this mission, they did not get the support of the king of Xiandong in this regard. That's their biological father. Envy of war slaves like Liu and civilians like Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan is also a brand new experience for the 2 prince apes. Their worldview and worldview are constantly being refreshed. But they both knew that, Given their identities, they could never be like Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Ji Xinghe. They themselves did not want to. It was decided to send someone to contact King Zhendong. Apes are also human beings now. The most important issue to be discussed at the meeting came to the most important one. Miniaturized jump gate. Ji Xinghe did not give others a chance to express their opinions this time, and said arbitrarily, they will tell Nanshanmen that they reached the 36 Grand Canyon through the miniaturized jump gate. Everyone looked a little strange, but no one objected. 11th King and Wu Chen also cooperated very well to supplement Ji Xinghe's order. We came from the war zone of the God's Mountain. With the help of the dust storm and the jump mecha, we avoided the federal reconnaissance and arrived at the second canyon. It is the 36 Grand Canyon. Our purpose is to see if the Federation has reactivated the original Federation base number 3. If it is activated, we will bomb it with the precise coordinates we have mastered before, and we will destroy it even if we use nuclear weapons. Not to mention, Wu Chen's supplement provided a good cover for the nameless people. With its confession, the Federation will not even conduct reconnaissance at the original base number 3 when the dust storm continues. Even if there is a need for reconnaissance, this task will inevitably fall on the closest, fully equipped and powerful base number 6 war zone. We are not sure about the location of the jump mecha now. The 11th King was dissatisfied with Wu Chen's supplement, which sounded better than his, and continued to add, moreover, we have more than one jump mecha that has arrived at the 36 Grand Canyon. Commander Ji, we will send as many as you need. You are very different from your usage, which shows that the 11th King's dragon language level is higher than Wu Chen. Li Zhangfen interrupted, the key is whether this Henan King will make trouble. After all, they are negotiating, the problem involved is very deep. Once a basin of dirty water is poured on it, Ji Xinghe and others, who are not clean to begin with, will definitely suffer. Everyone in the conference room understood what Li Zhangfen meant, and their expressions were a little worried. Ji Xinghe dispelled these worries with just one sentence. He said, the intelligence given by the imperial guerrilla is wrong, which leads to our judgment not being completely true. What does it have to do with us? Many thumbs were raised, like blades lined up in the conference room. The meeting was almost over. After talking about some things and arrangements, Ji Xinghe ordered the 2 prince guerrillas to be locked up. The cell that once held the imperial Marcus Caseman has added some glory and stories that can be passed down. The final result of the draw was that the relatively honest Chu Zian went to see the king of Zhendong, which made Ying Luoqi disappointed and extremely fortunate at the same time. Speaking of which, it really didn't know if it would be killed on the spot by the king of Zhendong after it went there. What son or not is a roadblock. Liu Mian continued to communicate with Nanshanmen as the deputy chief of staff of the Independent Regiment on behalf of the Independent Regiment, the number 6 base war zone, and Ji Xinghe as a trinity. Nanshanmen was shocked by this, but they mainly focused on the fact that Ji Xinghe captured 2 imperial lords alive and seized 2 prince armors. They didn't care about the small jump gates and the original base number 3. No one could have imagined that the Empire could build a jump base in the 36 Grand Canyon without the Federation noticing. The orders for reconnaissance and preparation for war were issued, and the corresponding support would be in place one after another, including troops and supplies. But in terms of scale, it was far from what base number 6 needed. But it doesn't matter, they won't fight directly until Chu Zian comes back. But with the excuse of the 2 imperial lords and the official order from the Nanshanmen headquarters, the base number 6 war zone can finally reach out to the 36 Grand Canyon openly. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the Nanshanmen headquarters re-established the name of the 36 Grand Canyon the Second Canyon. In this regard, Nanshanmen's explanation is, General Ji Xinghe will lead the independent regiment to completely conquer the Second Canyon. The first one is naturally the Battle Scar Canyon. This is a supplementary explanation for the transfer of Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment to the number 9 base war zone. There is still some significance. For Ji Xinghe, his military position has been significantly promoted in the command sequence. From the commander of the number 6 base war zone, he became the commander of the second war zone, which includes the original number 3 base, number 6 base, and the renamed second canyon. Just looking at the area covered by the war zone, except for the War Scar Canyon war zone, which has no war, even the Mountain of the Gods war zone cannot be compared with this second war zone. Second, it is well deserved. What if it is given to him? Ivanovich said very generously. Anyway, no matter how big his war zone is, there will be no large-scale wars. In the end, he can only participate in the war like robbing everywhere. Sooner or later, It will cause dissatisfaction among the vast majority of people. At that time, the recent negotiations have achieved some results. Ivanovich believes that his re-election is basically a foregone conclusion. Once he is successfully re-elected, even if he is not as many times as Li Anbang was re-elected before, he can be promoted to the second active 5-star general in the Federation. In this case, it is understandable to do something to Ji Xinghe, one of the competitors. From a mechanic to a mecha warrior, no problem. From an ordinary man to a master of all ages, no problem. From a private to a 5-star general? Sorry, there is only one chance. I want it. The opportunity Ivanovich was talking about was of course not the opportunity to go from a private to a 5-star general. He officially joined the army with a rank of 2nd lieutenant, which was a very high starting point. It was the opportunity to become a 5-star general. There has only been one active 5-star general since the establishment of the Federation. After all, it is a federal system, and the autonomy of the major war zones is very high, so it is difficult for anyone to convince the public. After Li Anbang, if we really count who can convince the public, Ji Xinghe is definitely one of them. The robbery-style support operations that Ivanovich thought would be criticized are too convincing from the results that they always win. The generals may be a little unhappy because the independent regiment disrupted their combat plans, but the soldiers' ideas are much purer. Moreover, the generals are not all iron-blooded generals who regard the lives of soldiers as numbers. Not to mention Ivanovich's seemingly successful negotiations, nor those mercenary groups whose prices were suppressed and who were restricted in fighting and could not achieve impressive results. In the dust storm, a Prince armor appeared in the federal occupation zone of the Second War Zone and was discovered by relevant reconnaissance equipment. Although the cost of point-to-point information transmission is very high, it is less affected by the dust storm. Before Qiu Ziyan could return to base number 6, he had already passed the message to Xinghe. Of course, he didn't know that it was Xinghe who received the message. Only 3 people in base number 6 knew about it. One person guessed it, and one person didn't think about it at all. After the last meeting of Ji Xinghe, Xinghe conducted a full-scale monitoring of the communications of the participants and confirmed that the Second War Zone was now under the command of Ji Xinghe, and it could be said to be an iron plate. It wants to use 2 anti-galaxy core composed of Marcus armor, a total of 600 Marcus armor, to exchange for its 2 sons, and, Li Xinghe said in surprise, exchange the intact jump base in the second canyon for your inheritance. There were very few people in the meeting room, only Ji Xinghe, Ji Rongzhenyu, Li Xinghe, and Chen Sun. The others were unable to attend. Of course, there was also Xinghe who seemed to be everywhere. Yes, Ji Xinghe nodded, confirming the information he had just said. Chen Sun frowned and asked, what does inheritance mean? Is it what the Academy of Sciences said before, that Emperor Wu gave it to Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu gave it to Emperor Wu After asking, Chen Sun said in a firm tone, no, absolutely not. Not to mention a jump base, even the jump base in the Mountain of Gods is not possible. I agree. Li Xinghe first agreed, and then corrected, but the inheritance that King Zhendong wants is not the kind you said, but the kind that Emperor Wu gave to Dekang. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows. What's the difference? Li Xinghe did not answer, but looked at Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Rongzhenyu. There is a difference. P.S. While writing this chapter on my mobile phone, I went home from the hospital to cook clear soup noodles and 3 poached eggs. After returning to the hospital to deliver the meal, I made 4 batches of milk powder to feed the baby. I wrote from more than 8 o'clock in the morning to more than 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not complaining, brothers, I'm really happy, ha ha ha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Child's Play. As for the difference between inheritance and gift, even Li Xinghe only knows the fact but not the reason. Even the knowledge in the knowledge is only half understanding. In the whole world, except for Emperor Wu the only one who has the right to explain this question and is still alive is Ji Xinghe. There are 2 kinds of inheritance. Simply put, one will die and the other will not die. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Rongzhenyu and said softly. The inheritance carried out by Emperor Wu and is the kind that will die, so both of them are dead. After Emperor Wu Yi passed on the inheritance to Ji Xinghe, it did not die, and the king of Zhendong wanted to get this kind of inheritance, which I have not mastered yet. Ji Xinghe frowned and said, Grandpa, do you want to give me this kind of inheritance? Yes, I don't want it. Ji Xinghe shook his head. A complete jump base is too important for us, and there are 600 Marcus armor. No matter how you look at it, the king of Zhendong will not use 600 Marcus armor to exchange his two sons, so this transaction is a prerequisite for the real transaction. Ji Xinghe frowned. Li Zhangfen suddenly asked, Lieutenant Colonel Ji Xinghe, do you think that only if the commander agrees to the inheritance transaction with King Zhendong will he give us 600 Marcus armor as a gift? Yes, Ji Xinghe nodded, then shook his head, but the 600 Marcus armor cannot be given to us as a gift. King Zhendong can only let them appear in a certain position on the battlefield. For the rest, we still have to fight ourselves. Because Emperor Wu Yi cannot give King Zhendong such great authority. But even if we really have to fight and want to take it back ourselves, with King Zhendong as an insider, it is no different from a gift. We can completely let them divide their troops. Looking at Ji Xinghe who was talking eloquently, Li Zhangfen ignored the immaturity of the words and continued to ask, but the problem is that the power of inheritance means that the empire will have one more gorilla with the ability to grant gifts. With Emperor Wu Yi, Adakang, and King Zhendong, the empire will have millions, or even tens of millions of gorillas who have gained anger. This is not good for us. Ji Xinghe laughed. Advisor Li, you don't really think that my strong spiritual will is because I have the third stage of Qi, so I think the power of Qi is omnipotent, right? Li Zhangfen smiled but said nothing. Ji Xinghe said helplessly, whether it is 1 million or 10 million, even if the empire's 3 billion gorillas and monkeys have the power of Qi, so what? As long as we get a complete jump base and have the opportunity to go to the Empire Star, all our nuclear weapons will be useful. Chen Sun suddenly felt a chill. When an 11-year-old child carries a school bag and sings a song saying that he is going to blow up the school, the adults will only smile at each other, and no one will really think that there is a bomb in the child's school bag. But when this child is Ji Xinghe, Chen Sun, with his hair standing on end, took a deep breath and said in a loud voice, I agree. Li Zhangfen was helpless. What do you agree to? I agree to get the jump base, and then use nuclear weapons against the Empire, regardless of quantity, regardless of level, and use as many as possible. Li Zhangfen was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Sun's impulse. But he couldn't ignore it. Who made Chen Sun the chief of staff of the independent regiment? He was also the sniper who realized Wan Xingxian, and this crazy plan was proposed by Ji Xinghe. Li Zhangfen knows Xinghe, and he also knows that Xinghe has nuclear weapons. Do you want to rethink it? What are you talking about? No need to think. I know what I'm saying, and I also know that you will say that we can't completely prevent the Empire from coming to the alien planet and using nuclear weapons on the alien planet, and we can't completely evacuate from the alien planet, and we can't build defensive facilities that can withstand all the nuclear strikes of the Empire. In addition, the resources of the Empire, etc. Chen Sun said some of the reasons that Li Zhangfen might say, and then said frankly, but if there is a chance, I think this must be our best chance. Li Zhangfen shook his head helplessly, and his metal head looked a little silly. He looked at Ji Xinghe. O degree Greek letter omega degree O, nuclear weapons, if we have the chance we will definitely use them, and we must use them. But do you know where the Qi comes from? The third civilization, Ji Xinghe answered, then frowned slightly. Advisor Li, are you talking about the conjecture about the ruined civilization? Yes, the conjecture about the ruined civilization. The term ruined civilization itself comes from Emperor Wu Yi. Li Zhangfen explained some of the conjectures he had heard from Emperor Wu Yi before, combined with Ji Xinghe's conjecture, as well as information such as the process of obtaining and using Qi, the effects of Qi, and so on. He concluded, the power of Qi is born from nuclear radiation, and the same is true for the power of grace. This also means that the large-scale use of nuclear weapons, which allows a planet to be completely covered with nuclear radiation, may allow the intelligent life on it to give birth to the power of Qi. When this intelligent civilization already has the power of Qi, this special ruins environment is very likely to allow this intelligent civilization to evolve to a deeper level. Especially, when they have enough blessed gorillas. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and asked, so what? Can a deeper level of evolution allow the imperial gorillas to use their bodies to withstand nuclear explosions? Li Xingfen was stunned. Cyrillic letter X. Chen Sun tentatively replied, "It should be, right." He looked at Ji Xinghe, as if he was worried that Ji Xinghe would suddenly say yes, and he would have to believe it. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe did not speak. If not, then continue to bombard with nuclear weapons. Ji Rongzhenayu's voice became louder. There are also energy main guns, neutron beams, antimatter guns. Evolution? I want to see how those gorillas evolve to be able to withstand it. Are you really Ji Xinghe's granddaughter? Li Xingfen had some doubts, but when he thought of what Ji Xinghe always said, believe in science, and Xinghe, who has taken care of Ji Rongzhenayu for a longer time than Ji Xinghe, an artificial intelligence life. Compared with the power of Qi, the ability of grace, and the secret of inheritance, Ji Rongzhenayu is more inclined to believe in the power of technology. He tends to use nuclear weapons and other high-tech weapons to obtain the jump base against the Empire Star to resolve this war. It seems very normal. Well said, very well. Li Xingfen expressed his approval, and then asked, if the speculation of the ruined civilization is true, the large-scale use of nuclear weapons may lead to another evolution of the Empire's apes, and Emperor Wu Ii knows this information. Then, is it possible that it will use nuclear weapons on a large scale on the Empire Star to create a nuclear explosion area that is difficult to repair in a short period of time? Ji Rongzhenai was stunned for a moment, and then her little face showed a thoughtful expression, and her sitting posture was still upright. Because of her height, if you look from behind, she looks like an adult. Only her overly young face looks like a child. The conference room fell silent, and the four people were waiting for Ji Rongzhenayu's thoughts. Among them, Xinghe almost couldn't help reminding Ji Rongzhenayu. But she held back. After all, when a child grows up, he will always leave his parents' wings and fly freely. Protection is protection, and excessive protection is restriction. Ji Xinghe naturally understands the truth that Xinghe, an artificial intelligence life, understands, and he looks at his granddaughter with encouraging eyes. So, Emperor Wu Ii allowed the emergence of the rebels and allowed Dongguo Silian to take nuclear weapons from us. Ji Rongzhenayu's tone gradually changed from hesitation to affirmation. That is to say, Emperor Wu Ii is very likely to have guessed that the king of Zhendong wanted to trade with us. He even made some preparations for this and wanted to do something during the transaction between us and the king of Zhendong. Li Xingfen nodded and asked, what else? What else? Not what to do. Ji Rongzhenayu pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. We have a chance to let Emperor Wu Ii use a large number of nuclear weapons on the Empire Star. If he is really just pursuing the opportunity to evolve as you said, consultantly, then this is a plan that is very likely to be realized. Not bad. Li Xingfen nodded, and continued to ask in an encouraging tone, what else? Ji Rongzhenayu tilted his head. Also, Emperor Wu Ii did not dare to use nuclear weapons on a large scale against us, not only because the explosion of nuclear weapons would affect the use of jump technology, but also because he was afraid that more of us would awaken due to nuclear radiation. Especially, after Grandpa took this path and told everyone that there was such a path. Bang bang. Li Xingfen clapped his hands, and the sound of the metal palms clapping was a little strange. That's all for now. Let's talk about the current business, and I'll find time to talk to you later about what it means to make the apes crazy first if you want to destroy them. Okay, thank you Uncle Li. The change in address made Li Xingfen smile, and the expression on the metal mask flashed with some uncontrolled chaos. First of all, we have to make sure that you, old man, have the ability to inherit, and it is an inheritance ability that will not die. Only after this is confirmed can we talk about other things. Li Xingfen decided to take the initiative, and his mechanical eyes looked directly at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. It's not certain for the time being, but I have a direction. Okay, then let's take it as certain. Li Xingfen continued to look at Ji Xinghe. Secondly, what we need to confirm is whether your first inheritance must be given to Ji Rongzhenayu. Ji Xinghe did not hesitate at all. Yes. And there is no room for negotiation on this matter. I object. Ji Rongzhenayu stood up excitedly. Grandpa, you can't be so selfish. Ji Xinghe didn't know how to respond, but Li Xingfen understood Ji Xinghe very well. He stretched out his hand to signal Ji Rongzhenayu not to get excited, and then said, I also suggest that your first inheritance should be given to Ji Rongzhenayu, because only in this way can King Zhendong believe that you really have the ability to inherit. Whether we want to trade with King Zhendong or not, this is very necessary. So, now the question becomes, can this ability to inherit be given many times like a gift? Ji Xinghe shook his head. It won't be many times, because... Xinghe, tell me about gifts and genes. Xinghe. Chen Sun was stunned for a moment, and then when Xinghe's voice sounded, he finally understood why he was asked to attend this meeting today. If he, the chief of staff of the independent regiment, didn't know that Ji Xinghe had an artificial intelligence life, then when the war was about to start, he would be treated as an outsider. Hello, Colonel Chen Sun, I am Xinghe, and my current position is the housekeeper of the Ji family. Xinghe greeted Chen Sun politely, but the words she said were not very serious. Fortunately, no one cared, and then they talked about business. According to our research, the gift is the change of the gene information of the receptor. The genetic gene contains. Li Xinghe knew almost everything Xinghe said. Chen Sun really didn't know much before, so he listened very carefully. Soon, Xinghe finished the popular science, and she was very happy because she met a new friend, and it was an old acquaintance. Ji Xinghe then said, the biggest difference between gift and inheritance is the different magnitude of changes to genetic information. If gift changes information in TB, then inheritance needs to change information in EB. This is difficult, but there is a way to do it, that is, the recipient's genetic genes come from the inheritor. If Li Xinghe had not returned to the alien planet, he would have been able to hear a similar conversation between Emperor Wu Ii and Ada Kang, and then confirm Ji Xinghe's statement. But even if he didn't hear it, it didn't matter. Ji Xinghe's words were more credible than Emperor Wu Ii. So, you can only pass on the inheritance to Ji Rongzhenyu, and King Zhendong doesn't know this. Li Xinghe sighed in his heart. Chen Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Rongzhenyu was a little embarrassed, but made a cute face at Ji Xinghe. It's like this. Ji Xinghe showed a kind smile to Ji Rongzhenyu, and then turned serious when he looked at Li Xinghe. Now, think about what we should do. Okay, Li Xinghe began to think, but the first thing he thought of was, Ji Xinghe did not directly state this fact just now, but wanted to see the reaction of Chen Sun and me. Now, he should trust Chen Sun and me more. Especially Chen Sun. Xinghe even greeted him. If the king of Zhendong doesn't know, we don't have to know either. Li Xinghe made a suggestion. First use its two sons as a trading condition, and let it send out some of the Marcus armor for us to eat. And in this process, let Ji Rongzhenyu participate in the battle. Let it see how powerful Ji Rongzhenyu is, so as to strengthen its confidence in continuing to trade with us. Of course, Ji Rongzhenyu must be stronger than now, and must show certain qualities that can only be shown after being inherited. For example, controlling armor with ki. Xinghe agreed. I will help Xinghe. The empire doesn't know of my existence yet. Li Xinghe nodded and said, but this will cause another problem, that is, the focus of Emperor Wu Ii. It may let the king of Zhenan come, and it may also let Ada Kang come, or even, it may come by itself. Ji Xinghe laughed. That's even better. Ji Rongzhenyu also laughed, except for Emperor Wu Ii. The other gorillas are mine. Hearing that the grandfather and grandson had already been assigned, the process was like a child's play. Li Xinghe suddenly had some mentality. Li Yuanba. He couldn't drive the mecha and fight side by side with Li Yuanba. He couldn't snatch it. But if he could become a shipman. Wait, if I become a shipman, can I compare with Xinghe, the artificial intelligence life? If not, is the Li family really not as good as the later Ji family? Chapter 729 Second War Zone Commander. The Dust Storm, which is expected to last for more than half a year and covers most of the alien planet, has made many people on the alien planet idle, but they are not relaxed. Instead, they feel a sense of being idle. Why do you seem so anxious? A new soldier was puzzled and mustered up the courage to ask the veteran. We can't attack the Empire because of the dust storm, but the Empire can't attack us either. An old soldier shook his head helplessly. The war has not stopped because of the dust storm, but it will be more intense than before. Huh? Why? The old soldier patiently explained. There have been many such dust storms on the alien planet in the past, but the dust storm cannot completely cover the alien planet, except for a few areas with harsh environments and too far away from the God's Mountain and the Battle Scar Canyon, where there are no traces of people or apes, so they have never been covered by the war. The war between the Federation and the Empire on the alien planet will not stop completely because of the dust storm. Originally, the Battle Scar Canyon was the most intense battle zone in the dust storm, because the Battle Scar Canyon was not greatly affected by the dust storm. On the alien planet outside the canyon, The visibility of the dust storm was less than 100 meters, but the visibility was greatly improved due to the terrain of the Battle Scar Canyon. Combined with the role of various detection devices, the war between the Federation and the Empire has never stopped since the construction of the Empire jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, until the Battle Scar Canyon was taken down by the Independent Regiment. After the old man led the Independent Regiment to take down the Battle Scar Canyon, we actually only had one war zone left on the alien planet, the Mountain of the Gods war zone. Because the Imperial forces in other war zones all came out from the Mountain of the Gods war zone to avoid our defense line, after the old soldier gave a general idea, he looked at the recruits who gathered spontaneously in front of him and sighed. The old man brought the Independent Regiment, joined forces with other independent regiments, and our major Mecha Corps as the main force, and wiped out most of the Imperial Mecha forces in the Mountain of the Gods. Therefore, before the dust storm began, it was difficult for the Imperial forces to break through our defense line in the Mountain of the Gods, and they could not even hold it. However, the dust storm came, and we missed the opportunity to capture the Mountain of the Gods. And because of this dust storm, the Empire had the opportunity to continue to spread its forces outward. So, it was just that we couldn't participate in the battle because of the dust storm, and many brothers were holding the defense line, bearing greater defense pressure than before. After saying this, the recruits understood. Compared with the normal environment, the Federation and the Empire can be said to have clearly started the battle, and the unpredictability brought by the dust storm is really too troublesome. The role of the Federation's air supremacy has been greatly reduced. With the cover of the dust storm, the Empire's Mecha forces can calmly leave the Mountain of the Gods and appear at any location on the alien planet when the Federation's defense line cannot be taken care of at all. Then, the miniaturized jump gate was open to transport various firepower weapons. Then it's not the old man's fault that he's too good at killing, it's the Independent Regiment's fault that he's too good at fighting. The recruits said this, and they still had a clear gap with the veterans in terms of the pressure brought by the dust storm. The veterans didn't blame them either, because they all came from the recruits. In addition, in recent years, to be precise, after the Federation detonated Little Ivan in the Battle Scar Canyon, the number of recruits on the alien planet has been decreasing. In the past, there were more than 100,000 recruits every year, but the total number of recruits added in recent years has not exceeded 100,000. In addition to the continuous victory, the reason why the sacrifices are much less than before is that the role that conventional troops can play is getting smaller and smaller. This is also the reason why many veterans are panicked. They can't become mecha warriors or pilots. The relatively low standards of the Space Marines are actually not low. The weapon configuration of the per capita exoskeleton armor can already show how high the requirements of the Space Marines are. As for other technical arms, the threshold for skill specialization is actually higher than that of the Space Marines. We don't blame the old man and his Independent Regiment for being so good at fighting. The better they fight, the happier we are. It's just, we are different from you. You are still young and have a lot of time. You will have the opportunity to see us win a real victory on the alien planet in the future. We can't see it. You can also see it on the Azure Star. When the real victory comes, everyone will celebrate together. Is it really the same to watch it on the Azure Star, the alien planet, and the Empire Star? A recruit's eyes suddenly became red. But even if we win after you retire, it can't be separated from you. Although the recruit's statement was a bit strange, everyone could understand what he meant and his excitement. Fighting for half a lifetime, without seeing victory, living on the Azure Star, seeing the later ones return victorious. How can we not be sad at the same time as being relieved? Veterans are all recruits, and recruits will become veterans. They will all worry about retiring and sacrificing themselves, and still not be able to see the real victory. This is the empathy of human beings. The old soldiers were so bored that they finally made the new soldiers feel the same. Report. Announced to the whole army. Commendation. A signalman suddenly rushed into the barracks and shouted as he took off his protective helmet. Just received the news. The whole army announces commendation. The number 6 base war zone, Independent Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Ji Xinghe, captured 2 Imperial Prince orangutans and seized 2 Imperial Prince armor. Now, she is Colonel Ji Xinghe, an official Federation sub-galaxy level mecha warrior. People were stunned for a moment, and then cheered. It was like Ji Xinghe was their child, although many of them did not have children, and some were not as tall as Ji Xinghe now. Children do not have to be inferior to their parents. 2 Imperial Prince Guerrillas? This is unprecedented. My Xinghe is so awesome, it is unprecedented. General Li Yuanba had one, and the old man. No, the old man didn't catch 2 alive. Only Ada King was caught alive by the old man. The others, like the king of Xanbi and his sons, were all killed on the spot by the old man. There are 2 more prince armors. We will have 2 more sub-galaxy class mecha warriors. The independent regiment will have 2 more. There is no difference. The independent regiment is the old man's independent regiment, and it is also our independent regiment. Well said. No, isn't sub-galaxy class our private name? The above means that it has been officially recognized. Of course it is. Otherwise, as ace mecha warriors, our Xinghe could fight 1 against 2 and capture 2 Imperial Prince armors, as well as the Imperial Prince inside. Some ace mecha warriors. Well, anyway, it's time to tell the difference. Indeed, the galaxy level that the old man and General Li reached is too difficult, and the power gap between the ace mecha warriors seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It would be good to formally add a sub-galaxy level. If the sub-galaxy level is officially added this time, then can Colonel Ji Xinghe be regarded as the first sub-galaxy level mecha warrior? No, Colonel Han Li has already been sub-galaxy level. If Colonel Han Li hadn't had the opportunity to face Imperial Prince A in the past 2 years, I think he could have become galaxy level, but Colonel Han Li's previous combat power felt similar to that of Colonel Ketelin, and Colonel Ketelin, amid the heated discussion, people's emotions suddenly dropped significantly. Colonel Ketelin was ambushed. The Imperial Duke named Wu Liasheng pretended to be Earl A and ambushed Colonel Ketelin. If they really fought head-on, the dog gorilla would definitely not be a match for Colonel Ketelin. Wasn't it killed by the old man? In that case, how strong is Colonel Ji Xinghe? How did she do it? She captured 2 Imperial Dukes when she was outnumbered 1 by 1. Could it be that those 2 Imperial Dukes are rubbish? No matter how rubbish they are, there is still Prince A. Could it be that the old man beat those 2 Imperial Dukes half-tripled, and then, bullshit? If our Xinghe needed such a credit, would the old man have set such harsh rules for her promotion to higher rank? I don't mean anything else. Don't get me wrong. I just said it casually. It was a joke. Judging from the combat effectiveness shown in Colonel Ji Xinghe's previous battle videos, she is definitely at the ace level. It's sub-galaxy level. Stop arguing. Aren't you paying attention to the main point? An old soldier interrupted the argument and said with shining eyes, there is a war in the war zone of base number 6, and the scale is not small. Everyone around was stunned. Yes, with 2 Imperial Princes appearing at the same time, the scale must be quite large. Are we very close to war zone number 6? Very close. If we count the war zone, it's only 120 kilometers. If we count the distance from us to base number 6, it's only about 537 kilometers. About 537 is very precise. Okay, but there's a dust storm. Who knows if we'll go astray, and we have to avoid some terrain. That's also very close. Do we have the chance to go to the war zone of base number 6 and fight side by side with the old man? Young man, you have big ambitions. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Wait for the notification. It should be soon, but how are we going to get there? The dust storm is so big. This dust storm only looks big. It can't even blow through the conventional combat uniforms we use. It can only block our vision. If there is an order, I'll march quickly and it will only take 3 days at most. 3 days? More than 500 kilometers? Walking, young man, this is an alien planet, not a blue planet. Even if it is a blue planet, well, I won't brag. After all, the equipment on the blue planet is really heavy. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't ask to fight side by side with the old man, as long as I can fight side by side with the independent regiment. The old man is the independent regiment, and the independent regiment is the old man. As people's emotions were mobilized, a new notice finally appeared, and the number 6 base war zone was officially renamed the second war zone. Although the several blockade lines closest to the second war zone did not receive orders to support the second war zone, they all had hope and were no longer idle. There are many people like them. Although they are far and near from the second war zone, as the old soldier said, the dust storms on the alien planet are not terrible, but the terrible thing is that they can't participate in the war. The most important thing is that the commander of the second war zone is Ji Xinghe. Some people think that it is impossible to have a large-scale war in the second war zone, and some people expect it to happen in the second war zone. Finally, with the efforts of some people, It has successfully started. The independent regiment sent out 3 reconnaissance teams consisting of 60 armor-cutting armors, led by Zuo Shou, Zhang Yun, and Wang Kang. The armors of the 3 of them were all general level, and it seemed that their combat effectiveness was a bit problematic, but it didn't matter. Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Zhu Ziyan, the 3 apes, drove 3 prince armors to carry out reconnaissance missions with a team. Liu followed Zuo Shou, and he was trusted very much, because in the key battle at the God's Mountain, when Ji Xinghe was hit by the enemy's prince with a space battleship, if Liu hadn't risked his life to contain him, it would have been difficult for the independent regiment to get enough time. Even if Ji Xinghe's results in the space battleship remained unchanged, the independent regiment would have suffered a large number of casualties because of the encounter with a stronger imperial force. Zhu Ziyan followed Wang Kang, and he was also trusted very much. As the captain and an ace armor warrior, Wang Kang had already learned about Zhu Ziyan's deeds of breaking into the second canyon alone. Being able to drive the prince armor to go and then drive the prince armor back, it is not impossible to say that Zhu Ziyan is worried that the Empire will take away his prince armor. But according to Su He's words, that is, being able to come back is a good comrade. The degree of trust that Ying Luoqi has gained can be seen from his decision to follow Zhang Yun. In the past, Zhang Yun was responsible for watching Liu. The 3 apes had no objection to this. Even Ying Luoqi felt that the degree of trust they have gained now is somewhat unexpectedly high. The reconnaissance mission is real. Although the king of Zhendong has obtained the communication device made by Xinghe through Zhu Ziyan and reached a preliminary agreement with Ji Xinghe, the reconnaissance still needs to be conducted. The king of Zhendong has no trust in Ji Xinghe. The 3 teams carried a large number of self-propelled robots and continued to expand the occupied area along the second canyon, that is, the area where detection can be carried out. Although the communication will be interfered and real-time detection cannot be carried out, Xinghe has set up a program for these self-propelled robots to automatically collect detection data and report to the communication node as soon as abnormal data is detected. The technical difficulty is not high, nor is it groundbreaking. The Federation has not used this technology on a large scale, just because it is not needed. How to fight in the dust storm. The independent regiment can fight, so the independent regiment decided to fight. Report: the movement of the imperial mecha has been discovered. The number of mechas that have been confirmed is 30, suspected to be the imperial standard Marcus armor. It is initially judged to be the imperial anti-galaxy army. Zhang Yun and Ying Luoqi, who received the news, were excited. If there were only 30, they would have a chance to win. But the excitement was quickly suppressed, and Zhang Yun gave an order in a cold voice. Don't alarm them for the time being, Ying Luoqi. You immediately return to the communication node to report the situation to the headquarters. Yes, Ying Luoqi had no objection and carried out the task at the first time. But the questions that need to be asked still need to be asked. Ying Luoqi, who was driving the prince armor as a signalman, asked with some expectation, Captain, do you think the young lady needs my help? After all, it is a Marcus armor, and the young lady has never met one before. If 30 Marcus armors need our help, is she still the young lady? Of course, the young lady will always be our young lady. Zhang Yun was stunned and laughed. If there's a chance, I will assign you a few more, no problem. During the conversation, Ying Luoqi no longer looked like an ape, and looked more and more like a human being. It is not a waste of talent to use the prince armor as a signalman. It is fast and strong, so it is very safe and timely. Soon, Ji Rongzhenyu, who was on standby, received the news. After the armor was pierced, she drove the champion Marcus and whispered to the empty Xinghe armor in the cockpit beside her. Xinghe, let's go, okay. Chapter 730 Whoever kills me will be crowned king. The nearly 400-kilometer-long second canyon sounds much shorter than the Battle Scar Canyon. But in fact, it is really wide. Combined with its average width of nearly 3 kilometers and average depth of nearly 2 kilometers, even if all 3 billion gorillas and monkeys on the Empire Star are stuffed in, there is still plenty of space. Of course, life or death is not important. With the speed of Champion Hao and Xinghe Jia, it only takes more than an hour to run at full speed to directly pass through the second canyon. Even if there are restrictions on terrain and environments such as the impact of dust storms and communication interference areas, they cannot withstand the precise direction system brought by the high-tech configuration of these 2 mechas, as well as the precise sense of direction of the drivers Ji Rongzhenyu and Xinghe. After receiving the news reported by Ying Luoqi, Ji Xinghe arrived at the location of Zhang Yun's team at the same time as Ying Luoqi returned to Zhang Yun's team. So fast, Ying Luoqi, who was driving the Prince armor, sighed sincerely. It really didn't hang around on the road. Even if it didn't use the full power charge mode, considering that he was much closer to Zhang Yun's team than Ji Xinghe, who was in base number 6, the speed difference was also somewhat obvious. The Prince armor of the Empire was actually not as good as the two national-level mechas made by the Federation. No, the Xinghe armor, which was in its normal form at this time, could only be regarded as a general-level mecha of the Federation in terms of performance level. He whispered to Zhang Yun, "The young lady is really not afraid of fighting at all, and is very much looking forward to it and can't wait. It seems that we can't take action this time." Zhang Yun's expression was a little serious. He first explained the known situation to Ji Xinghe, and after confirming Ji Xinghe's intention to fight on his own, he said to Ying Luoqi, "Whether we need to take action or not, we must be prepared to take action at any time. Your main task is not the 30 Marcus armor aircraft, but the reinforcements that may appear in the Empire." Ying Luoqi was very happy about what Zhang Yun said. Before today, it seemed that only Liu and Zhu Ziyan could be used with this word by the independent regiment. "Don't worry, Captain. If reinforcements appear, no matter how many or who they are, I will charge like before. Although I can't guarantee to stop them all, I will do my best." "Okay." Zhang Yun didn't say anything to mobilize, nor did he take the opportunity to win over Ying Luoqi's heart with words. He knew very well, and so did the other people in the independent regiment, Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Zhu Ziyan only recognized Ji Xinghe. As long as Ji Xinghe was there would be no problem for the three of them. But now, or in the near future, the 3 apes and more apes who may appear in the independent regiment will recognize another name, Ji Xinghe. Just like the ancient feudal dynasties, which must have a prince, the independent regiment with Ji Xinghe is really different. Everything is ready. Zhang Yun's team used the intelligence obtained by various detection devices to surround 30 Imperial Marcus A aircraft that were destroying the Federal detection equipment in a communication interference area. Because of a communication interference and failure of radar and other equipment, the 30 Marcus armor did not find the 20's Hanshin armor and a general-level mecha that surrounded them, and they were still carrying out the destruction mission they were given. Ying Luoqi did not participate in the encirclement. The relatively small number of independent regiment mecha squads are fully capable of encircling the larger number of anti-galaxy army mecha squads. This is the benefit of elite troops and the confidence of the independent regiment to surpass the 3 federal armies. His mission is to intercept possible imperial reinforcements, so he drove his Prince armor in a farther and narrower position to block the retreat of the 30 Marcus armor, which is also the way the reinforcements will inevitably pass. An ape man in a Prince armor blocked the 1.3 kilometer wide canyon, which was quite a one-man guard in the pass posture. When Zhang Yun used the communication matrix that had not been completely destroyed by the Imperial mecha, he successfully sent the news of the completion of the encirclement to Ji Xinghe, who had been waiting for a long time in the communication interference area. The battle began. Champion Marcus launched the charge without any hesitation. "Xinghe, wait for me, don't come. I'll fight by myself. No, our mission is to make you look very strong as the Lord. Only in this way if I am as strong as my grandfather, then, there are only 30 Marcus armors. Do you need me to control the armor with ki?" Xinghe was speechless, but still chased after him and continued to persuade, "But the Marcus armor is completely different from the conventional Imperial mechas you faced before. It is also different from when you fought against Fang Wang and Zhang Li in the youth training camp. Although the performance of these Marcus armors is on par with the mountain-cutting armor, the battles in the real world are impossible to be fully simulated by the physics engine of the virtual world. Moreover, the weapons they use are all made of tungsten steel gold, which have a certain ability to break the defense of your champion Marcus. Xinghe, I know what I'm doing, you have to believe me." Xinghe finally stopped. At the end of the sight range of the Imperial mecha, looking at the champion Marcus who had disappeared in the dust storm, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She knew that what Ji Xinghe said made sense, and she also knew that Ji Xinghe was very strong, but just like the parents of the top scorer in the college entrance examination, they would also worry that their children would not get used to or adapt to college life. Worry is always inevitable. The perspective switched. Xinghe approached the battlefield carefully, avoiding being discovered by the Imperial Mecha while maintaining access to Ji Xinghe's combat perspective, ready to go to support at any time. Also ready for support was Yang Yun's team, including Ying Luoqi, who is responsible for the interception mission. On the other two sides, the left-hand team and Wang Kang's team were both ready to go. Just looking at the number and configuration of the enemy forces that Ji Xinghe had to face at this time, this bodyguard team could definitely be called luxurious. The reason was that Ji Xinghe had not experienced a truly evenly matched battle. For these veterans who had experienced various cruel battles, Ji Xinghe, a federal sub-galaxy level mecha warrior who was already a colonel, was still just a new recruit like a child. However, when the child really started fighting, the veterans were left with nothing but amazement. Feelings of relief, pride, etc., waited for a while. The 30 Marcus armor aircraft were not gathered together, but scattered to carry out sabotage tasks, just like the insertion of eyes in the game. The eyes inserted by the second war zone of the Federation in the second canyon will be removed and replaced by their eyes as long as they are discovered when the second war zone of the Empire is determined to start fighting. Vice versa. The current battle area has not yet been determined. Both sides are trying to expand their occupied areas and prepare intelligence for the upcoming battle. Don't go any further. Zhao Bo, who holds the title of Imperial Earl, gave orders in the shortwave communication channel as the captain of the Mecha Squad of the 3rd Corps of the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps. Being able to become a Mecha warrior and captain of the Anti-Galaxy Corps as a noble, and a high-level noble like Earl, Zhao Bo's comprehensive strength is naturally high, and his loyalty to the Empire is also unquestionable. From the number of detection eyes deployed by the Federation, it is very likely that we will encounter the Federation's Mecha Squad ahead. The explanation after it issued the order aroused the dissatisfaction of a civilian guerrilla in the team. Captain, we all know that you nobles are afraid of death, but we are not. If we keep avoiding war, how can we get military merit? If it were any other Imperial army, this civilian guerrilla's words would be enough to make it and its family die without a burial place. But this is the Anti-Galaxy Corps, which only looks at military merit and not titles. No matter what their status is, nobles, civilians, and war slaves have equal rights in the army. Speaking of which, this is thanks to the wartime call of the Federation. Idiot, Zhao Bo cursed angrily. If you don't understand the difference between not fearing death and seeking death, then I will kill you now. After all, they are nobles. Even if they follow the so-called equal rights of guerrillas because of the order of Emperor Wu III, they can't really put these civilians and war slaves on an equal footing with themselves. The civilian who was called a fool shrank his neck subconsciously, but in an instant he remembered that his home was not in Zhao Bo's fiefdom, but tens of thousands of kilometers away. So he got brave. It doesn't matter if you kill me, but if I cripple you when you kill me, you may lose your position as captain. Zhao Bo's anger instantly reached its peak. He knew that the hearts of these civilians and war slaves were already wild, but he really didn't expect that they would be so wild. But he was powerless to refute, let alone force suppression. The various reforms of the Empire to establish the Anti-Galaxy Corps, and the recruitment of civilians and war slaves who had experienced life and death in the war and in the selection process, did make the Anti-Galaxy Corps have a combat power far superior to other Imperial Mecha Corps. It has little to do with the excellent performance of the standard Mecha. After all, no matter how good the Mecha is, it depends on the strength of the driver. But this also led to great internal competition in the Anti-Galaxy Corps. And they often challenged each other because they didn't like it. That's why Zhao Bo said it can kill civilians who confront it, so even if civilians dare to say it dies, Zhao Bo will be furious. Raising Gu has its advantages, but naturally it also has its disadvantages. The Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps, which has strong individual combat capabilities and can completely suppress the individual combat capabilities of the Independent Regiment, was beaten to pulp by the Independent Regiment in group battles. It's really not just because the Independent Regiment has many ace mecha warriors. Okay, you keep going forward. Zhao Bo took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and sneered, listen to me, stay and prepare to retreat. The 30 Marcus armor, which were originally in a scattered state, soon split into two scattered teams. The civilian who was called a fool, his courage was overflowing, and he shouted in the communication channel, now is not the time to really start a war. No matter how powerful Ji Xinghe's independent regiment is, it is impossible to send out the main force at this time. Humans are the same as us. Ji Xinghe is now the general of the Federation. He must be afraid of death, and the ace mecha warriors under him will also be afraid of death. As long as they are afraid of death, they will let those ordinary humans drive ordinary mecha warriors to scout. What we want to kill are those reconnaissance mechas of the Federation. What it said makes sense. 13 Marcus Armor chose to continue forward like it, and continued to maintain a dispersed formation to destroy the eyes inserted by the mecha warriors of the independent regiment. At the same time, continue to insert eyes. Greedy and reckless does not mean that they are really stupid. Without the support of intelligence, in this area where long-distance communications are completely blocked and the line of sight is affected to a certain extent by dust storms, it is indeed no different from seeking death. Listening to their voices, I saw that the light spots of mechas representing 14 greedy and reckless in the communication channel always maintained a normal flashing state. The 15 Marcus Armor that chose to stay and follow Xiaobo were also somewhat tempted. Xiaobo noticed this and sighed helplessly in his heart. Your Majesty, your reform was destroyed by these idiots. Because the education it received was somewhat limited compared to ordinary people in the Federation, it could not really understand why this situation occurred. It was also unwilling to believe that the real core of this mistake was Emperor Wu Yi himself. You, Xiaobo hesitated, but finally said it, follow up, and march another 3 kilometers. Yes, the 15 Marcus Armor that started charging like a howl made the formation of this team more chaotic, because destroying the detection eye of the Federation was also considered a military merit. Although the mosquito leg is small, it is also meat. For these civilians and war slaves who are eager for military merit, it is really important to accumulate a little to make a lot. They are greedy for merit, not entirely because they are greedy, but because they know very well how powerful the independent regiment they need to face is. Compared with getting military merit when facing the independent regiment, the difficulty of getting military merit when facing the conventional federal mecha corps is undoubtedly much smaller. Today is the day to make achievements. The one who rushed to the front was the civilian guerrilla who confronted the captain. He was very sure of his own judgment. If he encountered a federal mecha today, it would be a regular federal standard mecha that he could easily kill, and it was the kind that tended to have reconnaissance functions rather than combat functions. Don't make it too easy to kill. A federal detection eye appeared in front of him, and there was also a federal communication matrix module device next to it, which made the civilian guerrilla of the Empire laugh happily. A small military achievement was obtained again. But as soon as he raised the weapon in his hand, a very fast black shadow appeared in his sight, as if there was a faster wind in the dust storm beyond the visual range, carrying a human-shaped dust cloud. From the perspective of the Imperial Marcus A, he just saw the real existence wrapped in this dust cloud. The civilian guerrilla's eyes widened, and panic began to spread. The mecha arm waving the weapon failed to swing down because of the driver's pause. Champion Marcus. When the name flashed through his mind, the civilian guerrilla felt a chill between his chest and abdomen. The front protective armor of the Marcus Armor failed to block the weapon in the hands of the champion Marcus. The custom-made weapon, which was made of seized tungsten steel gold and shaped like a bayonet with sharp ends, was driven by the powerful force of the champion Marcus and easily pierced through. What kind of weapon is this? The last thought flashed through the civilian guerrilla's mind, and his eyelids seemed to be burdened with a heavy burden and could no longer be lifted. When his vision was covered by darkness, a crisp human female voice came to his ears. It was just because he had not learned dragon language, so he could not understand the meaning of this sentence. Xiaobo, who had learned some dragon language, understood it. He joined the anti-galaxy corps with a fearless will and was afraid. That was the voice of Ji Xinghe. She said, "Whoever kills me will be the king." Chapter 731. The old man can take a rest. Xiaobo was scared, so the other guerrillas could imagine how scared they were. They had never seen the champion Marcus mecha before, but when the king of Zhendong decided to go to war, he naturally had to explain how his 2 sons were gone. Chu Ziyan, the traitor of the Empire and the envoy of the Federation, brought evidence that allowed the king of Zhendong to explain clearly without saying anything. Defeat the 11th king first, then defeat Wu Chen. Although Ji Xinghe was driving the Xinghe armor to deter them, the mecha warriors of the anti-Xing corps could naturally see the gap between them and Ji Xinghe, as well as the gap between their mechas and Ji Xinghe. Combined with Ji Xinghe's record of winning more than 400 gold stars on the first day of the first battle, how could they not be afraid? As Xiaobo said, there is a difference between not fearing death and seeking death. Retreat, retreat immediately. When Xiaobo's panicked roar sounded in the communication channel of the Empire Mecha Squadron, The 29 green light spots that had been flashing continuously in its visual window were reduced to only 26. Including the civilian guerrilla that just confronted it, there are 3 Imperial elites driving Marcus armor, and their individual combat power of operating mechas is not weaker than that of the Federation's special-grade mecha warriors, killed. Even if they can only face the champion Marcus driven by Ji Xinghe alone because they are too scattered, the distance between them and the reactions they make when they receive warning information are useless. Another light spot disappeared. Because of the dust storm, only a few of the more than 20 Marcus armor are within Xiaobo's sight. The others can only be seen by the positioning function attached to the shortwave communication channel, but in fact they are invisible. To be more precise, it is not clear. The champion Marcus, who smashed the dust storm and rushed out, was surrounded by the orange-red dust of the alien star. When he appeared in the side of the Marcus armor, he was already approaching at a super high speed. It was as if the spaceships that were performing at the celebrations on the Empire Star were flying in the natural star rings with an unstoppable momentum. All the meteorites that blocked the path, regardless of size, were smashed into pieces, and then scattered in front of the spaceships at a higher speed. When the fragments of the meteorites appeared in the live camera, they covered most of the view. The huge shadows that were vaguely visible between the gaps appeared and smashed together with the live camera before the audience could react. This kind of sensory stimulation was a kind of enjoyment for Xiaobo in the past. Being able to witness the power of the Empire was one of the greatest honors in his life. But now, it was like an indescribable nightmare, making it scream and wake up in a false dream. Assemble. Assemble immediately. Xiaobo reacted and corrected his order in time. Allowing the scattered team to evacuate in panic will inevitably result in being defeated one by Ji Xinghe. The performance of the Marcus armor is excellent, and the weapons made of tungsten steel gold are enough to threaten the champion Marcus made of tungsten steel gold. In the cluster state, with the firepower weapons equipped by the 27 Marcus A planes including it is completely possible to effectively intercept the champion Marcus during the retreat. Only by gathering can we retreat. Gather. Gather immediately. As Xiaobo kept shouting, the panic in his eyes was growing, because his team no longer had 27 Marcus A planes. When all the Marcus A planes that could execute the assembly order appeared within its sight, the green light spots that were wandering outside had all disappeared, and only 16 Marcus A planes were left within its sight. So fast. Xiaobo had the same idea as Ying Luoqi just now, but the feeling it brought was completely different. Its fear was Ying Luoqi's honor. The 17 Marcus A planes that always maintained a retreat posture to complete the assembly had completely left the Federation's occupied area, and the detection eyes at their locations had been destroyed by them before. This made it difficult for the team led by Jiang Yun, Wang Kang, and Zhou Shou to effectively encircle them, but it didn't matter. They had already reached the retreat route of the 17 Marcus armored. 13 Marcus armor, that's already very impressive. I can't do it. Ying Luoqi, who had just reunited with a team, praised the 3 teams unabashedly in the communication channel based on the intelligence obtained after the reunion. Liu sneered in his heart when he heard it. Chu Ziyan had a blank expression on his face, and the others agreed with Ying Luoqi's words. Before the 17 Marcus armor gathered and evacuated to the Empire occupation zone, the 13 Marcus armor that were destroyed in the Federation occupation zone, their appearance before death were all automatically transmitted by the champion Marquis's intelligent core, and transmitted to Ji Xinghe's bodyguard group with the help of the communication matrix. To be honest, even if I had a national-level mecha, I couldn't do it in such a short time, and in a lightning-fast manner, to continuously destroy 13 Marcus armor. Wang Kang echoed Ying Luoqi's praise and praised in a more sincere tone. 6 at most, that's my limit. 6? Zhou Shou suddenly panicked, because this was his judgment of his own combat power. As a first-generation member of the independent group, his combat power was only equal to that of Wen Kang, a third-generation member. How embarrassing. Otherwise, he would be like a cripple. 7, Liu said in a somewhat stiff tone, I can defeat 7. If I have the gift of the 3rd stage, at least 11, oh? Wang Kang was a little unconvinced. Although Liu had the gift of the 1st stage, he could not use the neural link operation mode, so in his opinion, Liu's combat power should be equal to his. In Wang Kang's opinion, this was already overestimating Liu, an ape man of ordinary origin, because he, Wang Kang, was already an ace mecha warrior of the Federation, and one of the 100 most powerful people in the history of mecha warriors. Are you serious? Yes, seriously, Liu spoke frankly. I do have this feeling, or you can say, confidence. Yes, it is confidence. Wang Kang was about to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Yun's voice. Liu, are you sure? Upon hearing this, the communication channel instantly fell silent. Although Jiang Yun was the second batch of mecha warriors to join the Galaxy team, he had surpassed Zhuo Xiao, Ling and others in command power, and was already equal to Qin Tong and Harris. So, Liu also thought of what people thought of, and his tone was surprised and revealed obvious confidence. Just like when he was still a war slave in the Empire, he said to the Imperial officers who came to select mecha warriors, "Give me a chance, if I can't do it, kill me." He said to Jiang Yun, "I'm sure, use my life, okay?" Jiang Yun's response was clean and neat, but it made Liu's emotions suddenly excited, but he quickly regained his composure. It has nothing to do with the upcoming battle. With Ji Rongzhenayu's strength, the 5-kilometer pursuit distance is completely enough to kill the remaining 17 Marcus armor to single digits. As for the single-digit Marcus armor, Liu is confident that as long as they don't run around, he, an ape man, can easily deal with them. The reason for the excitement is that he is one step closer to his goal. Although he had entrusted the matter of killing Emperor Wu Yi to avenge himself to Ji Xinghe in his heart, he would die happily if he could use his life to create an opportunity for Ji Xinghe to face Emperor Wu Yi. But to have such an opportunity, he had to become stronger. And to get the opportunity to become stronger, he had to show his ability to be worthy of Ji Xinghe's investment of resources. Emotional control is also one of the abilities, and it is very important. The second stage or the third stage? Taking a deep breath, Liu, who had calmed down his emotions, ignored the text message sent to him by Ying Luoqi, and began to watch the battle video that he had just received but had no time to watch carefully. It was Ji Rongzhenayu's battle video. He did not dare to guarantee that he was stronger than Ji Rongzhenayu now after receiving the gift of the third stage, so Ji Rongzhenayu naturally had something worth learning. Don't miss the opportunity to learn. This is what he wanted but could not get in the Empire. Don't stop learning. This is what he learned in the Independent Regiment. Don't believe in the limit. This is what everyone in the Independent Regiment adheres to. The old man is so strong, and he is still working hard to improve every day. What qualifications do the people of the Independent Regiment, including himself, the ape man, have to stop improving? The battle video is not long. The 13 battle videos put together only last 1.5 minutes, because the process of Ji Rongzhenayu determining the position of Marcus Jia through the detection eye and then charging was cut out. There is only pure fighting. No, it is an assassination. Liu's eyes were bright. He could not see the most realistic battle scene when Ji Rongzhenayu was driving the champion Marcus, because in Ji Rongzhenayu's perspective, her mecha weapons rarely appeared, including the pre-attack actions, which were not clear because of the angle. It's like a person who doesn't look at his feet when running wildly. The 360-degree perspective of the mecha is distorted. Combined with the operation data recorded by the Intelligent Core, the synthesized battle video is also distorted. But this distortion is not difficult for Liu, who also uses the previous generation operating system, to see through the key. The picture in his sight gradually became unreal. Liu seemed to have entered the cockpit of the champion Marcus. His body simulated Ji Rongzhenayu's operation and completed 13 simple battles in a replica. Facing the full speed charge of Marcus A, he did not dodge or evade, and completed the 2 maneuvers of blocking and attacking in the moment of encounter. The tungsten steel gold shield in his left hand blocked the tungsten steel gold weapon of Marcus A, and the customized weapon in his right hand pierced into the body of Marcus A at lightning speed. Destroyed. So, it's so simple, Liu murmured in his heart. He knew that Ji Rongzhenayu's weapon was a spear-like weapon called Thorn modified that was made by Shen Mu at Ji Rongzhenayu's request. This weapon has been included in the arsenal of the Independent Regiment, and it can be exchanged as long as there is military merit. Compared with the normal Thorn, the Thorn modified used by Ji Rongzhenayu is naturally not so sharp because it has to adapt to the body shape of the mecha. It is a bit like the 3-section spear used by Xinghe Jia's 8-armed Shura form, cutting off the sharp 2 sections and putting the tail ends together, with a length of 1.5 meters. But the expanded size does not affect the armor-piercing ability of this weapon, because it is made of tungsten steel gold, and the core engine of the champion Hao can bring tremendous strange power. In terms of the size of the mecha, the slender Amidst thorn modified has a ring in the middle with a similar structure to the Amidst thorn, but this ring is not on the champion house finger, but connected to a separate bearing at the wrist. If it really rotates, it will rotate faster than the propeller of a helicopter, and the barrage fired by a heavy machine gun cannot penetrate it. The champion Hao, who does not need to block bullets, can use this function to cooperate with the movement of his arms to easily and quickly adjust the attack angle, making it unavoidable for the enemy mecha. With a shield in his left hand to block the weapon of the enemy mecha, the parry is a fatal blow. Liu understood the simplicity of it, but he did not think that he could do it just by applying for this weapon, because this kind of unconventional weapon tests the combat awareness of the mecha warrior more. Only by being able to make accurate and correct judgments and being able to respond effectively and efficiently to any reaction in an instant can one completely break through 13 times with only 13 attacks, and each time the actual time spent on breaking through is less than 3 seconds. More time in the battle video is the change of maneuvers caused by the maneuvers that both sides have not encountered before. It's really difficult, Liu murmured in his heart again. He knew that Ji Xinghe still had an Amidst thorn modified. If she was facing an imperial mecha without tungsten steel gold weapons, she would not need to use a shield. Compared with double swords, this weapon has a higher attack efficiency when defense is not required. Moreover, it is not a battle method used by the old man. Liu felt admiration in his heart, just like Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who inherited Ji Xinghe's battle method skills, did not make him so beautiful. What was really rare was that Ji Xinghe had actually begun to form a battle method system that was exclusive to her. In the process of learning, Liu saw the mecha light spot representing the champion Marcus appear on the coordinate map, and it was getting closer and closer to them. Here we go, everyone, pay attention. The 66 federal mechas that were ready for battle did not see the Marcus armor that was escaping from the pursuit. When no mechas appeared within the visual range, a voice was heard. It was the speaker on the champion Marcus that was modified by Xinghe, and the voice of Xinghe imitating Ji Xinghe was shouted in the imperial language. Whoever kills me will be the king. Zhang Yun and others could not understand, but they could tell that it was Ji Xinghe's voice. Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Xu Ziyan understood, but they were not moved at all, only more respect. What kind of person can shout such a slogan in battle? It was Ji Xinghe. The shouting stopped, and the champion Marcus stopped in front of the 66 federal mechas that began to gather, unscathed, as if he had never participated in the battle. The golden paint and the 7 dazzling red stars on the body made all the mecha warriors of the independent regiment have the same idea. Ying Luoqi thought about what Liu said just now, and that he had won Zhang Yun's attention and might get the gift of the 3rd stage, so he spoke uncontrollably in the communication channel. Old man, you can have a good rest for a while. With Colonel Ji Xinghe here, it will be a dead end if the king of Zhendong comes in person. When Zhang Yun, Zuo Xiao, Wang Kang and others frowned, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel. Well said, remember to tell the old man when you go back. Zhang Yun and others relaxed their brows and smiled. Chapter 732 Shocked. Ji Xinghe, who returned to base number 6 with 30 Marcus armor, heard people cheering again. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment following behind her were a little dim in comparison. Nurse Wang, who happened to come to the machine repair area to give emergency treatment to an accidentally injured mechanic, saw the crowd centered on Ji Xinghe and suddenly thought of a scene many years ago. That was when Ji Xinghe had just arrived on the alien planet. In this base, Han Li inexplicably challenged Ji Xinghe to a disarming battle and chose to hold it in the auditorium of the base. The audience gathered because of Han Li's reputation did not snatch Ji Xinghe's position in the front row. When the battle on the ring was thrilling, Ji Xinghe, who was only 6 years old, stood up nervously in the front row. She failed to block anyone's sight. Except for Nurse Wang, no one focused on her. Even Ji Xinghe on the ring temporarily ignored Ji Xinghe's small figure because he was excited about the fight and had not formally met Ji Xinghe. And now, Ji Xinghe, who has grown very tall, will not block other people's sight when standing upright. Because the position where Ji Xinghe appears must be the focus of people's attention. Even if Ji Xinghe is present, Ji Xinghe can often get most of the attention. So she is not a dark cloud that blocks the sun, but a light source as bright as the sun. After hesitating for a few seconds, Nurse Wang, who completed the emergency treatment, gave up meeting and talking with Ji Xinghe. Her task is not easy, and time is very tight. In addition to constantly treating the wounded and trying to recover the ki consumed by the treatment, she also needs to be more familiar with the power of ki and develop as many uses of ki as possible. The evolution of mankind has started again because Ji Xinghe awakened the ability of the gift on his own, but Ji Xinghe is not the only pioneer. Everyone who has received a gift in the Federation is a pioneer in the evolution of mankind. In the process of going from unfamiliar to familiar, the best of the human race who have popularized higher education, working together and brainstorming, are catching up with the Empire's lead in ki and gifts at a rapid pace. 300 years? Thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Mu, who was a step late, saw that Nurse Wang had completed the treatment and turned away, and couldn't help asking, "Really, don't you want to say a few words?" He arrived at base number 6 with Ji Xinghe, and he knew very well how much Nurse Wang took care of Ji Xinghe at the beginning. But this time after Ji Xinghe came to base number 6, Nurse Wang never went to find Ji Xinghe, but just watched from afar again and again. Just like today, Shen Mu, who has obtained the third stage of the gift, has greatly improved his perception ability. From a distance, he saw her looking at her from afar. He felt an emotion that can be described as missing, just like a parent, looking at a child who has been away for half a lifetime, familiar and strange, wanting to get close but worried that the child is no longer the boy who once snuggled up to him. Hearing Shen Mu's voice, Nurse Wang paused, turned around and saw Shen Mu's smiling face. She also laughed and said softly, "The child has grown up and is fighting for the cause that her father, mother, and grandfather insist on. This is also the cause that I insist on. Why should we bother each other?" Shen Mu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed again. He saluted Nurse Wang. The mechanics next to him did not understand the origin of these two sentences, but they saluted like Shen Mu. Because Shen Mu was a lieutenant colonel, because Nurse Wang cured their wounded, and because they all insisted on a common cause. "Take care, Auntie Wang. Come often." "What nonsense are you talking about? Auntie Wang will come to treat you next time. You are mentally ill, can't you come if you don't treat your illness or heal your wounds? I heard that Auntie Wang is still single." Come on, young man, lift this protective armor and install it. It's more than 800 kilograms, brother. "I can't lift it." "You also know that you can't do it." "I'll do it." Shen Mu took a few steps forward, grabbed and lifted his hands, and there was no obvious force. The protective armor with a standard weight of more than 800 kilograms on the Azure Star was lifted up by him. He stepped on the maintenance ladder with very steady steps and appeared on the chest of a pangolin. With a click, it was tightly closed. Without the help of maintenance tools, he looked a bit like Ji Xinghe, who is repairing a mecha at this moment. But the people around him were not thinking about this. "But, boss, are you really coming?" "I'm done." "No, boss, we're talking about that, which that is that." Shen Mu's expression was calm, but he had a sense of majesty without anger, which made the people around him laugh awkwardly, and he also laughed. "Do it." Shen Mu jumped down the maintenance ladder, waved his hand and left to the parking area not far away. The parking area in the machine repair area usually only parked mechas. The 30 Marcus A-class aircraft that were dragged back by the logistics troops and the dust storm had been checked when they were seized. The signal shielding device was activated throughout the process of arriving at the base. There was no need to worry that the Empire could obtain the precise coordinate information of base number 6 through these mechas. However, in the previous battle, the Empire had determined the precise coordinate information of base number 6 within a range of 3 kilometers. Considering the area occupied by base number 6, if the Empire's troops can successfully reach the area, they can dig out the underground shell of base number 6 with hard work. If base number 6 cannot build an effective defense, the Empire only needs to send out more about 100 mechas to determine the main entrance and exit of base number 6 within an hour and launch a fatal attack. In order to prevent the Empire from having such an opportunity, base number 6 needs more mechas. All the Imperial mechas that the Independent Regiment had previously destroyed in the robbery support operations were taken away by the war zone where the battlefield was located. After the calculation, they were converted into the materials needed by base number 6. Among these materials, there are many resources specifically for the transformation of Imperial mechas. Really good, the damage caused by Xinghe's destruction is comparable to that of the old man. Shen Mu only took a short time to complete the preliminary inspection of 30 Marcus armors. All of them were fatal in one blow. The wounds were very small compared to the size of the mechas. Even if they were repaired, they were still flaws of these Marcus armors, or the independent regiment's mountain-cutting mechas. Judging from the average combat power displayed by the Imperial Marcus armors and Earl armors, there is no need to worry too much. Flaws: Ji Xinghe has them. When using shields and Xinyu thorns as weapons, as long as the Empire mechas use the larger and heavier tungsten steel gold weapons to hit the Xinyu thorns, it will be enough to make the champion Marcus lose his lethality in a short time. However, none of the 30 Marcus armors could avoid the shields used by Ji Xinghe, let alone hit the Xinyu thorns. Even the champion Marcus could not hit them. Therefore, whether there is a flaw is one thing, whether the flaw can be found is another, and whether the flaw can be effectively used is a matter of life and death. Move, move, everyone move, Shen Mu shouted, like the boss of a slaughterhouse, giving the order to a group of butchers who were talking to pigs to start slaughtering. Facing the motionless mechas, the mechanics were indeed like butchers. At this moment, their combat effectiveness was much stronger than that of the mecha warriors. With exquisite skills, professional tools, and the overall increase brought by the first stage per capita, they dismantled the seemingly intact Marcus armor like locusts passing through, and then, like worker ants, they separated the parts that needed to be replaced in an orderly manner, placed the parts that needed to be installed in place, and conducted a more in-depth and detailed inspection of the interior of the Marcus armor. Not fast enough, or not fast enough, haven't you eaten? Ah. If you haven't eaten, go eat. Don't occupy the toilet without taking a shit. Shen Mu no longer needs to do it himself at this time, and is more inclined to the command side. In addition to the fact that there is really no room for him to play in this kind of transformation and repair, it is also because more and better mechanics soldiers need to be trained. How can you grow without the opportunity to get started? Just like the mecha warriors of the independent regiment. From this point of view, Shen Mu is more like the current Ji Xinghe. His roar is like the queen ant issuing orders, allowing a group of worker ants to carry out modification and repair operations at a faster speed. When I tell you to be quick, doesn't that mean you'll be useless and have a crippled hands? The interface of the intelligent core can't even get stuck, and you still want to be the king of mechanics mentality. I've told you many times, keep your mind steady, and stay calm no matter what the situation is. There's plenty of time now, and you still have a chance to practice when we encounter a large-scale war. Whether it's a mecha we need to repair, or a mecha we captured that needs to be modified and repaired, we need to complete the job as perfectly as possible as quickly as possible. Is it comfortable to stay in the base? Our comfort is earned by the lives of our soldiers. Our role is to ensure that they can survive on the battlefield, that they can have mechas to participate in the war, and that their mechas are in the most perfect condition possible. This is their war, and it's also our war. The repair tools in our hands are our weapons. Our maintenance skills are our combat awareness. Do you think I'm noisy? That's right, you can't even stand my nagging. When the all-out war begins, you'll see with your own eyes that the cockpit of the mecha you need to repair is full of the flesh and blood of our mecha warriors. Can you still repair the mecha? Hurry up, no mistakes can be made. If anyone makes a mistake, I will do what the old man did to Sichuan and make sure you never have a chance to repair the mecha again. The artificial pressure not only covered this area, but the entire machine repair area seemed to be affected by Shen Mu's trash talk. Although the number of seized mechas was too small, the machine repair area of base number 6 did not have the resources to mass-produce the pangolins. But they could use the ultra-high precision machine tools, mechanical arms, and even the files and other tools in their hands equipped in the machine repair area to continuously manufacture the related parts needed to repair the pangolins and transform the imperial mechas. If you can make it yourself, and if you can't make it, ask Nanshanman for it. The first time that Ji Xinghe led a real war zone as a commander, it had already begun at this moment or even many days ago. For a mecha, if you want to complete the victory by defeating the imperial mecha, you must rely on more than just the superb operation of the mecha warriors, and more than just the weapons used by the mecha. For the mecha, every maneuver is completed by almost all the parts that make up the mecha, working together to complete it. Medical area, machine repair area, command center, logistics troops. These are all the parts that make up the second war zone. Only with their joint efforts and full operation can the second war zone become a powerful war machine, and the independent regiment can be like a weapon in the hands of the mecha, without having to consider the internal operating principles of the body. Just take action and then hit it deadly. and for these components, there is no need to worry that their efforts or even desperate efforts will go to waste. Because the one driving this war machine is Ji Xinghe, prisoner's cell. Li Xinghe looked at Wu Chen and the 11th king, whom he had met several times before, and his mood was actually a bit complicated, because at that time and afterwards, although he had never given up the idea of returning to the alien planet, he knew very well that the chance of realizing this ideal was very slim. He even feared the day when he returned to the alien planet, and he was afraid of being taken to the alien planet by Emperor Wu Ii. "You can talk to your father now," Li Xinghe spoke softly, and his voice and his appearance did not bring back the memories of Wu Chen and the 11th king, because they could not recognize the current Li Xinghe, and his voice was obviously different from before. They even thought that Li Xinghe was just a federal staff officer with low combat effectiveness who was worried about being injured by the caged ones, so he wore a single soldier exoskeleton armor to interrogate them. Ignoring Li Xinghe, the two gorillas looked at a screen placed in the center outside the two cages. Based on a dedicated line that the second war zone and King Zhendong would not destroy for the time being, the communication was successfully established, allowing King Zhendong to appear on the screen. The two sun gorillas were a little excited. "Father, we are fine for the time being. Father, I'm sorry, we failed." Wearing the imperial royal robe, King Zhendong, who seemed to be in a dark room, had a blank expression on his face. He ignored his two sons and didn't care that he had already paid for 30 Marcus armors for this communication. He stared at Li Xinghe standing between the two cages. He asked, "Is it you?" This question made King 11 and Wu Chen look at Li Xinghe at the same time. Their expressions and eyes gradually became astonished. Li Xinghe laughed, but the screen on his visor did not show any emoticons. After he asked Xinghe to help reset it, he could control his expressions. It was indeed inappropriate to show various expressions during negotiations. "It's me." His voice was calm and somewhat mechanical, not revealing his emotions at all. "It's you?" King Zhendong sighed. His expression became complicated. "I now understand why my nephew was unwilling to kill you and let you go," Li Xinghe replied, "because the value of a Dakang is much greater than my staying in the empire." "Is that really the case?" King Zhendong asked back. Before Li Xinghe could answer, Wu Chen and King 11 were completely awakened and spoke in surprise. "Human, are you that human?" They still didn't know Li Xinghe's real name. In the empire, Li Xinghe had always been called human by them according to the way Emperor Wu Ii called him. Li Xinghe looked at Wu Chen, then at King 11, and his tone became majestic. "I have taught you that a teacher is a father for life. Shouldn't you call me teacher?" Wu Chen and the 11th king were silent. Li Xinghe looked at the king of Zhendong and asked the same question, "Should you also call me teacher?" The king of Zhendong remained silent. Everyone who was listening outside the cell was stunned. Chapter 733 Overturning the Table. Ji Xinghe was not surprised at all. He quietly watched the screen and the voices from the cell coming from the speaker. "Teacher." When the king of Zhendong called out this title that shocked people even more, Wu Chen and the 11th king followed closely and called out the same title, but it had no effect, even though their tone was stronger. "Teacher, teacher." "Yes," Li Xinghe responded softly. He had the initiative in this negotiation, which might not make any sense, or it might mean a lot. "They have been learning from me for a shorter time, and you have been learning from me for a longer time." Li Xinghe looked at the king of Zhendong and said in the tone of a strict teacher facing a bad student, "I told you that your nephew's attitude towards this war is more casual than your attitude towards your two sons. Why do you still think that it will really give you, the king of Zhendong of the empire, an opportunity to make immortal contributions?" The king of Zhendong was inexplicably nervous. Although it was still confident that as long as Li Xinghe stood in front of it, it could easily kill Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe could not become a mecha warrior as strong as Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, and then appear in front of it. But force is not everything in this world. Knowledge is endless and eternal. In its eyes, Li Xinghe is undoubtedly a wise man, and a wise man who has learned from the Federation and the Empire. "I have never believed in my nephew." King Zhendong quickly eliminated some of the tension in his heart, and said in a calm tone with some majesty, "But even if I don't trust him, I can't think that he would tell you the news of this jump base, and you didn't tell the Federation, but only told Ji Xinghe. Speaking of it, it's really not King Zhendong's fault. It's not that it didn't think that Emperor Wu Ii would cheat it and use it to complete certain plans. But no matter how you look at it, when the Federation learned that there was an imperial jump base in the second canyon, It would inevitably mobilize a large number of troops to block it, just like what the Federation did in the Battle Scar Canyon. Before the dust storm began, it had already reached the second canyon and conducted a certain degree of reconnaissance. Even without the high-altitude reconnaissance capability brought by air superiority, it can be fully seen that the Federation did not have any special mobilization of troops. Ji Xinghe arrived at base number 6 in advance. Regarding this point, Kings Hendong and Kings Henan have both received very perfect explanations. It's a power struggle. They don't believe the words of equal human rights shouted by the Federation during the war. Besides, the imperial force represented by a jump base is far beyond what Ji Xinghe and an independent regiment can stop. Not to mention the large number of mecha troops. If a few space battleships are casually mobilized, the independent regiment can only watch them fly away from the surface of the alien planet. The Federation space fleet, which was not prepared in time, may also watch the Empire's space battleships successfully fly into space. After careful consideration, Kings Hendong felt that the Federation could not know that there was a jump base in the second canyon, so he easily sent his 2 sons. Just tell Ji Xinghe. Li Hangfen's tone was full of smiles. He didn't look like a human whose 90% body parts were all mechanized, but rather like a human wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor. Perhaps, you can ask your nephew to send out a few space battleships from your jump base to try. Kings Hendong certainly wouldn't be fooled by Li Hangfen's words. Although I don't have the ability to detect high altitudes in the sky, I'm sure that there is no space fleet of yours above the second canyon. Kings Hendong also laughed. Teacher, are you going to use the empty city plan on me? From the perspective of age, Kings Hendong is more than enough to be the grandfather of Li Hangfen's grandfather. From the perspective of status, even if Li Anbang is still the commander-in-chief of the Federation alien planet and has the influence of the only marshal of the Federation, Li Hangfen can't compare with Kings Hendong, one of the 4 kings of the Empire. The reason for the different systems. So when people heard Kings Hendong call out the title of teacher again, and his tone was very ordinary, as if he was really facing his teacher, they were once again stunned. This Iron Man is really something. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. I taught you that. Li Hangfen's tone turned calm, but to Kings Hendong, there was a sense of expectation. Really? Kings Hendong really couldn't figure it out. This is the disadvantage of not having air superiority. Judging from the deployment of ground forces, the Federation is very likely not to know that there is a jump base in the second canyon, and naturally will not send a space fleet to set up a blockade in the airspace above the second canyon. So, where does Li Hangfen's confidence come from? Or where does Ji Xinghe's confidence come from? Former, the commander of the Eastern Kanglong fleet of the Federation Space Fleet. Former, the commander-in-chief of the Federation Alien Star. Kings Hendong thought of Li Hangfen's previous identity and Li Anbang's previous identity, and seemed to understand something. Putting it in another's shoes, if it and one of its sons had these 2 identities, how could they not mobilize a space fleet? As long as there is a space fleet to contain, with the flight speed of the Federation space battleship, and the various orbital-level firepower output platforms deployed by the Federation in the alien space. With timely support, there will be no problem in completing the layout of the blockade. Ji Xinghe also has the title of Plunderer. He has previously snatched 2 space battleships from the Empire. One of them has been transformed and is now in the independent regiment. Let's not try it, teacher. I believe you. Kings Hendong called out this title for the 3rd time, and then changed the subject, but my nephew doesn't really believe you. And it really has many space battleships. Li Hangfen did not comment and directly changed the subject. I will handle the matter between your nephew and me myself. Now let me talk about you and us, okay? Kings Hendong nodded. My sincerity has been shown. I can also give you a piece of news. Kings Henan is about to dispatch a large number of troops to the battle zone of the Mountain of Guts, and will definitely break through your blockade. Your great general, commander-in-chief is so stupid that he actually believed that Kings Henan would negotiate with him and missed the opportunity to deploy a tighter defense line before the dust storm began. He can't stop it. You may have to support them. Someone will handle its affairs. Li Hangfen did not accept Kings Hendong's kindness. As if he was not worried at all, he said calmly, when are you going to let your descendants receive the gift of Ji Xinghe? 3 days later, Kings Hendong said neatly, I will let them bring 300 Marcus armors and 1,200 conventional mechas to attack your occupied areas. If you can eat the gifts I give you, I will also give them the gift of the third realm. If Li Xinghe had realized, his pupils would be slightly shrunken at this moment. This was different from the deal proposed by the king of Zhendong. 300 Marcus armor and 1,200 conventional mechas theoretically exceeded the combat power limit of the independent regiment. Even if they could win, it would be a miserable victory. According to the intelligence obtained before, in addition to the 30 Marcus armor that had been captured and the 300 Marcus armor that were about to participate in the battle, the king of Zhendong still had at least 270 Marcus armor. The number of Earl armor and Prince armor was not clear. How should the independent regiment, which had won a miserable victory, face these mecha troops that might appear soon after? After all, he was the king of Zhendong of the empire. How could he be led by the nose by himself? Okay, Li Xinghe responded without any hesitation, as if he didn't take these mecha troops of the empire seriously at all. This performance made the king of Zhendong hesitate in his heart, but at this point, he could only bite the bullet. It has little to do with the initiative of this transaction, and it has little to do with its deepest ambitions. If it does not make a proper response when it has already lost some of its troops, then the jump base of the second canyon will no longer belong to it. Emperor Wui's eyesight was not affected by the alien dust storm. Then I wish you can get what you want, teacher. The communication ended here. King Zhendong never looked at his two sons from beginning to end, even though his two sons were important bargaining chips for the transaction. No matter how important the bargaining chips are, they are just bargaining chips after all. No matter how good the cards are, they are just cards after all. As long as you have the ability to overturn the table, who will give face to the gambling god? Wu Chen and the 11th king became more and more silent. They had foreseen King Zhendong's reaction, but they still felt very uncomfortable. When seeing Li Xinghe was about to leave, Wu Chen suddenly asked, "Teacher, Ji Xinghe, did you really come to the alien planet to avenge his son?" Li Xinghe did not turn his head back and kept walking. "Yes," the 11th king then asked, "Is Ji Xinghe the only offspring of Ji Xinghe?" "Yes," Wu Chen asked again. "If Ji Xinghe were captured alive, what would Ji Xinghe do?" Li Xinghe's footsteps finally stopped. He turned around and looked at the two gorillas in the cage who were tightly bound by super alloy chains. "If Ji Xinghe is your father, he would have come to the space now. He could have fought his way in, or he could have surrendered and was prepared to die. But unfortunately, Ji Xinghe can't be your father, and you can't be Ji Xinghe's son." The 11th king took a deep breath. "Teacher, will we die?" Li Xinghe hesitated for a moment before answering, "If your father's other descendants successfully accept Ji Xinghe's gift, and after returning, ask your father to confirm that humans can give you gifts, then, you will have a chance to survive." Wu Chen glanced at the 11th king, and noticed that the 11th king had just asked about we instead of I, which was completely different from its understanding of the 11th king and the 11th king's understanding of him. It looked at Li Xinghe again, and after Li Xinghe answered the question, it asked, "Is the gift that Ji Xinghe gave to Liu the same as the gift we received?" "It's the same." Wu Chen also used this word, and asked, "How can we improve our chances of survival, pray?" Li Xinghe turned around when he answered, and added when he raised his foot to leave, "Pray to Ji Xinghe." The two imperial prince gorillas in the cell really couldn't do anything. They were different from Liu and other apes. They were born in the royal family and had the wealth and glory that Liu and other apes once envied, but these wealth and glory have now become a burden to them. Can't get rid of it. As for inflatable gorillas and experimental gorillas like Caseman and Bilrosi IV, with their strength in the 5th stage, they do have some value. But does the current federation really need it? The efforts of Nurse Wang, Su Chuanian, and others have made the value of Wu Chen and the 11th king less and less. Compared with the risks brought by their survival, it is really not worth mentioning. I will never forget the jailbreak video I saw when I just got the existence of Qi. The strength of the imperial prince is about the same as these two gorillas, right, outside the prison. Chen Sun's tone was very emotional. He was known as a sharpshooter, and his trust in firearms was like the trust of mecha warriors in mechas. But that day, he saw a gorilla who was not afraid of conventional firearms at all. He killed dozens of soldiers almost in the hail of bullets, including several elite soldiers wearing individual exoskeleton armor. Unconventional firearms? With his ability at the time, he could not lock on the imperial prince gorilla in the video, let alone other people. "Don't worry, the old man won't give them a chance," Su Chuanian responded excitedly, then looked at Ji Xinghe with expectation and asked, "Commander, can I join the battle?" Ji Xinghe, who had remained silent, nodded. Su Chuanayan asked for the cripple who is not present. What about the cripple? Ji Xinghe nodded again. The imperial mecha force that exceeds the theoretical limit of the independent regiment must naturally be dealt with by the combat power that the independent regiment does not have in theory. Ji Xinghe did not want to surprise the empire and chose to be upright, but Su Chuanayan and the cripple will definitely be able to surprise the empire. Liu Mian was a little worried. Commander, do you really have to fight directly? This is completely different from what we expected before. It is not a small-scale encounter, and it is difficult for us to fully play our advantages. Large-scale group battles are a big test for us. If we can't stop them, the rear will be empty. While speaking, Li Xinghe had already come over and just heard Liu Mian's worries. He saw Ji Xinghe imitating the commander's appearance and keeping silent when his subordinates were making plans, and he laughed. Oh, this smile is actually a bit weird, because the 5-pointed star on his face armor screen is scarlet. But in the eyes of the people present, there is no bloody and terrifying feeling, because this scarlet 5-pointed star is the red star that the federal mecha warriors regard as honor. We must fight. If we don't, the Empire's spaceships will really come, Li Xinghe explained. Although the arrangements we made over the second canyon are effective, we don't want to see our spaceships shot down. How could Li Xinghe, who concealed the fact that there was a jump base in the second canyon, not have made preparations for this? Even if Li Xinghe and Ji Xinghe dared to gamble, Li Yuanba would not let them gamble. Liu Mian was still very worried. But even if General Li Yuanba came to support, according to our previous plan, he couldn't bring too many mechas. The Death Storm has a great impact on the light of divine punishment. We have lost our most effective means of attack in large-scale mecha group battles. The Empire's mecha advantage is by no means just the 300 Marcus armors and 1,200 conventional standard mechas. Consultant Li, I think we should at least be more prepared to ensure that we are able to complete our cause when the commander cannot participate in the war. Instead of destroying the defense line forged with the lives of tens of millions of soldiers who sacrificed on this planet because of our cause, others were no longer excited about the upcoming war, and their expressions became as worried as Liu Mian's. Because Liu Mian said a fact that they had subconsciously ignored just now, Ji Xinghe could not participate in the war. Without Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, can it really hold down the king of Xiandong who is about to overturn the table? Can it really break their limits? Chapter 734 We will all take action. This time, even Ji Xinghe couldn't say, I'll do it. Because the reason why Ji Xinghe couldn't participate in the war was because of her, which also meant that she was also the culprit who caused the independent regiment to suffer a tragic defeat after a tragic victory. In order to let Ji Xinghe successfully demonstrate the controlling armor with key plus armor clone technique, the most important part of completing the transaction about a complete empire jump base. That is, let the king of Xiandong believe that Ji Xinghe has mastered the ability of inheritance, and even let Emperor Wu I believe this. Ji Xinghe's only mecha Xinghe armor now will be handed over to Xinghe for use in subsequent battles. Of course, for Qin Tong, Harris, Liu Mian and others who didn't know the existence of Xinghe, Ji Xinghe's Xinghe armor was given to Ji Xinghe to use. So Ji Xinghe was bound to take the blame. Although I also think that Li Yuanba can't replace the commander to lead the independent regiment, it's still a bit sad that you don't trust him so much. Li Xinghe's tone of voice when he said this was not sad at all, but with some smiles, which was completely opposite to the worried expressions of others. He looked at Ji Xinghe, feeling a little regretful that his visor was not good at simulating some eyes and expressions, but he believed that Ji Xinghe must understand what he meant. Do you want to tell us part of your trump card in advance? Ji Xinghe did understand what Li Xinghe meant by turning his head. He did have a few trump cards even though he could not participate in the battle. One of them was the reason why Li Xinghe could still maintain his confidence at this moment, Xinghe. Although communication shielding devices are not uncommon, fighting in the second canyon under the influence of the dust storm, as long as Ji Xinghe did not participate in the battle, the possibility of the Empire using such devices was so low that it could be ignored. If it was really used, how could the Imperial mecha without the command system be the opponent of the independent regiment that could be described as close and intimate with each other? If not used, Xinghe could use the supercomputer that she could transport to the vicinity of the battlefield at any time to provide strong computing power support, and use the communication matrix to achieve one person's army. But this trump card is like another trump card nobody, and it cannot be used publicly. In other words, it is not suitable to be used publicly now. As for the other trump cards, as Li Hengfen turned his head, everyone looked at Ji Xinghe. Li Yumian took a deep breath to calm down, and then said with a hint of hesitation, "Commander, we still have time now." When they don't call him old man, it means that this is a very formal and important decision-making period. The time he mentioned is to report the real situation to Nanshinmen. In terms of the delivery capabilities of the Federation, which has mastered air supremacy, as long as the situation is explained today, the second war zone will be able to get more than 3,000 mechas before the war, and there is a high possibility that there will be an independent regiment among them. Although there is a risk of being shot down by the space battleships responsible for delivering troops, with the combat power and configuration of the independent regiment, it is entirely possible to make the 5-kilometer area around the number 6 base a temporary safe zone. Beyond this distance, even if the Empire has ultra-long-range ballistic missiles, it is difficult to penetrate the cover brought by the dust storm and accurately lock the Federation space battleships that take off and land quickly. The period of true isolation and helplessness is when the Empire sends a large number of troops to surround base number 6 as before, and the independent regiment cannot clear a relatively safe area. The takeoff and landing of space battleship spacecrafts is very dangerous. Ji Xinghe is very clear about what Liu Mian did not say, and he is also very clear that this kind of disagreement is very normal. The team is large, and they are all outstanding people. How can there not be disagreements? Under the same goal, there are also different paths. Different ways of implementation do not mean that the final goal will be different. This is also the reason why he didn't want to be a commander before, but now he has to be one, and he should not remain silent at this time. But he still chose to remain silent, just looking at Ji Xinghe who was standing there with his head held high and looking at him with a look that others could not understand. So, people's eyes focused on Ji Xinghe. The key point of this battle is not whether there are reinforcements in the second theater, nor how much strength the king of Zhendong has to flip the table, and whether he will send a second Mecha Corps to participate in the battle. It's not even about whether Ji Xinghe can join the battle, but whether Ji Xinghe, who will replace Ji Xinghe, can, like Ji Xinghe, help the independent regiment to win while minimizing casualties. Destroying 30 Marcus armors alone, defeating 2 Prince armors with Ji Xinghe's deterrence, and the armor clone technique that is said to have been mastered are not enough to make people believe that Ji Xinghe can replace Ji Xinghe. For the independent regiment, Ji Xinghe is really not just a galaxy-class mecha warrior, nor is he just a flag. Old man, please don't be like this. Sichuan summoned up the courage to speak. Although others dared not speak, or it was difficult to speak, they all used their eyes to support what Sichuan meant by this sentence. As an advisor to the independent regiment's second war zone, Li Hengfen's authority seems to be there and not there, but his story is enough to make him have the greatest courage in the audience, even greater than Ji Xinghe. If Li Yuanba sees this, he will ask you that question again. Li Hengfen looked at Ji Xinghe, but said to Ji Xinghe, and no matter how your answer, he will not be satisfied. Huh? People who don't know what kind of story there is between Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe, and Li Anbang have some questions in their hearts, but no one thinks or explores at this time. Instead, they use their eyes to express their slightly dissatisfied attitude. Because they all know why Ji Xinghe looks at Ji Xinghe like this at this time. Ji Xinghe continued to remain silent, but there was some change in his eyes when he looked at Ji Xinghe. When he was about to say something about the decision, Ji Xinghe had already noticed this. She laughed and made a loud sound. It doesn't matter, I'm here. People hesitated to speak, and there was obvious dissatisfaction in Ji Xinghe's eyes. This is not the same as the answer he wanted. So he is still different from Li Anbang. He looked away from Ji Xinghe, and looked at everyone around him one by one, and then said, please believe in her as you believe in me. Yes, people responded. At this point, Li Yumian and others stopped talking and began to think about how to arrange tactics. Advisor Li, Ji Xinghe looked at Li Hengfen's visor screen without any content displayed, and said calmly, help them to make a plan. Okay. The temporary meeting ended, and the senior officials of the second war zone began to perform their duties. Li Hengfen, who accepted the task of making a battle plan, did not bury his head in the documents at the first time. Instead, when people began to prepare for war, he asked Li Yuanba not to come to support in front of Ji Xinghe. There was only communication between Ji Xinghe, Li Hengfen, and Li Yuanba, but there was actually a fourth person. Why, you came, but there was no corresponding troop mobilization, so they knew we had a problem. Then solve the problem directly. I don't think King Zhendong can really give us a complete jump base. After all, the jump gate of the jump base needs to be opened in both directions, and Emperor Wu Ii has the ability to close another jump base on the Empire Star at any time, as the Federation occupied the Battle Scar Canyon and cleared out all the Imperial troops in it. More power can be invested in the research of the Empire jump base there, and naturally some results can be obtained. For example, what Li Yuanba said at this time. Li Zhangfen's tone was somewhat helpless. The Empire does not have the ability to build a fourth jump base on an alien planet. If this one is closed, there will really only be the one on the Mountain of Gods. If it were you, would you close it? Yes, Li Yuanba said in a dissatisfied tone. I would also blow up the Empire Star directly. Li Zhangfen could only look at Ji Xinghe next to him for support. Are you 2 3-year-old children? Ji Xinghe scolded, and then said, listen to your brother. After the two brothers were speechless, Li Zhangfen talked about his thoughts. In fact, I have always believed that wars in the interstellar era should not rely on mechas, nor should they be limited to the ground, let alone fighting with mechas and cold weapons. This is simply reversing history. With just one sentence, Li Zhangfen offended the only 2 Galaxy-class mecha warriors in the Federation, but he was really not afraid. But after all, we are not on the real interstellar era, and the environment of alien planets is relatively complicated, so there are not many problems in fighting like this. So, if we fight like this, what should we rely on to win? Since it is a reversal of history, we have to go back and see how the wars using cold weapons were fought and won in ancient times. Combined with the battles we have won now, how they were fought. It is easy to draw a conclusion: whoever is strong can win. How can the weak side win? I like what the old man said: how to defeat the strong with the weak? Only by using the strong to defeat the weak. And our strength lies in Ji Rongzhenyu and Xingyu. Li Yuanba took a deep breath. It would be better if you could talk less nonsense. Ji Xinghe was also slightly dissatisfied. Although he was very old, and 9 out of 10 old people would be more verbose than when they were young, it was better to be concise when he was a commander and was fighting. Li Zhangfen noticed it, but didn't care at all. Who can understand how much he wanted to talk to humans during those years on the Empire Star? I still remember how desperate we were when we actually encountered the Empire on the alien planet. Those guerrilla soldiers who ran like they were flying brought us despair. Li Zhangfen continued to talk. In the past, our carrying capacity was very weak, and our industrial capacity on alien planets was also very poor. Let alone various orbital ballistic missile launch platforms, let alone space battleships. We didn't even have many tanks and armored vehicles, and could only use alien exploration vehicles as tanks and armor. Electronic and information-based warfare does not exist because a good cook cannot cook without rice. All we can rely on are guns and bullets. But our soldiers have to wear bulky aerospace protective clothing. Even though the gravity on alien planets is very low, their movements are severely restricted. The clumsy hand guards make it difficult for them to pull the trigger, and the clumsy big heads of the protective clothing make it difficult for them to aim. But those guerrillas are different. The protective clothing they wear is very simple and flexible. They run very fast, shoot very accurately, and charge at our positions without fear of death. Li Zhangfen, who noticed that Li Yuanba's anger value was rising significantly, stopped recalling helplessly. Fortunately, we have developed mechas based on individual exoskeleton armor. We can run rampant on the battlefield and easily hit the target with the automatic aiming system. The emergence of humanoid tanks has enabled us to stand firm on the alien planet and gain enough time to make our carrying capacity stronger and stronger. But the Empire has also developed mechas. The guns and firepower weapons used by our mechas before are of little use when facing mechas. The automatic aiming system is also difficult to accurately lock in front of the stealth coating of the mecha. In order to complete the destruction, the number of bullets required is very large, which is difficult to carry and will increase the size of the mecha and reduce the flexibility of the mecha. Therefore, the battle of the mecha has become mainly cold weapon battles, and the matching firepower output system has become auxiliary. Li Zhangfen changed the subject when Li Yuanba's anger value climbed to the limit and was about to explode. But now it's different. We have electromagnetic rifles, bullets made of tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold, and nuclear fusion reactors for mechas. Li Zhangfen laughed. Oh, there are 6 Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifles in the base, all of which are given to Xingyu. Li Zhangfen said, sometimes, there is no need to look so far ahead, just take one step at a time. With Xingayu's ability and the 6-arm mode of the regular form of Xingayu armor, she can achieve the goal of a one-man army even if she doesn't use the one-man army mode. Well said, Xingayu's voice suddenly sounded, and she was extremely excited. Even with the resources of the independent regiment, the number of electromagnetic rifles that can be built is very small, and if you want to use this high-energy driven weapon, you must match it with a nuclear fusion reactor. The number of mechas with nuclear fusion reactors in the Federation is too small. Stop reversing history. What power did guns have in the ancient era of cold weapon warfare? What kind of damage could mechas cause to infantry when they appeared in an era without mechas? Xingayu can do it by combining the two. Li Hangfen's tone became high-spirited, and he said, "It's time for conventional standard mechas to withdraw from the stage of history. Both ours and the Empire's. Mechas will become tanks in the Blue Star War 200 years ago, supersonic fighters 150 years ago, stealth strategic bombers 100 years ago, and space battleships 50 years ago. All these saved resources should be used to build space battleships, and then open up a new era, a true era of interstellar war." The only Galaxy-class mecha warriors of the two federations were offended at the same time once again. Ji Xinghe was not good at saying anything, but Li Yuanba was blunt. "If you haven't woken up yet, go to sleep. You are talking nonsense. I just want to ask you, Xingayu's electromagnetic rifle is scrapped and the bullets are empty. The so-called transaction of King's Hendong is just to buy time like the so-called negotiation of King's Henan. When the combat power of the independent regiment and the combat power of the second war zone are reduced, the whole army will attack. How are you going to fight?" Li Hangfen wanted to say some nonsense, but he knew his brother's temper very well, so he chose to be concise. He said, "It doesn't matter, the old man will take action." Li Yuanba was speechless. His current combat power is indeed far inferior to Ji Xinghe, because he has just mastered the power of Qi. And there is still a long way to go before he can master the gift ability, and his key is only in the second stage. Ji Xinghe was also speechless because this sentence was what he had said before. Time seemed to go back to that time, and Xingayu made an important supplement. "It doesn't matter, Colonel Ji Rongzhen and I will also take action, and I will continue to take action. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 735, Invite Ji to Buddha again. What the mecha warriors want is, of course, the best mecha. What the fleet commander wants is, of course, the best space battleship. But this is just a difference of opinion, not a conflict of will. They have always been consistent in their goals. Including the war faction and the peace faction of the Federation, it is just a difference rather than a contradiction. Who doesn't want a real victory? It's just that people have different ideas about how to achieve a real victory. Some people think that the already torn fist should be retracted, replaced with indestructible gloves and then blasted out, or pick up a gun. Some people think that science should be believed. Since the action of force is mutual, how good can the Empire be when the fist of the Federation is already torn? Retracting it can indeed repair the injury and pick up new weapons, but will the Empire stagnate and wait for the arrival of the Iron Fist? The fist of the Federation has not been retracted yet, and the fist of the Empire has already hit it, and it is stronger than before. After King Xiandong expressed to Li Hangfen that he wanted to overturn the table, he used the jump communication technology to contact King Xianan, who is in the war zone of the God's Mountain. "I'm going to take action, what do you say?" "Take action?" The King of Xianan was very surprised. "Your two sons have been captured, don't you want to find a way to rescue them first?" The King of Xiandong was too lazy to explain, but he had to explain. "Ji Xinghe has most likely guessed that we have a jump base in the second canyon, but until now he has not told the Nanshanmen of the Federation about this news. I think he wants to take a big gamble to pave the way for him to become the commander-in-chief of the Federation's alien planet. This is our chance. If we don't take action now, I doubt how long the humans under his command can keep this news secret." This explanation is both true and false. The King of Xiandong, who had communicated with Li Hangfen, has confirmed that Ji Xinghe had already known that the Empire had built a jump base in the second canyon, and he was deceived by his nephew, the Emperor. But he couldn't tell the King of Xianan about this, because he didn't trust his half-brother. He even thought that the king of Xianan was also involved in deceiving him. He guessed right, but unfortunately there was no reward. How could Ji Xinghe guess that? The king of Xianan was still playing dumb. As far as I know, your two sons are still pretty good at talking, saying that they'll reach the second canyon through a miniaturized jump gate. Moreover, if Ji Xinghe really guessed this, how could he not tell the south gate of the Federation? Isn't he afraid that we will send space battleships to break through their blockade from the second canyon? You really don't know? It was difficult for the king of Xiandong to see what the problem was from the king of Xianan's expression and eyes. He wanted to say that the Li family represented by Li Hangfan was fully capable of bypassing the south gate to blockade the sky above the second canyon, so this was not a problem. But how could he say that? Whether Ji Xinghe has guessed it or not, I'm going to take action. The anti-galaxy core composed of 300 Marcus armors will be the main force, and the conventional mecha core composed of 1,200 conventional grade standard mechas, and the noble mechas leading the mecha core will be the auxiliary. 3 days later, we will attack the Federation base number 6 where Ji Xinghe is located. From the perspective of military strength, there are indeed some advantages, King Xianan asked, but what about Ji Xinghe? You have to know that one Ji Xinghe can match a mecha core. King Xiandong stared at King Xianan's eyes, his tone solemn, so you'd better take action too, put enough pressure on the Federation in the Mountain of Gods, and let the federal forces in the Mountain of Gods ask Ji Xinghe for help. Even let Nanshanmen give Ji Xinghe an order to support the Mountain of Gods. If Ji Xinghe guessed that there was a jump base in the second canyon, how could he come to the Mountain of Gods for support? Whether he supports it or not is his business, and whether we take action or not is our business. King Xiandong's tone was full of sarcasm. You don't want to see Ji Xinghe become the commander-in-chief of the Federation, right? That would indeed be a disaster. The tone of the king of Xianan also became serious, and he began to talk about his thoughts. But my negotiations with the Federation can still last for a long time, and we can buy a lot of time. According to the intelligence we have learned, there are only Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment in the Federation base number 6, and the other troops are dispensable. Why can't we use the time when I negotiate with the Federation to use a small-scale mecha encounter to weaken Ji Xinghe's power as much as possible? You also said that Ji Xinghe wants to gamble big. He wants to be the commander-in-chief of the Federation, and wants to enjoy the military merit of conquering one of our jump bases alone. Even if he guessed it, he should be willing to fight a small-scale encounter with you. As for those people under him, I don't think you need to worry. Ji Xinghe has leadership charisma, just like our father. Although he was reluctant to say this metaphor, the king of Xianan really couldn't think of a more appropriate one. He couldn't say that Ji Xinghe was like their nephew Emperor Wu Ii, or their brother Emperor Wu Ii, right? It must be said that they think too highly of their nephews and brothers. Although he was very reluctant to hear this analogy, the king of Xiandong really couldn't think of any rebuttal. He couldn't say that he could actually use their nephew Emperor Wu Ii, or their brother Emperor Wu Ii as an analogy, right? I have to say that I looked down on Ji Xinghe a little too much. The two gorillas were strangely silent for a moment. In their eyes, they showed their own thoughts and understood each other's meaning. You said before that if I didn't take action when the dust storm started, I would die. The king of Xiandong spoke again. His attitude was more decisive than before, and his reasons were more sufficient. I don't want to die, it's that simple. If you want to watch me die, then don't do anything. The communication was hung up, but the resentment remained and spread. It's like a woman saying to a man, if you dare to step out of this house, then don't come back in the future. It's like a man saying to a woman, I just went out for a drink because I was too stressed, and that's not okay. Do you want me to die? The king of Xianan smiled helplessly, like a man and a woman, but soon the smile became brilliant. Just like the last time it communicated with the king of Xiandong, it applied for communication with Emperor Wu Ii. Your Majesty. The king of Xiandong, it quickly explained the situation, without any exaggeration, and told the truth. Emperor Wu Ii's response was also decisive. Fight, yes, the king of Xianan responded without any hesitation, and then asked, but if we fight like this, it will be difficult for us to tell whether Ji Rongzhenai has obtained the power of Ji Xinghe's inheritance. Emperor Wu Ii looked at the calm king of Xianan and asked expressionlessly, do you think Ji Xinghe will go to the Mountain of Gods for support? King Xianan hesitated for a moment, as if thinking seriously before answering, I don't think so, no matter how much pressure I put on him, because the failure of the Mountain of Gods will inevitably become the failure of the current commander-in-chief of the Federation. As long as Ji Xinghe sticks to base number 6 and blocks the king of Xiandong, he will have a great chance to become the next commander-in-chief of the Federation. Humans will also be greedy for power. And if he becomes the commander-in-chief, Ji Xinghe can get more power. For his unrealistic dream, he will do whatever it takes. Emperor Wu I shook his head slightly. His voice was majestic, but his tone was a little regretful. You don't understand, Ji Xinghe. He will go to the Mountain of Gods, you understand? How many times have you met Ji Xinghe? The king of Xianan complained in his heart, with a curious expression, but if he brings the independent regiment to the Mountain of Gods, he really can't stop the king of Xiandong. Even if Ji Rongzhenai gets his inherited power, he can't replace him, not to mention that there is no main force of the independent regiment. Even if it is Ji Xinghe, when he is alone, he can't stop the king of Xiandong. The eyes of Emperor Wu I lost focus, as if he was distracted, and as if he had crossed the distance between the stars in light years, and looked directly at the alien star, at Ji Xinghe. It said, "What I mean is that Ji Xinghe will go to the Mountain of Gods." The king of Xianan was stunned for a moment, and his tone was surprised. He comes alone. There is no point. The Emperor Wu I was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed, and his laughter was very loud. After a long while, he stopped and asked, 300 years ago, in the battle that laid the foundation of the empire, how many troops did my royal grandfather, your father, send to support the 12 important battlefields? He alone. When the king of Xianan answered aloud, infinite admiration rose in his heart. At that time, there were many overlords on the Empire Star, especially those monkeys who mastered the means of production. They completely crushed the nascent empire in terms of manpower, weapons, and logistical supplies. In the case of multi-front warfare, the foundation battle of the empire consisting of 12 important battlefields made the empire shaky. Under such circumstances, Emperor Wu Wei, wearing a suit of armor made of tungsten steel gold, holding a heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold, riding the most ferocious scale beast on the Empire Star, appeared in 12 battlefields in the 7 days of the Empire Star, beheading generals and seizing flags, until there were no more generals to be beheaded and no flags to be seized. To this day, the king of Xianan still can't imagine how his father, Emperor Wu Wei, did it. The armor called the first generation of Emperor armor is really just armor. Although it is made of tungsten steel gold, the smelting technology of that era was not developed, and it could not cover the whole body at all, and it would also have a restraining effect on the wearer's tactics. The Emperor's sword made of tungsten steel gold is an indestructible artifact in that era and even in this era. But for 7 consecutive days, running thousands of kilometers, swinging the sword hundreds of thousands of times almost non-stop, is it really not tiring? At that time, Emperor Wu Wei was said to have reached the 7th stage, the same strength as himself now, but even he couldn't do it. That's not swinging the sword to cut the air, but to cut flesh and bones, to break the soldiers in armor. After admiring, King Xianan sighed in his heart again. It turns out that you also regard Ji Xinghe as my father. King Xianan still doesn't believe that Ji Xinghe can create a miracle that Emperor Wu Wei may not be able to create now, as Emperor Wu Wei said. It said, Your Majesty, the times have changed. Emperor Wu Wei had an incomprehensible confidence in Ji Xinghe. It said, the meaning of the times is given by intelligent life, so every era belongs to the most powerful intelligent life of this era. I think this is my era, and Ji Xinghe thinks this is his era. What do you think? This must be the era of your Majesty, the era of the Empire. King Xianan no longer raised questions and nodded, I will be prepared. Even if he really comes, I will make it difficult for him to go back. As long as he can't go back, the independent regiment of base number 6 can't stop King Xiandong. Yes, the communication was hung up. After King Xianan's eyes flickered for a few seconds, he left the jump communication room and came to the Imperial Command Center of the Mountain of Gods. Find an excuse to break up with the Federation, and then, attack with all the troops. Yes, King Xianan gave an order, and the Empire and the Federation were both negotiating in a perfunctory manner, because the Federation captured 2 Imperial dukes alive but was unwilling to release them unconditionally. Just when the Federation thought that this was another temper of the Empire and that negotiations would be restarted soon, 1,000,000 Imperial troops, under the cover of the dust storm, rushed down from the Mountain of the Gods like a wasp whose nest was poked, and then spread in all directions. As we all know, the sting of a wasp is connected to the internal organs, and the wasp will die after stinging a person, but when the wasp stings a person, it never considers this. The people who are afraid of death in the Empire are always the nobles. For the civilians and slaves who do not have wealth and power, They are not afraid of death in a sense, just like the soldiers of the Federation. Compared with the normal combat period, the rapid march of a large number of regular troops of the Empire will be clearly captured by the Federation's reconnaissance satellites and high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and then accurately deployed a large amount of long-range firepower to destroy them. The Death Storm has become their best cover, better than camouflage painting, radar stealth, optical stealth and other technologies. Their detection eyes were discovered, and then they were discovered and destroyed. In addition to knowing that the Empire has dispatched about 1 million troops this time, the Federation has less and less information. Only 6 hours had passed since the Empire sent out its troops, and Yang Ente, the commander of the Mountain of God's war zone, had lost a noticeable amount of hair. He stared at the dim screen, resisting the urge to scratch his head. He put his hands behind his back, forcing himself to remain calm. His tone was calm, suppressing his inner emotions. He said, Ji Lai Buddha, huh? Ahem, Ji Xinghe. Chapter 736, Cutting the Mountain Again. I'll go. Ji Xinghe responded to the request for support from the Mountain of God's war zone without any hesitation. But our second war zone, whether it is the second war zone or the Mountain of God's war zone, they are all war zones of the Federation. Ji Xinghe interrupted the dissuasion of the people around him, and 2 sentences dispelled people's intention to continue to dissuade him. He said, no matter where we fight, we are fighting against the Empire. No matter which side has sacrificed, the sacrifices are all people, but not dissuading does not mean that there are no questions. Li Zhengfen asked with some doubts, then what mecha are you driving? Shen Mu said that the transformation work of the 2 prince armors seized before will take at least half a month to be completed. If you want to use the key to force the prince armor to drive the prince armor, your key will not last too long, because the prince armor is made of tungsten steel gold. It is extremely difficult to transform. The Duke armor made of tungsten steel alloy obtained by Ji Xinghe a long time ago was transformed into the Lone Brave and General armor by Shen Mu. It took a long time, especially the latter was recycled. For the prince's armor, half a month's transformation time is a bit too short, it's just a regular level transformation. If you want to carry out a fully adapted custom level transformation like Ji Rongzhenayu's champion, it will take longer. If you don't transform it, the difference in the cockpit structure will affect the combat effectiveness. Although Ji Xinghe can control the armor with ki, and he knows the imperial mecha very well, he can achieve perfect operation without considering the cockpit structure, but his ki is not endless. Use the God's punishment armor. Sichuan didn't have any regrets in his eyes at this time, and there was no reluctance in his tone. He said, this is originally your mecha. The cripple was hesitant to speak. He also wanted to give up the glory armor that originally belonged to Ji Xinghe, but the problem was that the glory armor was customized to match him. Even Ji Xinghe would be a little uncomfortable driving it, unless he used the key-controlled armor. And using the key-controlled armor would return to the previous problem. Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment and rejected Sichuan's proposal. I'll use the pangolin. People all understood why he refused. When he was not in the second war zone, the second war zone's combat effectiveness would naturally be as strong as possible. If it weren't for the deal reached with the King of Zhendong, and if they knew in advance that the King of Zhendong had the intention to overturn the table, the cooperation between the King of Zhendong and the King of Zhenan would be enough to make it difficult for the second war zone and the Mountain of God's war zone to deal with it, and Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment would be exhausted. From this point of view, the King of Zhendong may not want to overturn the table. He just wants to see Ji Xinghe's trump card clearly. Okay, I'll go prepare now. Shen Mu turned and left. He couldn't say anything to dissuade him. What's the point of staying? I'll notify Wang Shizhen. Chen soon understood Ji Xinghe's thoughts very well, and also began to cooperate with Ji Xinghe's decision. Others were still hesitant to speak, but they all left on the pretext of leaving time and space to Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenyu. The grandfather and grandson. The only one who could persuade Ji Xinghe was Ji Rongzhenyu, and people left with expectations. But Ji Rongzhenyu did not work hard for people's expectations, she just asked a few questions. Grandpa, why is it Zun Shanjia? Because Zun Shanjia is suitable for the parts of the Empire mecha. Fighting in the dust storm, I may need to repair the mecha more than once, and it is difficult for logistical support to be in place in time. Actually, my shooting skills are also very good. Can't Xinghe go? Xinghe was in a dilemma and didn't know what to say. At this moment, She hated herself for evolving into an artificial intelligence life that could not be copied, hated the communication isolation brought by the dust storm, and hated that she had too little time. If she was not 4 years old now but 40 years old, no, even if she was only 14 years old. It's not just that. Xinghe can't go because it's very dangerous. Ji Xinghe's answer made Ji Xinghe even more worried. There are already some powerful people in the Federation, such as Li Anbang, and the Apostles of the Tower Top organization, who have confirmed that there is an artificial intelligence life around Ji Xinghe. No conclusive evidence? They don't need evidence. Li Anbang is better off. If the Apostles of the Tower Top organization knew that Xinghe followed Ji Xinghe to the Mountain of God's war zone to support the war, they might not have thought of taking advantage of the opportunity to take action. With the communication blocked, it is not difficult to capture Xinghe, who is confined in the intelligent core of the mecha. For example, the final fortress. When the final fortress is no longer aimed at protecting Ji Xinghe, it will become the final cage. Can we send out the nameless people now? Ji Xinghe's third question made Ji Xinghe ponder for a short time. Regarding the war that will take place in the second war zone in more than 2 days, or even earlier, he actually had some ideas, but because he did not expect that the Mountain of God's war zone would need his support so soon, he did not say it in advance. You can send the nameless ones out and let Xinghe lead them, Ji Xinghe arranged. Your mission is to cripple and then defeat the Imperial Mecha Corps. When they flee, the nameless ones will have a chance to join the battle. The multiple communication shielding areas in the second canyon and the dust storms that can conceal the whereabouts of the mechas for a short period of time have a great chance of making the nameless ones an assassin corps with stealth capabilities in this war. Capturing spoils of war is secondary. The new recruits among the nameless ones who have never experienced real wars and the need to train teamwork to the greatest extent in actual combat all require the nameless ones to fight more than once. It would be best if the pressure increases step by step, like what the former Xing squad and the former independent regiment experienced. I will cripple them, Ji Xinghe made a promise. With Xinghe and 6 electromagnetic rifles, plus the champion Marcus she was driving, if she really had to fight head-on, as long as the 1,500 Imperial mechas didn't choose to ignore her, even if they all chased after her, she had the confidence to use the kite-flying style to achieve a gradual victory. But it was impossible for all the Mecha Corps and legions sent by King Xiandong to chase Ji Xinghe. So the independent regiment couldn't go with Ji Xinghe to the battle zone of the God's Mountain to support. Grandpa, Ji Xinghe asked the penultimate question of the day seriously. If I hadn't told you that I was there, would you really be happy? Yes, I would be very happy. How happy? Just like when I first saw your father outside the delivery room. That was really happy. Ji Xinghe laughed, stepped forward a few steps to stand beside Ji Xinghe, and then took Ji Xinghe's hand. Unlike when the grandfather and grandson first met, Ji Xinghe had to raise her hand to hold Ji Xinghe's hand. Now, she can hold Ji Xinghe's hand with her arm naturally. In the past, when Ji Xinghe was holding Ji Xinghe's hand, she always had to look up at Ji Xinghe, as if she was looking at a very high mountain. Now, when Ji Xinghe is holding Ji Xinghe's hand, she only needs to look up slightly to meet Ji Xinghe's eyes, as if she has reached the top of the highest mountain, and with a slight movement of her eyebrows, she can see the mountains and rivers. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe's smiling face, thinking about the first time the grandfather and grandson held hands. He understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Grandpa, although I am only 11 years old, I have really grown up. Ji Xinghe also laughed and held Ji Xinghe's hand tightly. The knot in Ji Xinghe's heart when he returned from the alien planet was finally untied at this moment, and he felt that his thoughts were clear. The key in his body seemed to feel this emotional change, and it seemed to remember the meaning of their birth, which was for Ji Xinghe. Inexplicable changes began to occur, causing the key in Ji Xinghe's body to become active as if in resonance. It's just that this change is fleeting. Both the grandfather and grandson have noticed it, but they also know that they can't study it clearly for a while. But this is a good progress. Ji Xinghe feels that when he comes back from the Mountain of the Gods, he can start trying to inherit. He didn't say it because he didn't want to set a flag. He is already 70 years old, but he was once a teenager, and he is familiar with some old and enduring old stocks. The grandfather and grandson don't have much time alone. Shen Mu prepared the pangolin armor that Ji Xinghe needs, as well as the toolbox that Ji Xinghe might need. Although Ji Xinghe can dismantle the mecha with his bare hands after he has the ability to control the armor with air, It is not as convenient as professional tools after all, and some parts are really difficult to disassemble. Shen Mu didn't want Ji Xinghe to use the toolbox he prepared, but he had to let Ji Xinghe have a toolbox. Wang Shizen's arrival was also very smooth. With his superb driving skills, he completely ignored the dust storm that covered the sky like a fog, and parked his repaired carrier-type single-soldier starship steadily in the parking area of base number 6. It is worth mentioning that he has also received a gift of Ji Xinghe. Old man, this time, I will tell you what is called the ship method of falling from the sky, so that you know that even if you are not a mecha warrior, you can. The people next to him frowned when they heard it. There are actually some rumors about Wang Shizen's tricks. After all, tricks cannot be performed on a whim. They always require hard practice to be used at critical moments. Wang Shizen's practice is very risky and he has been scolded a lot, but no one really prohibits him from doing so, because people know that he can be regarded as Ji Xinghe's dedicated individual starship pilot. If Ji Xinghe had not used him too few times and he could play an important role in other places, he would have been transferred to the independent regiment long ago. Since he is Ji Xinghe's dedicated pilot, then this trick of his must be prepared for Ji Xinghe. Since it is Ji Xinghe, what does it matter? There are too many pilots and space battleship crew members who have not shown it directly like Wang Shizen, and they will make the same choice as him at critical moments. Shut up, Shen Mu stared. Wang Shizen, who has been in the army for nearly 5 years and has the rank of captain, grinned and did not give face to Shen Mu, the lieutenant colonel. He looked quite unruly, or what could be called the style of a "let's go." Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, and the Zhanshanjia driven by him raised his foot and walked towards the single-soldier starship. The Zhanshanjia, which originally had only normal stealth paint, has now been sprayed into pure gold because it has become Ji Xinghe's mecha. The red stars on the body are shining, and it is difficult to count them for a while. But in fact, there is no need to count. The number of red stars that Ji Xinghe has won, including those that will not be sprayed on the mecha, the number of gold stars that are the same as the fraction, is deeply remembered by everyone in the independent regiment and is updated at any time. 113 red stars, 49 gold stars. And most of them are mechas of the great nobles of the empire. If it is calculated according to the red star calculation method of non-galaxy level mecha warriors, and not Ji Xinghe, how much more is there? If the 2 red stars representing the prince armor that Ji Xinghe gave to Ji Xinghe were added, the number of prince armors that Ji Xinghe had destroyed would have reached double digits. Aida Kang, twice, the father and son of this Hanbi king, Liu Xing, the 11th king, and Wu Chen. Apart from anything else, the 9 prince armors and 1 emperor armor, which brought the top combat power increase to the Federation, are worthy of a general title. Salute, Liu Mian shouted, and everyone in the parking area saluted with a standard and impeccable posture, looking at the Zhanshanjia that was boarding the ship with reverent eyes. The heat in their sight was enough to penetrate the super alloy armor of the Zhanshanjia, allowing them to see Ji Xinghe in it. After Wang Shizen saluted, he ran and jumped onto the ship and gave the order to apply for takeoff. At this moment, people still don't know what choice Ji Xinghe made by leaving at this time. Most people will not know in the future. But it doesn't matter. Ji Xinghe doesn't need people to respect him more because he once again made a very difficult choice for ordinary people. People don't need more reasons to admire him. As the single-soldier starship took off and then disappeared in the dust storm, the atmosphere in base number 6 was much more tense than before. The news people received was still that the Empire avoided the defense line of the Mountain of Gods and arrived at the second canyon, the center of the second war zone, with a miniaturized jump gate. How many troops can a miniaturized jump gate bring? This is the truth. But the difference between having a backbone and not having a backbone is really big. There is an independent regiment in the second war zone, with Sichuan, Lame, Qintong, Harris, Chen Sun, and Ji Xinghe. But none of them can replace Ji Xinghe as the backbone. The independent regiment did not have much change in morale, although many of them already knew the truth, mainly because of the need for gifts and treatment, and more than 30,000 people stayed in base number 6. So, Suhi did his job in base number 6, telling people some stories like chatting. As for young geniuses, they have existed since ancient times. Do you know Guanjinhao? It's not the mecha that Colonel Ji Xinghe has, but the ancient Guanjinhao. At the age of 18, he won the first place in the 3 armies twice, so he was named Guanjinhao. As for background, he is really no worse than Colonel Ji Xinghe. He can be a super second generation, but he insists on making a living by his ability. Tell me, is Ji Xinghe very worthy of the title of Guanjinhao? And Wang Zimin, well, I know you haven't heard of him, but have you heard of 1,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains, one of the 10 famous paintings handed down from generation to generation in Longzhou? It was painted by Wang Zimin. He started painting at the age of 17, and it took him half a year to complete it when he was 18. 18 years old is much older than Colonel Ji Xinghe. Then Yan Shu passed the imperial examination at the age of 14, and Wang Bo wrote preface to the Pavilion of Prince Teng at the age of 13. Of course, this needs to be verified, but it is very likely. I will tell you in detail when I have time. And Ganluo became the prime minister at the age of 12. What? They're all boys. Girls have it too. Shangwen Weiner started to take charge of imperial edicts at the age of 14. What? They are all from ancient times, Sui said with a smile. So, in our era, we have Ji Xinghe. Although people did not agree with Sui's exaggerated statement, Sui's words did significantly ease the tense atmosphere in the base. The most important thing is that what Ji Xinghe has done is something that most people cannot achieve in their lifetime. Her strength is indeed worthy of such praise. Political Commissar Su, someone joked, isn't the protagonist of your documentary The Old Man and the Sea of Stars Commander Ji Xinghe? Why is the protagonist changed now? It's not like I can only make one documentary, Su he replied, it's the same as a TV series. It's no problem to shoot a few more seasons. The funds are sufficient. It's all possible to say it's a prequel, a sequel, or a spin-off. Then when will the Ji Xinghe you mentioned be released? It's coming soon, no rush, no rush. The drama I'll show you these days is Cut a Mountain Again, Cut the Mountain Again. Well, this time, it's not Vulture Mountain, but the Mountain of Gods. Chapter 737 Generals and Generals. The Gods Mountain War Zone. I miss the people of the Independent Regiment so much. In the dust storm, a team of federal mechas were moving slowly. Their mission was to conduct reconnaissance. Did you say before that they stole our Venus? I was just saying that casually. We're at war, so there's no such thing as stealing or not. I'd rather they destroy all the Empire's mechas. If the red paint isn't enough, I'd even use my blood to paint red stars on their mechas. Ha ha ha. General Ji's mechas can't be painted with so many red stars. General Ji has more than one mecha, and he controls it with ki. Are you kidding me? I heard that General Ji, who is at the 9th level, can control 300 mechas with ki at the same time, and all of them have ace-level operating standards. 300 mechas should be enough to paint red stars at least. That's too much? If General Ji can operate 300 mechas by himself, why does the Independent Regiment need to recruit people? Their entire regiment doesn't have an average ace-level operating level. General Ji's words are very reasonable no matter how strong they are. It's indeed very reasonable and scientific. Ha ha ha. I just don't know if General Ji will come to support this time, or if he will only let the Independent Regiment come to support like before. Maybe they won't come. The captain's words actually made the atmosphere of the Mecha team a little tense. Huh? Why? That's right. How could the Independent Regiment not come to rob? No, they won't come to support. I remember General Ji said before that no matter who of us needs it, we can apply for support from him and his Independent Regiment. Yes, I heard it too. The original words, if you need me in my Independent Regiment, don't hesitate. If we happen to be fighting, don't be anxious or worried. Wait a minute, we will come with victory and leave with victory. The news that Ji Xinghe ran away with the Independent Regiment did not spread, but his words did. Combined with the fact that he became the commander of the No. 6 Base Theater at the time and the commander of the 2nd Theater now, it sounds very reasonable. The captain felt a little bit reluctant, but still said, Colonel Ji Xinghe, you all know the news that 2 Imperial Prince orangutans were captured in the 2nd War Zone and 2 Prince Armors were seized. I know, but what does it matter? Didn't they say that the 2 Prince Armors went to the 36th Grand Canyon in the 2nd War Zone through a miniaturized jump gate? Captain, has the Empire sent reinforcements to the 2nd War Zone? It is very likely. Whether it is to rescue the 2 Imperial Prince orangutans or from the signs of the Empire's large-scale military deployment, their goal is not just to break through or blockade in the Mountain of the Gods War Zone. General Ji and his Independent Regiment are so strong. The Empire knows that General Ji is in base number 6 and will definitely send a large number of noble mechas, such as the Anti-Galaxy Legion. In that case, General Ji and the Independent Regiment may not come to support. They may even, too busy to take care of themselves. Pew, 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 you crow's mouth. Pew, 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 pew. The captain listened to the speculation and analysis of the team members and knew that he didn't need to explain to the independent regiment. He sighed in his heart. It doesn't matter if there is no support from General Ji and the independent regiment. The 4 independent regiments of our Federation are all in our Pantheon Mountain War Zone, and the total number of mechas we have in the Pantheon Mountain War Zone exceeds 20,000, just to deal with the Empire's possible counterattack through the dust storm. In addition, we have destroyed so many Imperial mechas before, so what is there to be afraid of? Afraid? We are not afraid. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. It's not that I'm afraid. The 4 independent regiments are called the 4 major ones, but I feel that they are not as good as the independent regiments when added together. I don't know if the Empire's anti-galaxy army has come. If we can't stop the anti-galaxy army, the Empire will not have a head-on confrontation with our more than 20,000 mechas in the dust storm. Right, so what? Let's fight first. When General Ji is done fighting, he will bring the news of the independent regiment and victory. Then, he will go back with victory and continue to win in the second war zone. The atmosphere has improved, or it can be said that morale has improved. The team of federal mechas carrying out the reconnaissance mission continued to move slowly along the path arranged by the command center. It was not that they could not speed up. No matter how big the dust storm on the alien planet was, it could not stop the mechas from running wildly. But the problem was that the vision was unclear and they lacked understanding of the surrounding enemy situation. If they moved too fast, they would probably crash directly into the enemy's encirclement. However, mechas were mechas after all. No matter how slow they would not take long to reach the predetermined reconnaissance coordinates. Captain, all the detection eyes have been destroyed. The communication matrix is also destroyed. I have seen that it cannot be repaired. The detection eyes and communication matrix modules we brought have all been used up. Do you want to call for airdrop support to reinsert this one? Don't worry, the captain said calmly. Stay in alert mode and continue to scout around. Divide into 3 teams and take your time. Yes, the 30 mechas were quickly divided into 3 teams and began to conduct reconnaissance in 3 directions. Although the detection eyes and communication matrix modules deployed by the Federation had all been destroyed, it was impossible to determine whether the Imperial Army had passed by here or was still staying nearby. Marching in the dust storm is also a big burden for the guerrillas of the Empire. Although they no longer need to worry about the pressure brought by the Federation's air superiority, the short visual range makes it difficult for them to determine whether there is a Federation defense line in the direction of their march. If they run into the pocket formed by the Federation's blockade, they can certainly cause some damage to the Federation before being annihilated, but it does not conform to their tactical strategic intentions. There are also a large number of mines, which were placed by the Federation's engineers on the main roads leading to the outside world from the God's Mountain by taking advantage of their previous victory. Unless they choose to take the most difficult terrain, they will slow down their march because of the need to clear mines. Because the information that has been detected shows that the Empire has dispatched a large number of conventional troops this time, and the reconnaissance forces currently used by the Federation are almost all mecha troops. The different marching speeds of the 2 sides may cause encounters at any time. It is right to be cautious. Although the Federation has invested more than 20,000 mechas in the God's Mountain War Zone, accounting for half of the number of mechas currently in service in the Federation, it cannot withstand the losses caused by being too reckless. The detection range of the Federation mecha team soon reached the limit of the shortwave communication distance. Just when they thought that this area was safe and they could call for airdrops to redeploy the detection eyes and communication matrix modules. Beep, 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 the piercing alarm sounded before the shots of the mecha warriors. Imperial mechas have been found. 7. We can fight. Don't fight. Retreat immediately. Assemble. Everyone, assemble immediately. The captain decisively stopped the team members from thinking of fighting. The combat unit composed of Imperial mechas has never been 7. As expected by the captain, when the 30 Federation mechas began to retreat and assemble, more Imperial mechas passed through the dust storm that covered the sky and appeared within their visual range. Because of the shortened distance, the ability of the airborne radar was brought into play, and in the visual window of the Federation mecha, there appeared a dense red light spot representing the Imperial mecha. 90, at least 90, 107, and still increasing, at least 120, retreat, retreat immediately. Launch honeycomb flares. With a slight swishing sound, 3 federal mechas fired at the sky at the same time. 3 honeycomb flares, only the size of an adult's palm, flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the sky along a winding path at a speed exceeding the standard speed of sound on the Azure Star, breaking through the dust storm above them. The Imperial mechas that had begun to pursue them launched fire interception as soon as they detected it. A ball of fire exploded in the sky that was invisible on the surface. 2 honeycomb flares almost broke away from the dust storm at the same time and appeared in the clear world above the dust storm. The jet nozzle at the tail separated, revealing another jet nozzle. When the light blue arc appeared, it was like a multi-stage rocket, flying higher into the sky. At the same time, all the intelligence discovered by the surface mecha team was transformed into communication signals and sent out by honeycomb flares. The Beehive high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft cruising in the airspace above the Gods Mountain successfully reached their location before the energy of the honeycomb signal flares ran out and began to fall. Like a magnet hitting a magnet, like a young swallow flying into the forest, the recovery was completed. The Nanshanman Command Center and the Gods Mountain Federation Command Center reconfirmed the intelligence they had just received. Before that, the corresponding instructions had been issued. Let the Z-22 to 126 mecha team retreat while detecting as many enemy situations as possible, and let the 5 nearby mecha teams go to support them. If the number of the Empire's mechas does not exceed 150, then attack. The honeycomb unmanned reconnaissance aircraft cruising in the sky dropped 14 honeycomb signal flares like a bomber. 4 of them were aimed at the retreat direction of the Z-22 to 126 mecha team, and 10 were aimed at the locations of the other 5 mecha teams that were in a communication loss state. When the communication matrix was destroyed in large quantities, both the Federation and the Empire lost their normal communication capabilities in this dust storm. But compared to the Empire, the Federation, which has mastered air supremacy, still has a great advantage. The honeycomb high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was born for this purpose. Although the time efficiency is a little worse, it is better than nothing. The officers and staff in charge of the command of the area where the Z-22-126 team is located in the command center all have serious expressions, and there is a hint of sadness in their eyes. The 6 Federation mecha teams have 180 mechas, which do have a numerical advantage when used to fight 150 Imperial mechas, but this advantage is not great. Not to mention a complete victory, if the support speed of the other 5 mecha teams is a little slower, it is possible that the whole army will be wiped out. They are very clear about this, but they can't mobilize more support forces because there are no more Federation mechas nearby. The Azure Independent Regiment, which is responsible for orbital airborne support, has now been fully deployed in a larger battlefield. Long-range firepower support is also not feasible. With the cover of the dust storm, it is impossible to lock on the Imperial mechas that are difficult to lock on under normal circumstances. How many of these 180 mecha warriors will be sacrificed? Today, tomorrow. How many people will be sacrificed? At this moment, a voice sounded in their ears. I am Tu Yuan. I have taken over the command of the area numbered ZS2-1032. Confirm the authority immediately, huh? The people in charge of the command of this area were all very surprised. It was just a small area on the map. Did they need a federal admiral to command it personally? But people did not hesitate. Yes, after the response, the authority confirmation was completed. The original command team of the area was about to report the specific situation and transfer the command of the 6 mecha teams. I only want the temporary command of the Z-22 to 126 mecha team. I will return it to you in 5 minutes. You can take the other 5 mecha teams away first. When people were puzzled, they were still in the command system of the area when they heard Tu Yuan's command. Admiral Ji Xinghe, the orbital airborne coordinates have been sent. The number of enemy mechas is known to be 150, received. When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, people suddenly realized that it turned out that one person was commanding one person to participate in the battle. It doesn't sound like a war at all. Even street thugs don't have to be so miserable. But when the commander is Tu Yuan, a 3-star general of the Federation, and the participant is Ji Xinghe, a 3-star general of the Federation. This is war, and it is a war of great scale and extraordinary importance. The generals and generals who have worked together to create many miraculous victories have joined forces again. Chapter 738 I am Ji Xinghe. What? Only Ji Xinghe went to the All-Gods War Zone to provide support? Where are the people from the independent regiment? Ji Xinghe is here. Good. Very good. These two sentences came from Ivanovich and Yang Ate respectively. It was normal for Ivanovich to have such a reaction, because Nanchunman did not pay much attention to the newly established Second War Zone. He still insisted that a large-scale war would never happen in the Second War Zone, even though Ji Xinghe had captured two imperial lords. After all, the captured imperial lords confessed that they arrived at the Second War Zone through a miniaturized jump gate. Compared to the big move that this Henan King made on behalf of the Empire after the negotiations with the Federation officially broke down, it was really not worth mentioning. Ivanovich even believed that it was because Ji Xinghe captured two imperial lords alive, and they were two of the most outstanding sons of the Empire's Zhendong King, that this Henan King and Emperor Wu Yi launched this large-scale counterattack under the pressure exerted by this Zhendong King. The negotiations broke down, blaming Ji Xinghe for being too strong? Not really. After all, everyone knows that Ji Xinghe was able to capture two imperial dukes and seize two princely armors because of Ji Xinghe, who was present at the time, even though Ji Xinghe did not really take action at all. But when the Battle of the Mountain of the Gods began, when only Ji Xinghe came to support alone, Ivanovich was naturally dissatisfied. It was because the situation in the Mountain of the Gods was already very bad, and it was getting worse. Although the Federation had been prepared before, and had deployed a large number of defense lines in the Mountain of the Gods with the help of previous victories, from the big screen of the Federal Command Center of the Mountain of the Gods, the detection eyes were so dense that the digital model of the entire Mountain of the Gods looked like a honeycomb. But the King of Zhenan, or the Empire, made such a big move this time. A large number of conventional troops that had not appeared on the battlefield for a long time. The Federation knew that there were more than 1 million, and it was very likely to exceed 2 million. When there was no dust storm, Nanchunman would definitely be very excited. Before, the Federation would easily annihilate hundreds of thousands of troops from the Empire. The defense of Base Number 3, mainly the Battle of B-72 Highland, annihilated more than 3.5 million troops from the Empire. Of course, Ji Xinghe played a role, but the real role was the fierce firepower of the Federation. But now, Nanchunman can't get excited. The God's Mountain, which covers an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers, is wider than the length of the Second Canyon, exceeding 600 kilometers. Although its height based on the alien datum is only 2.1 kilometers, due to the terrain, the height difference from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain is as much as 21.9 kilometers. This makes the God's Mountain look like a mountain in space, but like a high uplifted plain, surrounded by cliffs with a height of more than 8 kilometers. But being in it, you can feel its complex mountain terrain, which makes the surface area of the God's Mountain far exceed 300,000 square kilometers. Moreover, the complex terrain means many natural shelters, and with the cover of the dust storm, it is difficult for large-scale firepower bombardment to be effective. In this case, even if the Federation stationed millions of troops, it would be difficult to completely block the Empire's troops from pouring out in the dust storm. And how could the current Federation deploy millions of troops in a war zone on an alien planet? Therefore, when faced with great pressure, the defense line of the Mountain of the Gods war zone was constantly broken by the Empire's troops. A large number of detection equipment such as detection eyes were destroyed, and the beehives that allowed the Federation to clearly see all parts of the Mountain of the Gods became dilapidated. The intelligence system and command system were all seriously affected. In the command center of the Nanchunman space station, listening to Ivanovich's angry voice, the people next to him began to make suggestions. Should we call General Ji Xinghe and ask him to transfer the independent regiment? We can't get in touch with him. General Ji Xinghe has already started orbital airdrop. That's perfect. We can bypass General Ji Xinghe and order the independent regiment to come to support. The Pinyin space battleship is still at base number 6. They will be there soon. Will they obey? General Ji is not here. Why don't they obey? Besides, who among them can refuse our orders? The independent regiment, without the rank of general, is indeed at a disadvantage in this regard. This may be the reason why the Federation has been reluctant to give the rank of general to other mecha warriors who have been colonels and major generals for a long time after Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe. If it really were to be given, the independent regiment would really be a shining star. Those generals who are not from the independent regiment, after rounding off, are all from the independent regiment. Listening to his subordinate's words, Ivanovich was somewhat tempted. At this time, someone reminded, the one who is in charge of General Ji's combat command now is Admiral Tu Yuan. A colonel's staff frowned and asked, so what? General Ji came to the All Gods Mountain War Zone for support, but he was unwilling to accept the command of the All Gods Mountain Command led by Commander Yang Ente, but asked Admiral Tu Yuan, who did not belong to the All Gods Mountain War Zone, to command him. So, he did not want the independent regiment to participate in the war. Yang Ente is the commander of the All Gods Mountain War Zone. If Ji Xinghe gave him his own command, he did have the authority and the need to mobilize the independent regiment for support. Even if Yang Ente did not mobilize the independent regiment, Nanshanman could also mobilize the independent regiment. Yang Ente himself wanted to scratch his hair now. How could he have the energy to take care of other things? Moreover, after Ji Xinghe joined the war, his communications would definitely be affected. Even if he didn't want to, he would not have time to stop it, and he could not even get relevant information. Tu Yuan is different. There is no war in the war zone he is responsible for, so he is very idle. To put it bluntly, Tu Yuan can completely stay out of it. To put it in a more sinister way, Tu Yuan even had to stop the independent regiment from coming to support the All Gods Mountain War Zone. Whether it was Yang Ente who took the blame or Ivanovich who took the blame, it was his chance. Ivanovich also figured this out and knew that it was impossible to let the independent regiment come to support Tu Yuan. Ji Xinghe. These two biggest competitors for his re-election as commander-in-chief have teamed up again. Have you two discussed who will run for commander-in-chief? Seeing that Tu Yuan officially took over the command of Ji Xinghe and issued an order to Ji Xinghe, which Ji Xinghe accepted and began to execute, he seemed to understand something. Call Tu Yuan and ask him to transfer the independent regiment to All Gods Mountain to support the battle. The sudden order from Ivanovich made the people around him a little stunned. I just talked for a long time, but you didn't understand? Not really, you are not Ketvis. But in a flash, everyone around him figured it out. Great. Yes, as they had just discussed, Tu Yuan refused the order to mobilize the independent regiment to support the Mountain of Gods War Zone without hesitation, on the grounds that a large-scale war would also occur in the second war zone. Hearing Tu Yuan's reply, Ivanovich laughed in his heart, but he couldn't laugh for long because of the current situation in the Mountain of Gods. If there is no war in the second war zone in the past few days, and the war that requires the independent regiment to go all out, all the losses incurred because of Tu Yuan's refusal to mobilize the independent regiment to support the Mountain of Gods War Zone will be borne by Tu Yuan. Ivanovich stood in a prominent position in the command center with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Tell Tu Yuan what I said." Yes, of course, it's not just Tu Yuan who should be told. The people around Ivanovich all understand. However, what they didn't expect was that the situation that Ivanovich vaguely expected in his heart appeared. After learning his words, Tu Yuan still did not mobilize the independent regiment to support. Ivanovich breathed a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with the war in the Mountain of Gods War Zone at the moment. Tu Yuan, what are you doing with Ji Xinghe? Yang Ente, who was very happy just now, eagerly connected to Tu Yuan. Old Yang, do your own thing, we know what's going on, you'd better know what's going on. Yang Ente's tone was quite a bit of disappointment. He was in charge of the Mountain of Gods War Zone, and was actually a strong contender for the current and next alien commander-in-chief. However, because Li Anbang was from Longzhou and because of Tu Yuan, he did not really participate in the competition both times. Now it seems that he may have done something wrong. But let's talk about the future later. Now he can only focus on the war in the Mountain of Gods War Zone. After the communication with Tu Yuan was hung up, the report sounded. Report. General Tu Yuan applied to take over the command of ZS2-1033 area. Give it to him. Yes, the transfer of authority was only 10 seconds, and the report sounded again. Report. General Tu Yuan has ordered all mecha squads in the ZS2-1033 area to evacuate and be placed under our command. Huh? Yang Ente frowned. At this time, there were only a few minutes before Ji Xinghe completed the orbital airdrop. Even if Ji Xinghe was a good fighter, it was impossible for him to annihilate all the imperial mechas in the ZS2-1032 area. It is even possible that he has not yet been able to reunite with a Z22-126 squad. Moreover, are there really only 150 imperial mechas in the ZS2-1032 area? Before the battle has even started, He has demanded the command of the nearby area and asked the federal mecha squad to retreat. The order of taking over to Yuan was suppressed by Yang Ente. He said to the people around him, and to himself, "He is Tu Yuan, he is Ji Xinghe. So, don't ask me everything. They have the final say within their authority." Yes, the Z-22-126th Federal Mech Squadron in ZS-2-1032 area has lost 6 mechas in the process of retreating to detect more enemy situations. When these 6 mechas are caught up by the Imperial mechas and then disappear in the dust storm, out of communication range, what will happen to the Federal mech warriors in it? The captain's eyes are already red. Launch the honeycomb flare and tell the headquarters that the number of Imperial mechas is 179 and we need more support. Tell the headquarters to tell the brothers who come to support us to postpone the support. The 2 orders sound conflicting, but they are not conflicting. There is only determination. When the number and level of Federal mechas and Imperial mechas are equal, the Federation has always lost more and won less in the battles in the dust storm. More means a lot. Less means very little. The team members who also knew this, watched their teammates and brothers sacrificed. How could they watch their comrades and brothers from other teams die? The honeycomb flares were fired into the sky again. This time, due to the distance, there were more interceptions from the Imperial mecha, but the success rate of this interception was indeed very low. The news has been spread. With the intelligence, all these bastards chasing us are dead. It's okay if someone avenges me. I want to take someone with me before I die. Anyway, I have destroyed 3 Imperial mechas. If I die today, I won't lose my life. The captain knew that the distance between them and the Imperial mechas was getting closer and closer. The Federal Mecha Squad that was originally going to support them should also receive an order to suspend support in a few seconds. This means that without reinforcements, they will definitely be caught up by the Imperial mechas. Everyone, add a last word, the captain ordered. 1 minute, then summarize and send it out with a honeycomb flare. Yes, in response, the team's communication channel became quiet, but their ears were not quiet. Driving the mecha to maintain the formation of a charge, the dust raised by the dust storm continued to hit their mechas, and the Imperial mechas that were constantly chasing them were constantly using firepower weapons to attack. The stealth coating of the mecha was damaged by these attacks, and they could no longer be invisible on the airborne radar of the Imperial mecha. There was no way to retreat. The Imperial mecha could be clearly seen in the visual range of only more than 200 meters. If it were not in the Mountain of Guts, but in other places with a visual range of only about 100 meters, would we be able to retreat safely? The captain suddenly felt that the obstruction of the Mountain of Gods to the alien dust storm was not a good thing. As long as the impact of the dust storm could not be completely isolated, the dust storm would be disadvantageous to the Federation. During the 1-minute supplementary last words, the captain did not speak. He did not need to add a last word, because there was no one in the world who could receive his last words. Like everyone else, leave a few words for Ji Xinghe. I don't know him, why bother General Ji Xinghe? When he was dying, he still had some social phobia. 1 minute passed quickly, and the captain spoke in the communication channel. Brothers, support will arrive soon, but we can't hold on until then. Tell me, what should we do? The response sounded immediately afterwards. Of course, we should take a few people with us, fight, and relieve the pressure on the brothers who come to support us. I can die, but the brothers who support me can't die. If you die, you die. The brothers who come to support us will take our mechas back, and someone will drive our mechas to continue fighting. The troops dispatched by the Empire are not afraid of death, and the mecha warriors of the Federation are also not afraid of death, but there is a difference between the two. The soldiers of the Federation can die for a good cause. Okay, then use our lives to give a big gift to the brothers who come to support us. Let them know that we are all good, and let them tell the whole Federation that there is no coward in our team. The captain made the final mobilization and then began to give orders. There is a high slope ahead. Let's go up, 2 teams inside and outside, and fight to the death. Yes, once we are on the high slope, fire the honeycomb flares immediately. The last words have been given. Brothers, don't worry about anything. Yes, see you in the next life. Brothers, see you in the next life. Brothers, we will still be brothers in the next life, and fight against guerrillas and the Empire. In the next life, we must have one. Ha ha ha, then let's fight in hell. I won't go to heaven. Okay, let's go together. The 24 federal mechas, who had already made up their minds to die, were about to start a life or death battle when they suddenly heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Z-22 to 126 team, stop retreating, switch to assault formation, get ready, follow me, In the minds of the 24 federal Mecha warriors, only a somewhat doubtful voice sounded, and before they had time to think about anything else, they all entered a state of frenzy. Because the familiar yet unfamiliar voice said another sentence. Moreover, it not only rang in their team's shortwave communication channel, but also came from outside the Mecha, as if there was a super loudspeaker specially customized for the alien atmosphere, making this person's voice resound between the alien world. He said, "I am Ji Xinghe. Chapter 739, Am I going to die again? How should Ji Xinghe be used? In the entire Federation, Tu Yuan has the most say. I hope that Shen Mu's specially made loudspeaker can achieve the desired effect, and I hope that the imperial mechas can maintain communication." When Tu Yuan thought so in his heart, he ordered all the federal Mecha teams in the area numbered ZS2-1033 to begin to retreat without hesitation. Then, the command authority of these Mecha teams and the command authority of the 5 Mecha teams that were just about to support the Z-22 to 126 team were all returned to Yangante. To be more precise, it should be returned to the command system of the Pantheon Mountain War Zone Command, with Yangante as the commander. Naturally, these transfers of authority and the transmission of orders do not need to be carried out by Tu Yuan himself, as he has a complete command team under him. After executing Tu Yuan's order, a staff officer next to him expressed doubts. "Commander, why don't you let General Ji Xinghe fight on a larger battlefield? The Bald Eagle Independent Regiment and the Holy Independent Regiment have now encountered the main forces of the Empire. With the support of General Ji Xinghe, they can end the battle faster and with less losses. The troops thus freed up can support other battlefields and relieve the pressure on the entire line. That's the reason." Tu Yuan looked at the large screen in front of him calmly. The complex information flow on it turned into clear intelligence in his eyes. He changed the subject, but Ji Xinghe has never been reasonable, including his own reason. On this point, the people around him all agreed, but this could not explain it clearly. Tu Yuan glanced at the time. It had been 2 minutes since he said that he would return the command authority of the Z-22-126 team to the Mountain of God's command. Ji Xinghe must have completed the reunion with his federal team. He asked softly, "What do you think Ji Xinghe will do after he completes the reunion with the Z-22-126 team?" A staff officer replied, "There are 2 possibilities. One is to lead Z-22-126 to attack and pursue the imperial mecha of the team. With General Ji's combat power, even if he is only driving the Zonshanjia today, he will definitely win a great victory and even have a chance to achieve a complete victory. The other is to let Z-22-126 retreat directly. It is well known that General Ji's combat effectiveness in the dust storm is higher than that in normal conditions. This means that General Ji, who is driving the Zonshanjia, is actually no different from the ace mecha warrior driving the Guoshi class mecha, and I think it will be stronger. This means that no matter whether it is 150 Imperial mechas or 180 Imperial mechas, they are not General Ji's opponents. So I think that in order to release more of our combat power faster, General Ji is very likely to choose the latter." Tu Yuan nodded slightly. According to normal logic, after Ji Xinghe completes the reunion with the Z-22-126 team, he should choose the former. But according to Ji Xinghe's logic, he will definitely choose the latter. The staff asked, "Then should we transfer the command authority of the Z-22-126 team in advance? But at present we can't determine their location. We need to wait until they release the honeycomb flare." "No," Tu Yuan smiled slightly. "I said, Ji Xinghe has never been reasonable. So, he will not choose the former, nor the latter, but a combination of the two." The staff thought of the 5 minutes that Tu Yuan just said, and seemed to understand something. Will General Ji lead Z-22-126 to kill through the enemy's formation, and then let Z-22-126 retreat? Yes, the staff nodded and made comments. The advantage of doing this is that we can kill the enemy faster. There is definitely a difference in speed when one person kills and when 25 people kill together. Solving the battle quickly means releasing combat power quickly. Not only that, after following General Ji's charge and killing with unstoppable force, morale will definitely be improved, and the mental will of the mecha warriors will be stronger. Although the dust storm environment and the complex terrain of the God's Mountain may cause some casualties, there is no way to fight without sacrifice. General Ji will not be bothered by these now. He must understand that only after experiencing the tempering of blood and fire can an indestructible front be forged, but in this case, isn't it General Ji's new truth? There are still traces to follow. Tu Yuan listened to the voices of the staff and officers, and the smile on his face faded. Even if you know his new truth, there is no trace to follow, because Ji Xinghe has been growing and improving, so his truth will change. After being reminded by this, people remembered that Ji Xinghe was still an ordinary auto mechanic on the Azure Star more than 5 years ago. Without continuous progress, even if Ji Xinghe changed from a genius who didn't know himself to a genius who knew he was the best, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. "Commander, how are you going to command General Ji?" the staff officer asked with some concern, and then added an explanation. "Although we have a hive, there is still a delay in communication. Moreover, the speed of the mecha is too fast, and General Ji's mecha does not carry many honeycomb flares. It is difficult for us to determine General Ji's position in real time and the number of enemy troops he needs to face. In this case, I still think that General Ji should go to a larger battlefield and lead the Holy Independent Regiment and the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment to fight. With help, General Ji will be able to make better use of the honeycomb communication system." The question returned, and Tu Yuan gave a positive answer after reasoning. "It's very simple. Tell the Empire that Ji Xinghe is here. Ji Xinghe is alone. Ji Xinghe is only driving a pangolin. It is difficult for Ji Xinghe to keep in touch with us in real time. Ji Xinghe does not have an electromagnetic rifle. Ji Xinghe lacks timely supplies. Ji Xinghe is easy to kill." A staff officer understood. What the commander meant was that we don't understand General Ji's reasoning, and neither does the Empire, but the Empire is determined to kill General Ji. "So, let the Empire guess General Ji's reasoning," another staff officer added. "If General Ji appeared in a larger battlefield, the Empire might be able to find out General Ji's location faster. But because General Ji has our independent regiment by his side, the Empire will not choose to go all out. General Ji's appearance in a small-scale battle area can not only make the Empire have unrealistic delusions, but also allow the Empire to mobilize troops on a large scale, which will alleviate the pressure on our entire front to a greater extent." An officer sighed. "There is only General Ji. A complete command post for a war zone, plus Tu Yuan, a federal general with both reputation and strength. Commanding 1,000,000 troops is no problem. But now, all of them are used to command a force under the leadership of Tu Yuan. To be honest, some people still think it is a waste of resources, but no one thinks so now." 3 minutes have passed during the conversation. Report, Team Z-22-126 has Central Honeycomb Flare, led by General Ji. They have defeated the enemy's main mecha force and are waiting for instructions. Tu Yuan ordered, "Give their command back. And when the Mountain of the Gods command conveys the order, tell Ji Xinghe that all our mecha warriors in the ZS-2-1033 area have retreated." "Yes," Tu Yuan reminded, "we must try our best to understand the overall battle situation, and don't focus on the ZS-2-1032 area where Ji Xinghe is now. He has a transport-type individual starship that can provide long-distance support at any time." "Yes." The people in the command center became busy. Tu Yuan continued to remind, "If we want to achieve our goal, we need to let the Empire know that Ji Xinghe is coming. If the multiple Imperial mecha squads that Ji Xinghe is facing at this time do not have the ability to convey this message to the Imperial Command, or, the Imperial Command has also lost the ability to communicate with most of their troops, we need to find a small group of Imperial troops that can maintain communication with the Imperial Command." "Understood." Tu Yuan's commanders have all understood Tu Yuan's tactical thinking, which is not to let Ji Xinghe go to the large-scale battlefield where the Empire will definitely provide support. In the case that communications are affected by dust storms, it is much more difficult for the Empire to complete effective real-time command than the Federation. Before the counterattack begins, each main force must have its own combat objectives, and based on the information about the Federation's troop deployment and configuration in the Mountain of Gods, previous combat ideas, etc., some tips and tricks have been obtained. The commander of the main force of the Empire only needs to open different tips in different situations to fight step by step. But in these tips, it is impossible to have the content of what to do when Ji Xinghe comes to support alone. This means that once the Empire discovers that Ji Xinghe is coming alone, it will inevitably issue new orders that will affect the original counterattack plan, and then lose its footing. So, from Tu Yuan's point of view, his command strategy is fine. But what Tu Yuan doesn't know is that he is not the only one in the world who understands Ji Xinghe, nor is it only humans who understand Ji Xinghe. He actually came alone. King Zhenan received the news of Ji Xinghe's arrival one step earlier than Tu Yuan expected. The Empire has its own way of transmitting messages in the dust storm. Although it is not as efficient as the Federation's honeycomb communication system, it can also allow it to see Ji Xinghe leading the team to charge. On the big screen, the 6 Imperial mecha teams and more than 170 conventional standard mechas were broadcast. The scene they saw when they encountered Ji Xinghe. "I am Ji Xinghe," this voice sounded first, causing more than 170 Imperial mechas that were originally scattered to choose to gather and retreat without hesitation. They actually couldn't understand the word "I am" in the dragon language. But they could understand the 3 words Ji Xinghe. Someone in the Federation used the name Ji Xinghe as a slogan? It's possible. Someone from the Federation pretended to be Ji Xinghe? It had happened before. But in such an environment, how could the Federation mecha equipment that shouted out this name through a loudspeaker not be Ji Xinghe? The sound was so loud, it didn't sound like what you would hear in an alien environment, but like the sound of thunder heard on the Empire Star. The Federation had nothing to do, and had so many resources to waste that it inexplicably created such a special sound transmission device to shout Ji Xinghe's name for fun? Maintain a defensive formation and scout the situation. The commander of the Empire Metro was relatively calm, and made a decision that should have been very correct, but was actually very wrong. The 6 Empire mechas that were scouting in the direction of the Z-22-126 team were already in a state of panic when they saw a golden painted pangolin crashing out of the dust storm. They are not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean they are not afraid of Ji Xinghe. There was no intention to fight, and only 2 of them turned and fled to rush back to the location of the main force. But for the main mecha troops of the Empire who had seen the golden pangolin armor, these 2 Imperial mechas were like traitors who led the enemy. No, they did not bring the enemy, but a golden legend. When Ji Xinghe was covered with the gold stars, so that the mechas with a height of more than 6 meters at that time could not be painted with those gold stars, Ji Xinghe not only pioneered the red star system, but also set a precedent for spraying all mechas in gold. After that, not all Federal Ace Mecha warriors sprayed their mechas in pure gold. There were even several Ace Mecha warriors with multiple red stars. After using the red star for a period of time, they chose to continue using the gold star paint. It was not to ignore Ji Xinghe's red star system, but to respect it too much. No gold armor, no red star. So far, every golden mecha that appeared on the battlefield could bring great pressure and even fear to the Imperial mecha. Regardless of whether it was the real Ji Xinghe or not, the golden pangolin armor that came to chase him alone meant death to the 170 Imperial mechas that had already gathered. It's not the Federation's general level or national level mechas, it's just the pangolin armor. We have a chance. The commander of the Imperial mecha was still roaring and struggling. But how could Ji Xinghe, who was chasing him, be an ordinary mecha warrior who could only fight with mechas? There was no need to look so far ahead. Li Zhangfen's words echoed in his ears. Ji Xinghe, who was charging alone, did not slow down his speed, so that the Z-22-126 team that was trying to keep up with him behind him was still at the limit of the visual range of about 200 meters. This was a very unreasonable way of fighting. Even if Ji Xinghe could kill these nearly 200 Imperial mechas alone, it would be impossible to annihilate them in one charge. When he and the Z-22-126 team were separated by the Imperial mechas, the significance of his support would be reduced to a negligible level. Even the Imperial mechas, which were already in a state of fear, had enough combat power to annihilate the Z-22-126 team. The commander of the Imperial mecha team discovered this and exclaimed in surprise. Let him pass. And we will annihilate the Federal mechas behind him. The captain of the Z-22-126 team also discovered this, but he was not afraid at all, and shouted enthusiastically, "Follow the old man." The team members were equally enthusiastic. Captain, can we shout that slogan? We are not afraid of death, so why are we afraid of shouting slogans? Shout, uneven voices rang out. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. In just a few words, the Z-22-126 team watched as Ji Xinghe passed through the Imperial mechas in a defensive formation alone, without even fighting. And they also broke through the distance of 200 meters and encountered Imperial mechas that made way for Ji Xinghe but wanted to block them. And they clearly saw the Imperial mechas that circled behind them from both sides. Are they going to die again? None of the Federation mecha warriors who had this idea were afraid. As they waved their weapons and made corresponding attack maneuvers, they shouted in unison, loud and resolute voices. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible. The encounter officially began, but to their shock, the Imperial mecha blocking them did not move at all. It seemed like it was broken. It also seemed like Chapter 740 the more the better. The Z-22 to 126 team were confused and only focused on taking advantage of the opportunity to kill and destroy. The King of Xinghe already knew the reason. Controlling armor with Ji Xinghe, you are really going backwards as you grow older. To deal with these conventional grade standard mechas, you actually have to use a bloodline secret technique level combat method such as controlling armor with Ki. It's simply an insult to the Ki you have, the power of grace you have, and the power of inheritance you may have. The King of Xinghe complained in his heart, and was extremely envious. The ability to control armor with Ki is not very difficult for it, which has reached the 7th stage, but to use the ability of controlling armor with Ki to make 9 conventional grade standard mechas unable to move at such a fast charging speed and at a certain distance from the Imperial mecha is an ability that it can only dream of. The key is not the ability to control armor with Ki, but the degree of understanding of mechas and the ability to control Ki and precise mecha parts. Like the physical strength possessed by a mechanic, or the strength used when performing mechanical repair work, everyone has it. The same is true for the monkeys on the technical side of the empire, and the strength they possess is far less than that of the gorillas. But with this kind of power, can you repair the mecha? With the 7th stage of Ki, and learning to control the armor with Ki, can you affect the operation of the key parts of the mecha in an instant at a distance of 20 to 30 meters? When the King of Xinghe complained, the staff next to him who couldn't guess his thoughts made an analysis. Ji Xinghe is still too kind. He doesn't want those ordinary mecha warriors of the Federation to sacrifice, so he used a special method to make our mecha, which was at the forefront and should have withstood the charge of the Federal mecha team, shut down, creating an opportunity for the Federal mecha team to kill through our mecha formation. The specific tactical analysis was automatically ignored by the King of Xinghe after hearing it. He watched Ji Xinghe successfully lead an ordinary Federal mecha team to kill through the defensive formation composed of nearly 200 Imperial mechas, and suddenly began to worry. If Ji Xinghe was not fighting alone, but leading other independent Federal regiments that were originally in the God's Mountain to join the battle, how could he stop Ji Xinghe? Not to mention its real purpose. But this worry soon dissipated. The King of Xinghe saw clearly through the Imperial mechas that were killed but not annihilated, and those Federal mechas that followed Ji Xinghe to fight a bloody road. When they finally caught up with Ji Xinghe, they began to retreat after a brief pause. Soon they completely disappeared in the dust storm, leaving Ji Xinghe alone. It was as if they blamed Ji Xinghe for rushing too fast just now, causing them to take huge risks, so they were unwilling to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe again. But the King of Xinghe knew very well that the facts must be exactly the opposite. He is so arrogant, just like his nephew. When the King of Xinghe thought of Emperor Wu Ii, he thought of Emperor Wu Ii's analysis of Ji Xinghe. Several dragon language words learned from Li Hangfen flashed through his mind. Mutual appreciation, equals strength, equals strength. Bah. The King of Xinghe didn't like the word sympathetic. Ji Xinghe is not kind, it denied after the staff finished the analysis. Maybe Ji Xinghe was kind before, and would let himself fall into danger in order to reduce the casualties of the soldiers of the Federation. But now Ji Xinghe will never make such a choice again. His kindness has long been melted into nothingness by blood and fire. The staff reacted quickly and asked immediately, Your Majesty means that Ji Xinghe did this to free up more Federal troops, especially mecha combat power? Yes, the King of Xinghe nodded, but was unwilling to say anything more about it, and gave the order directly. Since Ji Xinghe has come, and he came alone, and told us in such a ostentatious way, let's act according to the original plan. Yes, how could the King of Xinghe, who was reminded by Emperor Wu Ii, not make preparations for Ji Xinghe? The 2 Anti-Galaxy Corps composed of 600 Marcus armors of the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps finally received the order to go out, and from the Mountain of Gods, under the cover of the dust storm, they rushed directly to the battlefield where Ji Xinghe was. At the same time, the order of the Imperial Command was also issued to almost all the Imperial mecha teams in the nearby area. They were like a group of sharks that smelled blood, and they charged towards Ji Xinghe's current location, using their lives to delay the arrival of the Anti-Galaxy Corps. Not only that, the King of Xinghe also connected with the King of Xiandong. I've already started, Ji Xinghe is here, I know, When the anti-galaxy core that can really contain him is in place, I will launch an attack on base number 6. In fact, you don't have to wait. Ji Xinghe is just arriving his own Shanjia, not to mention the large number of conventional mechas I prepared for him. Just 600 Marcus armors are enough to have a chance to kill him. Kill him, King Zhendong sneered. Then I really have to congratulate you in advance. Ha ha ha, no problem. After the communication was hung up, King Zhendong looked at the troop movement chart on the screen and hesitated. Should he do it himself? Although it told King Zhendong that it was sure of victory, in fact it knew very well that it would be difficult to kill Ji Xinghe in a dust storm with these troops. Even if Ji Xinghe was only driving his own Shanjia. If you can't win, you can just run away. The performance of the Zanshan armor is equivalent to that of the Imperial Marcus armor. In terms of speed, it is one level higher than the Imperial Marcus armor. In addition, with Ji Xinghe's operating level, even the Duke armor may not be able to catch up, and it is not realistic to chase and intercept him because of the dust storm. In this case, although I have obtained the weapon, if I take action, I will definitely be able to kill Ji Xinghe directly. But in this case, I can't get the power of inheritance from Ji Xinghe. Moreover, even if I really take action, can I definitely catch up with Ji Xinghe? When the king of Zhenan hesitated, the king of Zhendong did not hesitate at all. Although it told Li Hengfen that it would send out the mecha troops, it mentioned 3 days later at that time and 2 days later now. It also told the king of Zhenan that it would wait a little longer before it was willing to take action. But why should it tell the truth to Li Hengfen and the king of Zhenan? Send troops, yes, 300 Marcus armors, 1,200 conventional standard mechas, and more than 100 noble mechas led in conventional standard mechas, all left the jump base in just half an hour and rushed to the location of base number 6. It only takes 1 hour for them to reach the federal occupied area. Although their movements will definitely be discovered, what does it matter? If you can't handle this little force, what qualifications do you have to make a deal with me? A ferocious smile appeared on the face of King Zhendong. I have crippled you and captured Ji Rongzhenayu. How dare you, Ji Xinghe, not make a deal with me? Ji Xinghe, as Tu Yuan expected, issued an order for the Z-22-126 team to retreat. The federal mecha warriors who had twice produced a disparate heart could not believe their ears, nor did they want to believe their ears. Why do you want to drive us away? We killed us. Although the process was a bit weird, we did kill us and followed you. With us, you must be more relaxed. Why are you unwilling to fight side by side with us? No, lead us to fight. Although our strength is a little worse, let alone compared with your independent regiment and the other 4 independent regiments, there is a gap even compared with some elite mecha teams, but we are really not afraid of death. Some aggrieved mecha warriors didn't ask anything after all. Yes, obeying orders is regarded as their duty, and obeying Ji Xinghe's orders is more like an instinct. To this day, almost no one will question the decisions made by Ji Xinghe. Seeing the mecha warriors of the Z-22-126 team leave, Ji Xinghe resisted the urge to explain something. What the king of Zhenan said was right and wrong. He did have some changes because of the blood and fire he experienced personally, but what disappeared was definitely not kindness. The old father of 300,000 mecha warriors will always be. But many times, fathers don't need to explain everything to their children. After installing the honeycomb flare launcher left by the Z-22-126 team on the mounting point of the mecha, Ji Xinghe launched a charge again. The energy he had just consumed had been restored by half, so he didn't mind continuing to use anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Return to the original, return to purity. Ji Xinghe forgot the crisis that the second war zone might face, forgot that there were more than 20,000 federal mecha warriors participating in the battle in the Mountain of the Gods war zone, and forgot the hundreds of thousands of troops that constituted the defense line of the Mountain of the Gods. He forgot a lot, but he didn't forget one thing. Kill one less, the pure gold-painted pangolin, bearing the fierce firepower from the Imperial mecha, crashed straight into the position where the most Imperial mechas were gathered within the detection range of the airborne radar. The color of the body became mottled in a very short time, like a wall with latex paint falling off due to moisture, and like a painting that quickly passed by time, from colorful to dull and faded. But these are all external changes. The wall without latex paint can still shelter from wind and rain, and the instinct of the house is not affected. The inner meaning of oil paintings will not disappear with the change of colors, and some can even produce new inner meanings. The super alloy-made panic armor can be described as indestructible when facing this kind of conventional firepower. The visual range obstruction brought by the dust storm, as well as the various minerals including hematite in the dust, affect the detection of airborne radars, and the super high speed that the panic armor can burst out in a very short distance under the driving of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe does not need to withstand the concentrated fire of all the imperial mechas. 2 tungsten steel gold mecha swords flew up after Ji Xinghe completed the breakthrough. Those imperial mechas that could not respond effectively fell down in large numbers like wheat fields in the harvest season, like harvesters. Those imperial mechas that could take advantage of the time when their teammates were broken to respond effectively were unable to make any meaningful maneuvers. The mechas they drove, which were in perfect condition before participating in the battle today, seemed to have experienced the changes of time and aged and rusted at this moment. The precise operation became a little sluggish in the process of being executed by the mecha. If they were facing ordinary federal mecha warriors, this short delay would not take their lives, but when they were facing Ji Xinghe, life and death are only a moment away. Either escape or die. If you make a decision a moment late, you will no longer be able to choose to escape, and there is only one way to die. Why? Some guerrillas had strong doubts before their vision became completely dark, just like the guerrillas in the imperial mechas that were just defeated by the Z-22-126 team. They couldn't figure out why their mechas suddenly couldn't move, as if they had turned from mechas into mecha models. If they were still alive, they might envy their teammates whose maneuvers were delayed at this time. After all, it was just a delay, not completely immobile. One imperial mecha after another was destroyed, and one imperial mecha after another chose to escape. In less than 10 minutes, the nearly 200 imperial mechas that had been chasing the Z-22-126 team before were defeated by Ji Xinghe alone. Half of them were destroyed. Even though Ji Xinghe had long been accustomed to this kind of strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment at this time. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had once again won dozens of gold stars, but the new ability he mastered in this battle. He had this idea since he faced the Emperor Ji Xinghe and his 4 sons in that imperial space battleship. Since the ability of Qi Yujia can be used to control multiple imperial prince armors within a certain distance, then can we try to influence more imperial mechas in a one-on-many battle? In the past few days in base number 6, he conducted some research, and it was not used in actual combat until today. The results are remarkable. Area 1033, Ji Xinghe thought about the news that Tu Yuan had passed on before, and gave up chasing those fleeing imperial mechas. The news that they left alive and came alone should have reached the ears of the king of Xianan. What kind of response will it make? Or, what kind of response will Emperor Wu Ii make? Or, they had guessed that I would come alone before, so what kind of preparations did they make? Ji Xinghe's mind naturally and uncontrollably generated these questions, and then he completely abandoned them. Kill one, the less one, the more the better. Ji Xinghe drove the mecha expressionlessly and began to charge towards the ZS2-1033 area, with no intention of saving the mecha's energy. Feeling the metal ball that Shen Yu had stuffed into his pocket on the left side of his combat uniform before he came, and the holy crystal seized from a dakang in it, Ji Xinghe gave a name to his new ability that he had just verified in actual combat. Chapter 741, Fighting in Danger. The king of Xianan was able to see the motionless appearance of the imperial mechas through the information sent back by the imperial mechas. Commanders and generals such as Yang Ate and Ivanovich were also able to see the same scene through the information sent back by the Federation mechas. What's going on? The same question, the same surprise. In any case, Ji Xinghe's stronger performance is a good thing for the Federation, especially the ability to make teammates stronger, which is comparable to high-tech weapons such as the 6 paths of reincarnation and the electromagnetic rifle. It should be the power of Qi. In the Nanshanman command, a staff officer analyzed excitedly. General Ji has demonstrated the ability to control armor with Qi before. While operating the divine punishment armor, he also operated 4 imperial prince armors to chase the king of Xianbi of the empire. Since he can operate multiple imperial mechas to chase, he can naturally use the power of Qi to affect the maneuvering of the imperial mechas. People understood and had similar speculations, but they still didn't dare to believe it. But at that time, all the imperial princes in the 4 prince armor had been killed by General Ji, and they could no longer operate their mechas. The guerrillas in the imperial mechas that General Ji faced this time were all intact, and they could operate the mechas. The combat records of the Z-22-126 team have been transmitted to the command center of the Nanshanman command through the honeycomb flares they sent. So people can clearly see that when these federal mecha warriors broke those motionless imperial mechas, the gorillas in those imperial mechas did not die. From this point of view, although it is not known how Ji Xinghe affected those imperial mechas, the gold stars that were broken should be counted for the Z22 to 126 team. Those gorillas can operate mechas, which theoretically will affect General Ji's control of mechas with air, but what if General Ji did not control their mechas, but destroyed their mechas? People recalled again and again that Ji Xinghe was also a mechanic and had a lot of say in the design of mechas. The third-fourth generation Xinghe mechas were designed by Ji Xinghe himself. For this reason, the Federal Academy of Sciences also issued an academician-level invitation to Ji Xinghe. Compared with the gorillas in the cockpit, it sounds much simpler and more realistic to seize control of the mecha and use the ability of a mechanic to cause critical damage to the mecha. But although the truth is like this, and seeing is believing, people still have a very unrealistic and bizarre feeling. Can the battle between mechas still be fought like this? When Ji Xinghe reports his location, ask him directly. Ivanovich made arrangements. He didn't know where Ji Xinghe ran to, so he couldn't launch a honeycomb flare to convey orders and inquire. Yes, connect Li Yuanba. Yes, communication was established quickly. Li Yuanba, who was not on the surface of the alien planet at this time, but in a research area of the Nantianmen space station, would not be affected by the communication caused by the dust storm. Ivanovich briefly explained the situation he had just seen, and then asked directly, "Do you think you can do it?" Li Yuanba shook his head. "I can't think. Feasibility, not sure. Analyze, it's hard to say." Ivanovich had a snag. But he was not surprised by Li Yuanba's attitude. There are two main reasons for this. The first is that Li Yuanba's application for participation in the war was rejected by him, and the second is that Li Yuanba now has to obey orders. Thinking of the sacrifice Li Yuanba made for Li Zhengfen, Ivanovich, who had been frustrated, was not dissatisfied at all. Then think about it again. The communication was hung up, and Ivanovich continued to stare at the large screen of the command center, looking at the battle situation displayed in various places in different categories. As the commander-in-chief, he did not need to directly command today's battle. Even the command center of the Nantianmen Command only played an auxiliary command role, mainly providing intelligence support, fire support, and coordinating various combat units and logistics units. The real command power has always been in the hands of the Federal Command, in the Mountain of Gods war zone. Yang Ante was also very curious about the ability shown by Ji Xinghe and was full of expectations. But he couldn't get through to Li Yuanba now, and he knew that Li Yuanba had a clear gap with Ji Xinghe in terms of ki, so he chose to ask Tu Yuan directly. When Yang Ante established communication with Tu Yuan, Ivanovich also participated in it as if he was thinking about something after being quiet. Yang Ante and Tu Yuan didn't care and had a normal conversation. "You knew it a long time ago? I've heard of it, but I just saw it today. What is this magical skill?" "It's the ability to control armor with ki." "I know, I'm talking about this ability. What's it called?" "There have been several names, but I don't know which one he will choose to use. Tell me about it. Are you free?" "Don't talk nonsense." Yang Ante is now between busy and not busy. Like Ivanovich, as a commander, he does not need to do everything himself. The command at the strategic level is enough for professional and excellent staff and officers at all levels to develop more detailed tactical plans and implement them. Before the Empire changed its tactical plan, almost all operations were carried out step by step, of course, except for Ji Xinghe. "Ping Shanhai, just this one. I think he will use this one. What I hate is that the mountains and the seas are separated, but the mountains and the seas can be leveled." Yeah, it's a bit cliché. And it's a bit petty. What's between us and the Empire is the Sea of Stars. His name is Ji Xinghe, his son is Ji Xinghe, and his magic skill is called Ping Xinghai. That makes sense, it's just a name. Let's get down to business. Yang Ate's inquiry was like a prelude, and finally got to the point. Will Ping Shanhai be useful for Erlay and Marcus A? Now, it's useful for Duke A, as long as the Imperial gorilla driving the mecha has no power of ki. But because of the different performance of the mecha, the degree of impact will be different. But it won't work in the future. Lead can isolate the conduction of ki to a certain extent, and the Empire will modify their mechas based on this. Hearing Tu Yuan speak out the weakness of Ji Xinghe's move without any concern, Yang Ate was inexplicably relieved. The same was true for Ivanovich, who kept quiet. "It's okay if it's useful now," Yang Ate said seriously. I suggest again that Ji Xinghe go to the battlefield where the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment is located and liberate a Bald Eagle Independent Regiment. It is more stable and effective than him following your idea and rashly attracting the enemy's main mecha troops alone. You can see that the troops dispatched by the Empire this time have not made any changes based on the siege of Ji Xinghe. Until now, Yang Ante did not insist on letting Ji Xinghe go to the battlefield where the 4 independent regiments were located before. One important reason was that he was worried about Ji Xinghe's safety. The defense of this Hanshanjia is limited. The imperial mechas faced by the 4 independent regiments are not only numerous, but also have more courageous firepower capabilities, and many of them use tungsten steel gold weapons. No matter how strong Ji Xinghe is, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not be hit or damaged by the enemy mecha in the melee. Now it's different. With Ping Shanhe's peerless magic, Ji Xinghe is just like a cultivator in the science fiction world. Not to mention dimensionality reduction, but taking a different approach can also create miracles. Hearing that Yang Ante's proposal was in line with his own ideas, Ivanovich also said, "My suggestion is the same as Commander Yang's. Not moving means that Ji Xinghe should not go to the front battlefield." Tu Yuan directly refused, and then explained, "If you were the commander of the Empire, would you allow someone like Ji Xinghe to sweep the battlefield?" While Yang Ante was thinking, Ivanovich frowned and said, "No matter how far he sweeps, he is only one person and one mecha. Yes, once he joined the battle, he freed up the combat power of 14 mecha teams and was able to deal with at least 300 imperial mechas that these 14 mecha teams originally had to face, but this has a minimal effect on the entire war." Tu Yuan's expression remained unchanged and his tone was calm. "Yes, if the Empire leaves Ji Xinghe alone, no matter how good Ji Xinghe is at fighting, he can't change the situation of this Empire's counterattack. But I insist that the Empire will never let Ji Xinghe go, or in other words, compared with the strategic intention of the Empire's large-scale counterattack this time, killing Ji Xinghe is more valuable." Ivanovich glanced at the big screen again, and then reminded, "But until now, the Empire has not made any changes in the mobilization of troops." "You mean, they still don't know that Ji Xinghe is here?" "The Empire must know." Tu Yuan looked at Ivanovich and asked, "But what if the Empire's troops we know are not all the troops of the Empire's counterattack this time?" Ivanovich was silent, and Yang Ante, who was originally silent, continued to be silent. Through the detection device arranged before the dust storm, the Federation can currently confirm that the Empire has invested more than 1 million troops in this counterattack, of which more than 15,000 are mecha troops. It looks like they are going all out. But is this really the Empire's full strength? At least the Empire's most elite mecha force, the Anti-Galaxy Corps, has not appeared until now. Before Tu Yuan said this, many people thought that the Anti-Galaxy Corps was waiting for an opportunity. There are also many people who think that the Empire is afraid of being killed. It has already lost almost all the Earl A and nearly half of the Marcus A of the Anti-Galaxy Corps, so it dare not move out easily. Because the Federation's independent regiment did not move, Ji Xinghe did not move, and could move at any time and reach the Mountain of God's war zone within an hour. No one can predict the future and have a foresight in everything, so no one can make a definite judgment. Don't tell me to transfer the independent regiment here, and don't tell me how to use Ji Xinghe. I know it in my heart, and Ji Xinghe knows it in his heart. Tu Yuan's words were not like a federal general or a commander of a war zone. He continued to look at Ivanovich, as if ignoring Yang Ante, and said, "If there is a problem with my command decision, I will take full responsibility." Waiting for you to say this. Although Ivanovich wanted the independent regiment to come to support and stabilize the situation in the Mountain of God's war zone as soon as possible, with Tu Yuan's tough attitude, Ji Xinghe, a federal general famous for disobeying military orders, was involved. What can he do? He can only settle for the second best. If I were Li Anbang, it would be great. Ivanovich sighed in his heart. He was not happy that he had achieved a small goal. The communication between the three commanders ended here, and many people around the three commanders heard their conversation. Differences in command strategy? Yang Ante's silence later made people subconsciously think that he was persuaded by Tu Yuan and gave up the command strategy he proposed. Ivanovich, who was silent only after Tu Yuan issued a military order, was not regarded as giving up by people. So, who is right? Perhaps after this time, there will be no doubt about the selection of the next federal commander-in-chief. Ji Xinghe did name his newly developed ability Ping Shanhai as Tu Yuan expected. It's a bit casual, but it doesn't really matter what name you choose. Even if Sichuan took the forbidden armor field, the silent barrier taken by the lame man, the martial emperor forbidden zone taken by Shen Mu, the galaxy force field taken by Xinghe, and the seeing armor in the wild taken by Qin Tong, what difference does it make? In the end, we have to flatten the imperial mechas like mountains and seas, and then flatten the empire. In other words, even if the empire's mechas can be as high as mountains and as numerous as seas, so what? Just flatten them. Ji Xinghe, who had just flattened the ZS2-1032 area, successfully arrived at the ZS2-1033 area 29 minutes after completing the orbital airdrop. According to the intelligence obtained before, there are at least 200 imperial mechas in this area, and they have annihilated a federal mecha team that came to investigate. The 8 federal mecha teams that had just supported this area have all retreated at this time because of Tu Yuan's order. Ji Xinghe, who was driving a mecha in the dust storm, closed his eyes. The air wrapped around his body like a force field, with a blessing of his ability of not seeing, not hearing, sensing danger and avoiding, made him sense the danger in a way that the existing science of the Federation could not explain. The danger in the dust storm naturally came from the mecha of the Empire. Avoid? No. The Zhanshanjia driven by Ji Xinghe, as if ignoring the dust storm that covered the sky, charged at the more than 200 imperial mechas that had gathered. As the distance got closer, Ji Xinghe's perception became clearer. The air that needs a medium to be transmitted, when the surrounding air is filled with alien dust, has a qualitative improvement in terms of transmission speed, stability, and the distance it can spread. So, this is not about not seeing, not hearing, sensing danger and avoiding. Instead, it is about not seeing, not hearing, sensing danger and fighting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 Unscientific and Scientific. The 239 Imperial mechas that received the order to fight to the death burst out with a resolute will to fight. Ji Xinghe is only driving his own Shanjia. We may not have no chance, no matter how powerful Ji Xinghe is. If we rush forward, can he kill us all? Ji Xinghe is here? Ji Xinghe, do you really think you can kill us all before your energy runs out? The first few words were normal, and they sounded in the communication channel of the Imperial mecha, but the latter sentence was very abnormal, and it sounded from the speaker of a noble mecha, and it was transmitted quite far. Not to mention what Ji Xinghe, who had already charged to their vicinity, would think when he heard this sentence. Many guerrillas in the communication channel who had the will to die had already exploded, without any consideration for their noble status. Shut up, idiot. Do you know what those stupid nobles like you said when Ji Xinghe challenged? You nobles are all equally stupid. It's time to talk, scold, and fight. The battle was inevitable since they received the order to fight to the death. But their determination to fight had not yet reached its peak, because their original plan was to find Ji Xinghe slowly to delay time and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. But what they never expected was that Ji Xinghe suddenly appeared in their detection range inexplicably. The 7 Imperial mechas on alert in the same direction on the outermost layer had no power to fight back, and were all defeated by Ji Xinghe in an instant. He did not choose the most reliable guerrilla tactics when fighting against many enemies, but relied on his own majestic ki to use the Ping Shanhai that Yang Ente and others called a magical skill. In fact, the names given by Sichuan, Xinghe and others were not appropriate at all. The power of ki lingered around the Zhanshanjia driven by Ji Xinghe, and with the dust raised by the dust storm, it easily spread to a distance of 30 meters around the Zhanshanjia. But these diffused ki do not have the ability to destroy the enemy mecha within the range. Their role is only to enhance Ji Xinghe's perception, so that Ji Xinghe can see the movements of the Imperial mecha behind the obstacles. The same as before. What is different from before is that while maintaining this enhanced perception, more condensed ki extends from Ji Xinghe's body, penetrates the super alloy armor of Zhanshanjia, and directly takes the Imperial mecha within 10 meters of Ji Xinghe. In essence, it is the highway composed of ki that Ji Xinghe used to control 4 prince armors. But there is a clear difference in form. It does not seek the channels required for stable control, but only seeks a sharp and strong destructive effect. This is the Ping Shanhai. It is not a domain, a barrier, an aura, a force field, etc., but the 6-3 section lens is similar to the Xinghe overclocking form, which can be called the key lance. The experience of driving Xinghe armor gave Ji Xinghe the opportunity to study this ability. Compared to the 3-section lance made of tungsten steel gold used by Xinghe armor, the key lance is invisible, colorless and tasteless. It is a special power that is difficult to detect with the existing technology of the Empire and the Federation. If you can't see it, you can't defend it. When Ji Xinghe drove this Hanshin armor and directly crashed into more than 200 imperial mechas in a cluster state, all the imperial mechas within a 10-meter range of him were within his attack range, which was longer than the attack range of the double swords in his hand, and the effect was more obvious in a sense. The key lance can't directly kill the gorilla mecha warriors in the air, because it is not a real lance. Even if it is a mecha warrior without mecha protection, Ji Xinghe, who is only in the 7th stage, can't kill gorillas directly in this way, and it can't kill people either. Perhaps, the 8th stage or even the 9th stage of the Wu Emperor I can kill people in this way. The power that blasted away the metal form of Li Zhangfen before, when used on ordinary humans and gorillas, is absolutely fatal. Why does this attack method used by Ji Xinghe have a significant attack effect on mechas? Because the essence of ki is radiation. After condensing into an invisible entity, the radiation, like in evolution, penetrates the protective armor of the imperial mech and hits the key electronic components inside its body, and an effect similar to an electromagnetic pulse attack appears. The maneuver deformation is good luck, and bad luck means a direct crash. One against many, Ji Xinghe, who seems to be under siege, is driving his own Shanjia, which is as light as a swallow. When the imperial mechas around him that can attack him are all affected to varying degrees by Ping Shanhai, it's like a peerless master breaking into a nursing home where there is no one like Ji Xinghe, and breaking into a kindergarten where there is no one like Ji Rongzhenyu. Punching and kicking is fine, he also holds 2 mecha swords made of tungsten steel gold. Chopping melons and vegetables is just like this. The imperial mech warriors who have never encountered such an enemy were completely stunned by Ji Xinghe. Even if they are fearless, they cannot accept their own unclear death. The teammates who were at the front and close to Ji Xinghe should have posed a certain threat to Ji Xinghe and created some opportunities for them to attack. However, through the shared combat perspective, they were horrified to find that all the mechas that were close to Ji Xinghe and ready to launch an attack seemed to know that they would die, so they were too lazy to struggle and just wanted to die. They died like they were sending themselves to death. One after another, the imperial mechas that were hid in the rear were at the front and faced Ji Xinghe in the charge of Ji Xinghe. They didn't want to die, nor did they want to die, but when they manipulated their mechas to launch a threatening attack, as they did in every training and every battle in the past, the mechas suddenly stopped working. It was like being hit by the Federation's divine punishment light, but under the dust storm that covered the sky, how could the Federation's divine punishment light be able to hit it? They didn't see the beam of light, but they felt the fatal damage brought by the beam of light. Retreat, retreat immediately, a captain-level gorilla gave the order. Fight to the death, whoever wants to retreat, I will kill him first. There was still a stubborn gorilla who revised the order. The goal of fighting to the death is to delay Ji Xinghe, not to kill Ji Xinghe. We can't kill Ji Xinghe, we will fight while retreating. Ji Xinghe will not give up chasing us, we can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Too many wanted to retreat, and only a few wanted to insist on the order to fight to the death. So they began to retreat. But how can the speed of conventional standard mechas be compared with Zhan Shanjia? When the pursuit began, Ji Xinghe's star-picking speed dropped suddenly, but the consumption of physical strength, mental will, and ki was much less than before. In such a battle, he no longer needs to use Ping Shanhai, and the ki just consumed is recovering at a very high speed. Zhan Shanjia, whose paint surface has been damaged since the battle, still maintains its peak state. It has consumed 35% of its energy and is about to reach the warning line, but it has not affected Ji Xinghe's pursuit speed. These energies are enough for him to annihilate these imperial mechas, and then calmly replace the nuclear fuel cells. But will the Empire give him such a chance? Right now, hurry up, King Zhenan roared. Ji Xinghe's mecha energy has been consumed a lot, and his energy has been consumed by most or even all in the battle just now. He is now the weakest Ji Xinghe you can face. Hurry up and kill him. If you go too late and let him recover, many of you will be killed by him. Its viewing perspective is a little delayed, but it's not a big problem. Although it can't figure out how Ji Xinghe can be so powerful, even beyond its inherent understanding of mecha warfare, but so what? Stupid. King Zhenan's expression became a little crazy. You use this fighting style just against conventional standard mechas. What will you use to fight against the Marcus armor of the anti-galaxy core? Ji Xinghe, are you trying to tell me that you came here in person? Ji Xinghe, do you have a backup plan that makes you confident that you can survive my encirclement? But do you know that I knew you would come a long time ago? Do you also know that I have prepared 600 Marcus armor for you? This is a force that even my nephew can't stop. The king of Xianan was very excited, but also very regretful and helpless. Like the king of Xianbei, the king of Xiandong and Ada Kang before, he actually didn't want to kill Ji Xinghe directly, but today's battle turned out like this, and the eyes of Emperor Wu Yi were watching behind him. How could he let it go? He could only kill Ji Xinghe. On the big screen, the anti-galaxy core, which represented 600 Marcus armor, was getting closer and closer to Ji Xinghe, who was chasing the conventional imperial mechas. Keep communicating, do everything you can to keep communicating. I want to see Ji Xinghe killed. Amid the roar of the king of Xianan, the communication that was maintained as much as possible sent back a message. A federal mecha squad was found, conventional level, with 24 mechas. On the big screen, the picture sent back by the Marcus A of the anti-galaxy core appeared. The 24 federal mechas that were conducting reconnaissance were being chased by them. The eyes of the staff around the king of Xianan lit up. Your Majesty, it's the federal mecha squad that followed Ji Xinghe before. Destroy them. When the king of Xianan sneered and gave the order, the captain of the Z-22-126 team was also giving orders. Brothers, this time we really have to sacrifice. The old man can't save us. These imperial Marcus armors must be targeting the old man. So, the captain took a deep breath and then said, disperse the reconnaissance, and spread the news before you die. The old man saved our lives. This time, it's our turn to save the old man's life. Yes. The 24 federal mecha warriors actually wanted to say more, because they knew that in a few minutes, they would no longer be able to speak. But the words were all suppressed when they came to their lips. What's the point of saying it or not? But according to what the captain said, it is meaningful to detect as many imperial Marcus armors as possible and then spread the news. It is meaningful for the old man and the Federation. Before death, you should do meaningful things instead of groaning without pain. Yes. Thousands of words turned into one word. After they accepted the order to die, the sleeping formation suddenly dispersed, as if they were flying away when disaster struck. But when they were caught up by the Marcus A of the Empire, and they used their lives to cover their launch of the honeycomb flares, the Empire knew that they were not running for their lives. When those honeycomb flares passed through the dust storm, and the communication matrix built by the honeycomb drones received the information in them, the Federation knew that they were all heroes. Report. A trembling shout rang out in the command center of the Nanshanmen space station. In the ZS-2-1036 area, a large number of Imperial Marcus armors were discovered. They are suspected to be the Marcus armor core of the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps. Upon hearing the code name of the area, Ivanovich, who had been sitting upright, suddenly stood up with a shocked expression. Quantity, the number of Marcus armors that has been confirmed is 527. They were discovered by our 126, 128, 131, 132, and 135 mecha squads of the Z-22 sequence located in the area. The above 5 mecha squads have been wiped out, a colonel staff officer exclaimed. General Tu Yuan's concerns are correct. The Marcus armor core of the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps has been dispatched, and their target has become General Ji. It is even possible that their target has always been General Ji and the Independent Regiment, a staff officer analyzed. According to the normal configuration of the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps, there are at least 2 Anti-Galaxy Corps, with about 600 mechas, and it is very likely that they are all composed of Marcus armors. We should immediately. Ivanovich didn't have time to listen to other people's analysis, he had his own judgment. Send a message to Ji Xinghe immediately and ask him to retreat. Use saturation transmission at all costs. We must get the news before he encounters those Marcus A and escape unscathed. Yes, connect to Yuan to me. The communication was connected, and Ivanovich had regained his composure. The Anti-Xinghe Corps composed of the Imperial Marcus A has appeared. You don't have to worry about the second war zone anymore. Now, immediately send the Independent Regiment to support Ji Xinghe. With the Independent Regiment, Ji Xinghe has a great chance to shoot down these 600 Marcus A. Tu Yuan glanced at Ivanovich and then hung up the communication. Ivanovich suddenly turned his head and looked at the communicator. What are you doing? Reporting a communication failure at this time. The communicator looked shocked. "Commander, it's not that the communication is interrupted, it's..." Before he finished speaking, Ivanovich woke up. "Tuan," a report sounded in the roar. Report. The second theater has discovered the Imperial anti-galaxy core, which consists of 300 Marcus armor, and a main Imperial mecha core, consisting of 1,200 conventional standard mechas and 69 noble mechas, including 32 Earl armor, 30 Marcus armor, and 7 Duke armor, compared with the intelligence sent back by the mecha squads such as Z-22 to 126, the intelligence sent to Nanchunman by the second theater was much more detailed and real. On the big screen of the command center, there were already images of the Imperial mecha marching captured by many detection eyes and then integrated by technology. The huge force of more than 1,500 mechas, wrapped in various engineering mine-clearing vehicles, communication support vehicles, anti-missile vehicles and other weapons, rushed towards the direction of base number 6 like a locust. Ivanovich was stunned. Is the Empire crazy? Is it really necessary to fight to the end? Even if the second theater has an independent regiment, how can it stop such a large and powerful force? Even if they could stop them, what would Ji Xinghe do? If Ji Xinghe could not receive the message and retreat in advance, and was caught up by about 600 Marcus A aircraft, who could save Ji Xinghe? Just when Ivanovich was a little panicked. Report. Another report sounded. Colonel Ji Xinghe of the 2nd Theater Independent Regiment, requests support from Dongfeng 101 ballistic missiles equipped with nuclear warheads. Chapter 743 I will only teach you once. With a dense array of honeycomb flares, based on the Nanchunman Command's analysis of Ji Xinghe's battle route, the area of 30 kilometers was covered at all costs. The communication was finally established successfully. Ji Xinghe was online. The relevant intelligence information was transmitted to each other in just a few seconds. The main transmission was the combat record from the Zhanshanjia Intelligent Corps, driven by Ji Xinghe, to the Nanchunman Command. This, when Ivanovich was still hesitating whether to agree to Ji Xinghe's application, the technical staff of the command had already completed the integration of Ji Xinghe's combat records and reported a detailed combat analysis. What the hell? People exclaimed. If the previous charge of Ji Xinghe with the Z-22-126 team was the first manifestation of the ability of Ji Xinghe, it made people amazed and had all kinds of imaginations about Ji Xinghe. Then now, Ji Xinghe has used facts to prove that people's imaginations are not illusory, but real facts. But this fact is too illusory, fantasy, right? Judging from the analysis reports made by the technicians and the selected battle videos, the conventional class Imperial standard mechas that Ji Xinghe faced, or rather, destroyed, all seem to have become the mecha exhibits of some folk activities on the Azure Star, which were beautiful on the outside but rotten on the inside. They were all flashy and unrealistic. But are the standard mechas of the Empire really like this? The answer is obvious. Just an hour ago, these Imperial mechas had almost no power to fight back against the Federal mechas, and could only fight in a roundabout way with relatively small numbers. Is the energy exhausted? The Federation's understanding of the nuclear fuel cells used by the Imperial mechas is not inferior to that of the Empire, and naturally knows how long their battery life is, so it is very clear that this is impossible. It's really unscientific. People who have become accustomed to it still can't help but exclaim, with an illusion that their worldview is about to be overturned. In the future, will Ji Xinghe not even need mechas, and can directly charge into the thousands of troops of the Empire? Both grandfather and grandson are unscientific. After someone added, he was opposed. No, only grandpa is too unscientific, and granddaughter is simply too scientific. 11-year-old ace mecha warrior, scientific? The person who was about to refute suddenly thought of the application he had just heard, from Colonel Ji Xinghe of the 2nd War Zone Independent Regiment. It is indeed very scientific. But the question is, will Ivanovich agree with this scientific way of fighting? People did what they should do step by step, anxiously waiting for Ivanovich's decision. But time passed by, and Ivanovich still couldn't make a decision. The reason is not that the Federation's first use of nuclear weapons will lead to what kind of counterattack the Empire will make. If he doesn't even have this courage, he is not worthy of being elected as the Commander-in-Chief by the Tower Top organization with huge resources. The key to the problem is that a few minutes ago, half an hour ago, and an hour ago, he asked Yuan more than once to transfer Ji Xinghe's independent regiment from the 2nd War Zone. So he also showed his judgment that there would be no large-scale war in the 2nd War Zone. But now the facts have proved that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. If the independent regiment really followed his request and boarded the peace space battleship to support the Mountain of God's war zone, and at this time the Imperial Mecha Corps appeared in the second war zone, which even the independent regiment might find difficult to stop, he would not even need Ji Xinghe to apply, and would use nuclear weapons without hesitation to make up for his decision-making mistakes. Without Tu Yuan's doubts, this could not even be called a mistake. Who can predict the future? The counterattack from the Imperial nuclear weapons caused by this had little to do with him. However, it is different now. He has made a mistake, and he will bear the consequences of using nuclear weapons alone. Independence Regiment, can it really not be stopped? Ivanovich asked this question in a panic. While making the analysis, the relevant personnel also contacted the Second War Zone Command, which was able to maintain communication, and then received a unified answer. The independent regiment can stop them, and they even have a chance to wipe out the enemy, but they are coming to support General Ji, so they think it is necessary to end the battle in the second theater in the most efficient way. The news that Ji Xinghe was about to be chased by 600 Marcus armor was known to the Nanchunman Command and the Mountain of God's Command, and the second theater command was also able to learn about it. Even if they had unlimited trust in Ji Xinghe's strength, Ji Xinghe also demonstrated a plug-in level ability of Ping Shanhai, when Ji Xinghe was only driving a standard Zon Shanjia and had to face a large number of Imperial Marcus armor. No one believed that Ji Xinghe could win. We believe that the strategy of the Second Theater Command is correct. General Ji is so powerful that when facing the Empire's conventional standard mechas, he is like a god of war in armor facing a group of ordinary soldiers who don't even have cloth armor and have not received much training. And when General Ji faces the Marcus armor, it is equivalent to facing elite soldiers who are also wearing armor. This metaphor is very appropriate, but Ivanovich disagrees. I have ordered Ji Xinghe to retreat. Ji Xinghe does not need support. He can go to the battlefields where other independent regiments are located, give priority to liberating the combat effectiveness of other independent regiments, and then lead other independent regiments to fight against the Empire's Marcus Armor Corps. Hearing Ivanovich's words, the staff officers were a little panicked. To be honest, Ivanovich didn't need to explain so much to them. The current situation is when the commander-in-chief needs to give a direct order. Ivanovich knew he had spoken out of turn, but he didn't care. Moreover, are the Imperial forces currently appearing in the Second Theater really all of the Empire? If we use nuclear weapons to eliminate these Imperial forces, then what should we do if the Empire uses nuclear weapons to bombard base number 6? The Empire does have this ability. They know the approximate coordinates of base number 6. With the lethality of nuclear weapons, the 3-kilometer error range is not an error at all, and who can guarantee that the Empire will only use one nuclear weapon? Even if only one is used to retaliate. The difference in equivalent may make the anti-nuclear strike structure of base number 6 ineffective. If the independent regiment is destroyed by nuclear weapons, it will be our biggest loss. While speaking, Ivanovich made a decision. Tell the Second Theater that Ji Xinghe does not need their support. I will equip Ji Xinghe with enough troops. Their mission is to block the Imperial forces that appear in their theater. During the process of conveying the order, a signalman shouted. Report, General Ji is unwilling to retreat. The content of the loud report came from the second honeycomb flare fired by Ji Xinghe. After receiving the news about the Imperial Marcus A from the Nanchunman Command, Ji Xinghe waited for a while. At the same time, he fired the first honeycomb flare, reporting all the battle information since he joined the war. What he was waiting for was the information from Tu Yuan, and the information that Xinghe could take the opportunity to pass on. As he expected, King Zhendong really overturned the table. After summarizing the relevant information, he fired the second honeycomb flare. Not retreating, Ivanovich was extremely angry. What does he want to do? Inform him immediately that the independent regiment cannot come to support him. He has no chance. Let him obey orders and immediately support the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment. The people next to him looked at Ivanovich with strange eyes, so Ivanovich understood that what he just said was nonsense. If Ji Xinghe was really so obedient, why would he do this? Taking a deep breath, the distracting thoughts in his mind were instantly cleared, and his courage as the commander-in-chief of the Federation played its due role at this moment. He said, if Ji Xinghe refuses to retreat, then let the independent regiment support Ji Xinghe and authorize the use of Vostok 101 ballistic missiles equipped with nuclear warheads to support the Second Theater. The order was successfully issued, and the strange looks people had at Ivanovich disappeared. Ji Xinghe's reaction was completely within people's expectations. He refused to retreat again, and also refused the order for the independent regiment to come to support, and most importantly, General Ji does not allow us to use nuclear weapons to support the second theater. He withdrew the application of the independent regiment. The distracting thoughts that Ivanovich had just eliminated reappeared, and they were more numerous and more complicated than before. He thought of Ji Xinghe's disobedience again, and also thought of Ji Xinghe not allowing the independent regiment to support, but what he never expected was that Ji Xinghe would withdraw the application of the independent regiment. That was the application submitted by your granddaughter. If you don't let us use nuclear weapons, it means you want to let your granddaughter participate in the war. Or are you not going to let Ji Xinghe participate in this battle? But Ji Xinghe is already an ace mecha warrior of the Federation, and has the right to use the two mechas, Champion Marcus and Star Moon armor. Now, will she not join the battle if you don't allow her to? Ivanovich continued to give orders with a cold face, as if he didn't hear Ji Xinghe's response. Tell the second theater command to get them ready. We agreed to their previous application. Using nuclear weapons is not just about pressing the launch button. With the cover of the dust storm, it is necessary to know the location of the main force of the Imperial Mecha Corps. The more accurate the bombing, the faster the battle will end. Although mechas that are not Duke armor or higher levels cannot stop nuclear weapons, the distance from the center of the nuclear explosion and whether there are bunkers on the terrain can affect the lethality of nuclear weapons. Ivanovich's order had just been issued when the report sounded. Report: Colonel Ji Xinghe of the Independent Regiment refused our use of nuclear weapons for support. She is also going to disobey military orders. Ivanovich was so angry that he laughed. His good impression of Ji Xinghe disappeared at this moment. He even regretted agreeing to the standards set by Ji Xinghe for Ji Xinghe, which made Ji Xinghe an ace-level mecha warrior, a federal colonel, and the third person after Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe who has the influence of the national idol as a mecha warrior. The grandfather and grandson, not to say that they were cut from the same mold, at least in terms of obeying orders, with Ji Xinghe's reputation in front, he should not have expected Ji Xinghe. Ivanovich said sternly, "Tell her what I said." Judging from the current situation, the Empire's troops deployed in the second war zone are definitely more than this. If the independent regiment suffers serious damage in this battle, it will be difficult to stop the Empire's subsequent troops. Moreover, if the independent regiment participates in the war, it will be difficult to have the opportunity to use nuclear weapons again. The mecha regiment battle cannot be finished in a short time. When the mechas of both sides are fighting together, if the Empire has reinforcements, they will definitely appear before the end of the battle and entangle the independent regiment's troops. At that time, it is really impossible to use nuclear weapons, unless the independent regiment is completely wiped out. But with the combat power of the independent regiment, even if it is completely wiped out, it will definitely be able to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Is it really necessary to use nuclear weapons for the remaining Imperial remnants? Ivanovich can naturally understand these reasons, and the facts are the same as he guessed, although he did not know that there was an Imperial jump base in the second canyon. Of course, Ji Xinghe and others can also understand these things. The information gap between them and Ivanovich is really large. Report: Colonel Ji Xinghe replied that the independent regiment could win a complete victory. The signalman's tone was excited, as if the independent regiment had already completed the annihilation with a complete victory when facing more than 1,500 Imperial mechas, of which 300 Marcus armored assaults were the absolute main force. Nonsense. Nonsense. Ivanovich now wished he could send Ji Xinghe back to the Blue Star immediately, and also send Margao and Lin Shu, who had already set off from the Blue Star, back. Children should not be allowed to participate in war, even if these three children are stronger than the Federation's special mecha warriors. Just when Ivanovich was about to get ruthless and make full use of the authority of the commander-in-chief, Tu Yuan's voice rang out. From now on, the second war zone and the area where Ji Xinghe is located in the God's Mountain war zone will all be commanded by me, Ivanovich said coldly. Tu Yuan, you know very well what kind of responsibility this requires. I know very well, you know very well, and Ji Xinghe knows it too. Tu Yuan's tone was relaxed, and he said, "So, I'll do it." Ivanovich did not agree. He said, "If you just want to prove yourself I don't think it's necessary. This is a war, and some things should not be bet on Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment, as well as our overall situation." Tu Yuan was not surprised that Ivanovich could say such a thing, and his tone was full of confidence. "I have said long ago that Ji Xinghe can be sacrificed, and all the people in the independent regiment can be sacrificed, as long as they can bring victory. But you have too many concerns, so you don't know how to use Ji Xinghe or how to use the independent regiment. Now, I will teach you for the last time." Tu Yuan's tone rose, as if he was giving a speech, and as if he was making some kind of declaration. He said, "Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment can fight the battles we can fight, and they can also fight the battles we can't fight. Whether it's the Imperial Intizing Corps composed of Erlay and Marcus A, or the Imperial Royal Guard Battalion composed of Duke A, as long as they appear, they will be handed over to Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment. This is the meaning of the existence of Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment." Chapter 744, Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. "Xinghe, do you think we are bad guys?" Ji Xinghe, who was driving the champion Marcus, asked at full speed. Xinghe, who was in the Xinghe armor, glanced at the champion Marcus who was rushing in front of her, as if she saw Ji Xinghe's expression in the cockpit at this moment. "Of course not, but we concealed the truth, violated military orders, and went back on our words. Now, the argument between Uncle Tu Yuan and Commander Ivanovich is like a clumsy struggle for power in an ancient court drama. Have you seen this kind of thing?" Xinghe was really surprised, but now was obviously not the time to discuss this kind of thing. With her extraordinary calculation ability, she pondered for 3 seconds, but still couldn't answer Ji Xinghe's question. She asked back, "What do you think?" Ji Xinghe was silent for 3 seconds before speaking. "I don't know if my idea is correct. Tell me. If I can't help you confirm, we can ask the Lord. My idea is," Ji Xinghe's tone was a little hesitant, "as long as we win, we are right." Xinghe praised, "Your idea is completely correct, so we are not bad people, but this is a result theory. Hiss, this is a philosophical problem." Xinghe was naturally very clear about the relevant interpretations of process theory and result theory, but understanding the interpretation is only one aspect. Just like Ji Xinghe, no matter how talented she is only an 11-year-old child. Her worldview and outlook on life are in the process of formation. When encountering some important problems, she will have self-doubt and puzzlement. As old as Ji Xinghe, who is 70 years old and has rich experience, doesn't he still hesitate in front of some problems? When the Lord taught others to fight, he said that what suits you is the best. The CPU that Xinghe was using entered the overclocking state. She said, "Then, should we also find the process theory and the result theory that suits us and a certain thing?" Methodology. Yes, we can completely classify the process theory and the result theory into methodology. They are just one of the ways to solve problems and understand the world. Ji Xinghe was quiet for a moment and laughed. "Xinghe, you are so good. Zixin, you are also very good, very good." When the knot was untied, the 2 Federal National Warrior class unparalleled class mechas that were traveling at full speed had already arrived at the middle of the second canyon before the independent regiment. Although there was a dust storm covering it, when you were here, you could still clearly feel the vibration of the earth, and you could also vaguely hear the roar coming from the front. Because the detection eye in front had been destroyed by the Empire, even Xinghe couldn't see what was happening in front now. But you didn't need to see it to know that these vibrations and roars were all caused by the mines and automatic weapons deployed in advance in the second theater. With the continuous enhancement of the Federation's carrying capacity and the continuous improvement of the Federation's industrial productivity on alien planets, as well as the reduction of conventional military input by both the Federation and the Empire, the number of conventional weapons such as mines, bullets, and artillery shells has reached a point where they no longer need to be saved. The mines densely distributed in the second canyon are the first difficulty that the Imperial Mecha Corps needs to face. Although they have prepared devices such as mine clearance vehicles and also have engineer arms to cooperate with the Mecha arms, not all mines can be detected and removed. Unlike the traditional perception that mines need to be stepped on to be activated and then explode when the foot is lifted, many of the mines arranged by the Federation for mechas have the function of active activation. The hidden sensor device can not only capture the movements of the Imperial Mecha, but also has a certain computing power. Based on the preset program, it can be remotely activated as predicted. Some mines were buried very deep, and it was difficult to find their traces from the surface. The Imperial Mech Corps wanted to march quickly, but they had no time to explore carefully. After the demining vehicles and other weapons passed safely, they could not wait to run on them. until the Imperial Mech Corps passed the vanguard and their vigilance was reduced to an extreme. Boom. Just like the array mines used by Ji Xinghe before, which were usually called washing the ground, the Imperial Mech Corps was blown upside down. Automatic attack weapons have much simpler attack methods. They also have the ability to detect, and will activate the preset attack mode as soon as they find the Imperial forces. Whether it is a heavy machine gun, or a burst of artillery, or an electromagnetic pulse, and so on, the fully automatic aiming and attacking have brought a lot of trouble to the Imperial forces and also affected the Imperial forces' mine clearance methods. In addition to the limited lethality, it is easy to determine the attack mode and then be destroyed. This kind of automatic attack weapon basically has no disadvantages. That is, the communication interference in the second canyon was too serious. Otherwise, with Xinghe operating these weapons personally, their lethality would be greatly improved. While the marching speed of the Imperial Mech Corps was slowed down, some unlucky Imperial mechs were damaged, but except for some mechs that really had no combat effectiveness, all mechs continued to march according to the previous orders. King Xinghe gave them a good motivation. This is the weakest independent regiment you can face, because Ji Xinghe is not here. You don't need to worry about Ji Xinghe using remote driving to participate in the war. I don't need to tell you how serious the communication interference in the second canyon is. It is impossible to cross thousands of kilometers with a key-controlled armor without communication support. If Ji Xinghe can use the ability of key-controlled armor across thousands of kilometers, we don't have to fight and can just surrender directly. But even if we surrender, Ji Xinghe will kill us all. Therefore, in order not to be killed by Ji Xinghe, we have to kill him first. When we can't kill him, we have to annihilate his independent regiment, let him be overwhelmed by anger and hatred, and then be killed by us. I say again, this is the weakest independent regiment you can face. Go, annihilate them. The king of Xinghe's somewhat long-winded words still rang in the ears of more than 1,000 guerrilla mecha warriors. As they go deeper and deeper into the Federal-occupied area, encounters may occur at any time. The Federation Independent Regiment, which used to scare them just by hearing its name, only made them excited when it could appear in front of them at any time and charge at them. As one of the commanders, the Grand Duke of the Empire, Yoshinobu Nakano, made the final mobilization in the communication channel for all members. As long as we defeat the independent regiment, the entire empire will cheer for our victory, and even His Majesty will cheer for us. Because, even if we defeat the weakest independent regiment, it is still the Federation's independent regiment, and the Ji Xinghe independent regiment. The fighting spirit of the guerrilla mecha warriors was boiling. But for the commanders headed by the Grand Duke and the Marquis, they were not very happy. In addition to facing a powerful enemy like the independent regiment, they also had to. When did we need to do this pre-war mobilization? In the communication channel where only a few dukes and marquises were present, a dissatisfied voice of a duke was heard. It sounds like the Federation has gained an absolute advantage and we are making the final counterattack. When has our empire become weaker than the Federation? That's right. We have always been stronger than the Federation. It's just because of the rebels that we can't put all our efforts into this war. Otherwise, the Federation would have been destroyed by us long ago. How can such a mobilization happen to us? It should only be necessary when the Federation faces us. We took the initiative to invade the Federation, making it seem like we were invaded by the Federation and have no power to fight back. It's really, the dissatisfied voice made Nakano Yoshinobu a little angry. It did not have full command of this army. The legion composed of more than 1,300 mechas was led by various nobles, and the anti-galaxy corps composed of 300 Marquis armors had its own commander. It was really a general in name only. Just as it was seeking the support of King Xinghe, it heard a report, and at the same time, the picture seen by the mecha at the front was transmitted. Two golden mechas stood side by side, like two door gods, blocking the canyon. Ji Xinghe armor. Ji Xinghe's champion Marquis. What's going on? Did they say Ji Xinghe was in the Guards Mountain? How did he appear here? With Ji Xinghe here, I won't fight. If you want to fight, do it yourselves. Look carefully, idiot. That's not Ji Xinghe, it's Ji Xinghe. I saw Ji Xinghe. You don't need to remind me. You should look carefully. That's Ji Xinghe armor. Count the red stars on it. 7, only 7, the same as the red stars of the champion Marquis. Both are Ji Xinghe's mecha. Some of the panicked voices disappeared, and the commanders of the Imperial Mecha Force finally saw the red stars sprayed on the champion Marquis and Xinghe armor. 7. It was a little different from the number of red stars that Ji Xinghe should have in their calculations, because they didn't know that Ji Xinghe used the statistical standards of galaxy-class mecha warriors, which made them a little confused, but it didn't matter. What was important was, really all of them are Ji Xinghe? Just like Ji Xinghe, but didn't the king say that controlling armor with ki can only be done by reaching the 7th stage? Zhen and King also said this. Could it be that Ji Xinghe has reached the 7th stage? Then, can she use Ji Xinghe's trick? Kill through armor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ji Xinghe must have used the armor clone technique realized by communication. No, she is just pretending. There is someone else in Xinghe armor, whether there is or not, let's use the communication shielding device. Just like we dealt with Ji Xinghe, stupid, Ji Xinghe is in the communication interference area. If we go there, we will be affected by the communication. If we use the communication shielding device, do we still need to command? No need to command, rush forward. I don't believe Ji Xinghe can kill us all by himself. When hearing this, some guerrillas felt cold in their hearts. They were all great nobles and knew the consequences of saying such words. While hesitating, Zhendong King also saw Ji Xinghe. He was shocked and happy in his heart, and then gave the order. Use the communication shielding device immediately and kill Ji Xinghe. The Imperial mecha troops who received the order had to launch a charge even if the commanders were still hesitating. Leading the charge was the anti-galaxy corps composed of 300 Marcus armors, which had not been damaged in the previous march. The remaining 1,279 Imperial mechas chose to go round to the back of Ji Xinghe from both sides, either to intercept the independent regiment that would inevitably appear behind Ji Xinghe, or to block Ji Xinghe's retreat. It was a very normal tactic. The reactions of the two Ji Xinghe's were very abnormal. When they clearly saw the Imperial mechas launching a charge, they actually stayed where they were, neither advancing nor retreating. The champion Marcus did not even react at all, as if he was affected by the communication shielding device that was remotely deployed and activated, and stood still. The Star Moon armor in the regular form raised 6 arms, and she held 6 electromagnetic rifles in her hands. Ji Xinghe was in Xinghe armor, and the champion Marcus is empty. Don't be careless, Ji Xinghe has used this trick. If Ji Xinghe can also control the armor with ki, the champion Marcus will move. She can't control the armor with ki, absolutely not. What gives her the courage is the 6 guns, it's useless. The lethality of that kind of gun to the Marcus armor is very limited, then why doesn't she run? When more than 1,000 Imperial mechas charged, it was like a torrent of steel. Not to mention that there was only Ji Xinghe and 2 mechas. Even if the independent regiment was in front, it would inevitably choose to temporarily avoid the edge and use the tactics that the independent regiment is best at to fight. But why didn't Ji Xinghe run? The Imperial mechas responsible for reconnaissance at the front kept their distance from Ji Xinghe fearlessly to report Ji Xinghe's movements to the rear large forces. After more than 10 of them were shot and destroyed by Xinghe, their large forces finally rushed into the communication interference area, and the anti-galaxy corps directly rushed into the communication shielding area. Even if they have doubts, they must continue to charge. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. As the distance between the two sides continues to close, when the two Ji Xinghe really appear in the visual range of the anti-galaxy corps, changes finally appear. The first to move was Ji Xinghe. She turned around and ran without any hesitation. But she did not run backwards, but ran to one side, where there were a large number of Imperial mechas trying to encircle her. So in fact, she was not running away, but charging. But what is the point of such a charge? It is impossible to get rid of the anti-galaxy corps, which will only put themselves in a more passive state. The anti-galaxy corps, which lost communication support, began to turn without command, only because of the visual range affected by the dust storm and the interference of the natural environment in the area, which affected the detection equipment such as airborne radar. The anti-galaxy corps turning pursuit was not smooth, just like a millipede running wildly and drifting suddenly, tearing its body into several pieces at too fast a speed. But they still pose a fatal threat to Ji Xinghe. At this moment, the second change occurred. The independent regiment, it's the independent regiment, they are behind us, they are charging. Once the arrow is shot, it cannot be turned back. If you force it to turn back, the arrow will break. The same is true for Ji Xinghe. Chapter 745 Unstoppable. Ivanovich and Tu Yuan did not argue endlessly. The military qualities of the 4-star and 3-star generals of the Federation made them very clear about the consequences of the argument at this time. Based on the composition of the Federation military system, previous decision-making errors, and Tu Yuan's declaration on the use of Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment, Ivanovich chose to give in. "You come." Tu Yuan ended the communication with an Anshinman command with an expressionless face. He was not happy about getting the command authority at all, because this battle was really difficult to fight. But just like the Imperial Mecha Corps that launched a charge in the Second Theater at this time, just like Ji Xinghe and the Independent Regiment who executed the Independent Regiment No. 1 non-standard tactics, just like Ji Xinghe who is about to encounter 600 Marcus armor. His current state is also like a bow that has been shot and there is no turning back. Take over to the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods. I want the command of the above 17 battle areas, ZS2-1033, ZS2-1034, etc. When Yang Ante received Tu Yuan's application, he saw the schematic diagram that had been marked on the big screen. The 17 battle areas spanned a straight line distance of 300 kilometers. The starting point was the ZS2-1035 area where Ji Xinghe was at the moment, retreating to the ZS-1033 area that had been cleared by Ji Xinghe, and then extending directly to the border of the Mountain of Gods in the opposite direction of the ZS2-1032 area, a cliff with a height of more than 8 kilometers. The schematic line displayed on the big screen was like a hook drawn on the Mountain of Gods, with a slender tail. Give it to him. When Yang Ante made his confirmation, Tu Yuan's second order had already been issued, which was to let the federal troops who were about to fight with the imperial troops on the hook tail that the Federation had already determined to have many imperial troops retreat across the board. Even though Yang Ante had enough trust in Tu Yuan's command ability, he couldn't help but question it. The Empire could maintain a certain degree of communication. If you want Ji Xinghe to take the anti-galaxy corps along this route, you will definitely encounter the Empire's troops along the way. Tu Yuan, Ji Xinghe is now driving only the Zhongshan Jia, not the Emperor Jia. It is easy to guess Tu Yuan's command thinking. As strong as Ji Xinghe is, it is impossible to annihilate the two anti-galaxy corps composed of about 600 Marcus Jia alone. He has no choice but to escape. The attitude shown by the Empire at present is the same as before, and it is bound to kill Ji Xinghe. So as long as Ji Xinghe can escape, the 600 Marcus Jia will keep chasing him, and the frontal pressure of the Mountain of Gods war zone will be reduced by half. This is the most suitable tactical plan for the Mountain of Gods war. If the 600 Marcus Jia go to find the White Eagle Independent Regiment, the Sacred Independent Regiment, the Trap Independent Regiment, and the Azure Independent Regiment that are fighting separately, Yang Ante can't imagine what kind of damage will happen. But the problem is, this is not my idea, this is Ji Xinghe's idea. Tu Yuan explained everything in just one sentence. Yang Ante took a deep breath, and finally gave up paying attention to the battle between Tu Yuan and Ji Xinghe, and focused on the various battle areas he was responsible for commanding. A staff officer asked, "Commander, do you want to pick up Colonel Jackson, Colonel Han Li, and Colonel Ravich? If they can end the battle as soon as possible, even if they suffer more damage, as long as they can support General Ji in time, we can eat these 600 Marcus armor." The meaning behind the words is actually very straightforward. The so-called damage is nothing more than the standard mountain armor of the three independent regiments being broken. On the relatively chaotic battlefield, the Federation does not have enough ability to recover. But as long as the 600 Marcus armor can be eaten, with the transformation ability of the Federation, not to mention the addition of two new independent regiments, the damage of the three independent regiments can definitely be compensated. As for the loss of mecha warriors, excellent mecha warriors have always been more valuable than high-level mechas, but at this time, there are always some trade-offs. Yang Ante naturally understood the reason, and he had an absolutely indifferent heart, and he did not change his face when thousands of soldiers sacrificed. Moreover, Jackson, Han Li, and Ravik, including the Azure Independent Regiment, which is in direct competition with the Independent Regiment because of the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, will definitely be willing to make greater sacrifices in exchange for the opportunity to support Ji Xinghe. But after a few seconds of silence, Yang Ante shook his head. Just fight like this, but General Ji, this is his choice, I choose to respect and trust. Report, General Ji encountered the Imperial Marcus A, At the same time as the report sounded, the information transmitted by Ji Xinghe through the honeycomb flare was also displayed. There was no surprise in the encounter between the two sides, because both sides were originally targeting each other, and in the case of a two-way rush, the encounter time was faster than the two headquarters of the God's Mountain and Nanshanmen expected. Ji Xinghe's reaction was the same as the attitude he had shown before. After Marcus A saw him, he turned around and began to run away. From the current point of view, the route is completely overlapped with a route formed by the 17 battle areas that Tu Yuan is going to take over. The straight line distance of 300 kilometers is placed in the undulating terrain of the God's Mountain. It is also necessary to consider that Ji Xinghe will definitely not go in a straight line, so it is far more than 300 kilometers. For the same reason, this route is very wide. Although the Empire can maintain communication, its efficiency is definitely not as high as that of the Federation, and it is impossible to accurately know the location and path of Ji Xinghe. In theory, even if there are many Imperial troops blocking the way ahead, Ji Xinghe has enough space to pass through it and complete the tactical goal of luring more than 2,000 Imperial mechas in total, so as to win the battle in other areas of the God's Mountain and bring strategic help. But the problem is, report, General Ji, lost contact. The coordinate information and movement trajectory of Ji Xinghe displayed on the big screen have now disappeared, because Ji Xinghe did not clearly explain how he was going to go, and he himself did not know. The honeycomb flares he carried were not unlimited, and it was even more impossible for the Federation to use a dense array to drop honeycomb flares at this time. Would that guide Ji Xinghe's whereabouts to the Imperial Mecha? This means that although the Imperial forces that blocked Ji Xinghe in front did not know Ji Xinghe's exact location, Ji Xinghe also had no way of knowing their exact location and interception route. Both sides were blind, but Ji Xinghe was even blinder, because the Marcus A behind him always kept a certain distance from him and constantly used firepower weapons to attack him. The Marcus A who maintained communication could be said to know all of Ji Xinghe's whereabouts, but Ji Xinghe could not know where the 600 or so Marcus A were, and in which direction they were trying to intercept him. General Tu Yuan should not have asked our troops in the 17 battle areas to retreat in advance. This is tantamount to directly telling the Empire that General Ji would take this route, but if we don't retreat in advance, with the speed of General Ji and those Marcus A, the Mecha warriors we left in those battle areas, the classic train track change problem, for these senior federal commanders, it is easy to make a choice, but who can tell clearly? Now all they can do is pray for Ji Xinghe. Report, the 2nd War Zone Independent Regiment has started the battle. The report made some personnel of the Pantheon Mountain War Zone Command shift their attention to the 2nd War Zone, which seemed to have nothing to do with them, but was actually deeply related. Yang Ente's attention was also shifted. In the battle on the Pantheon Mountain side, except for Ji Xinghe's side, the Federation had begun to gain the upper hand. He looked forward to the victory of the Independent Regiment and to providing support to Ji Xinghe. However, before seeing the Battle of the Independent Regiment, he did not have much hope. The Anti-Galaxy Corps composed of 300 Marcus armor was evenly matched with the combat effectiveness of the Independent Regiment. There were also more than 1,000 conventional Imperial standard mechas involved, and the 2nd War Zone had almost no mecha troops except the Independent Regiment. The problem of winning is actually not big, but can it really be a complete victory? The worries in the hearts of Yang Ente and many people gradually disappeared as the 2nd War Zone used the occasional communication to continuously transmit the battle information. The mood was gradually lifted. This is the fighting style that our Mecha warriors should use, the kind of fighting style that Ji Xinghe used. The tactical plan of the Independent Regiment did not change because of the behavior of King Zhendong overturning the table. When they found that the Imperial Mecha troops appeared in the 2nd Canyon, the well-prepared Independent Regiment rushed out of base number 6. They did not enter the 2nd Canyon directly, but moved along the surface on both sides of the 2nd Canyon to avoid the detection of the Empire. Although the Empire also arranged detection equipment on the surface, the Independent Regiment went far enough away. With the influence of the dust storm and the intelligence provided by Xinghe, the Independent Regiment successfully inserted into the 2nd Canyon, behind the Imperial Mecha troops. When the Imperial Mecha troops launched a crazy charge because of the appearance of Ji Xinghe, the Independent Regiment also launched a charge from behind them. It was not that they did not encounter the Imperial troops along the way, but facing the Independent Regiment with the strongest combat power in the Federation, all these troops were crushed. When the Anti-Galaxy Corps, which had entered the communication interference area and activated the communication shielding device, and the main force of the Empire's conventional mecha corps, learned the news through the signal from the rear. The independent regiment had already started to charge. The Imperial mechas at the rear had no power to fight back at all. The moment the two sides encountered each other, hundreds of Imperial mechas were destroyed on the spot. This was because of the formation of both sides, which led to the mecha warriors of the independent regiment having no chance to face the Imperial mechas. I'll say it one last time, don't worry about Ji Xinghe, everyone, execute the number one non-standard tactic. Qin Tong's voice was full of indifference, as if he wanted to kill Ji Xinghe in order to inherit Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. But Sichuan, the cripple and others who would inevitably protect Ji Xinghe, did not refute at this time. The independent regiment in normal combat status can definitely follow orders, otherwise why is it called the strongest mecha corps in the Federation? Combat effectiveness has never been the most important thing. The strength of spiritual will is the key, and resolute obedience to orders itself is a manifestation of spiritual will. The independent regiment, which was mainly composed of 300 Pantolin armors, was divided into 10 teams. They were led by Qin Tong, Harris, Sichuan, and Lam A, who were driving national-level mechas, and Zuo Shou, Zhang Yun, Wang Kang, Kui Kele, Ma Yi, and Jefferson, who were driving general-level mechas. These 10 captains were all ace mecha warriors, and the last 4 of them won 100 gold stars after Ji Xinghe returned to the alien planet. When the group completed the first round of charge and defeated the Imperial mechas that were originally at the end of the pursuit of Ji Xinghe and were now in front of them, they were like disintegration and dispersed into 10 teams. While the Imperial mecha army was unable to complete the change of formation in the first time, like 10 high-speed cutting machines, they continued to tear apart the already somewhat collapsed formation of the Imperial mecha army, and expanded the results of the battle at a speed visible to the naked eye. The same non-standard tactics of the independent regiment number 1 were also implemented. Compared with the fighting method when Ji Xinghe led the conventional federal mecha team before, the more powerful independent regiment fought very calmly. Because they don't need to face the anti-galaxy army composed of 300 Marcus armor for the time being, and in addition to their 10 teams and 10 ace mecha warriors, the independent regiment also has an unconventional tactical team. The ape team. Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Xu Ziyan, who are driving the prince armor, are 3 apes who form their own team, with 1 captain and 2 vice captains. They have no soldiers or generals under their command, but the lethality they can cause is significantly higher than that of the other 4 standard mecha teams of the independent regiment, except Qin Tong, Harris, Sichuan, and the cripple. There is no need for defense at all. The prince armor made of tungsten steel gold makes the 3 of them rush around like conjoined twins. The tungsten steel gold weapons they use are even more indestructible. They pick up 1 gold star after another while spinning. If there is no dust storm to cover the battle, people can watch this battle from a high-altitude perspective. They will be surprised to find that the Imperial mechas, which are several times more numerous than the independent regiment, are like wooden bottles that can only stand still in a bowling alley. Facing 11 bowling balls equipped with high-speed turning machines and sharp saw teeth, they could only fall one after another. In just 10 minutes of fighting, more than 500 Imperial mechas were destroyed. On average, each member of the independent regiment received 1.5 gold stars. Sichuan, who was so fierce, received more than 30 gold stars alone. He killed too many and too fast, so that among the 30 mecha warriors in his team, many had not been defeated in this battle until now. If it were any other time, someone would definitely shout in the team, "Captain, leave some soup for the brothers." But today was different. The mecha team led by Sichuan followed closely the divine punishment armor he was driving, maintaining the team's assault formation. Everyone was focused and going all out. This battle could not afford to fail. "What's the matter with Sichuan's mecha?" Ying Luoqi killed very efficiently and calmly. He asked curiously in the communication channel of the ape team, "Didn't they say that his mecha has been modified to reach the standard of a peerless mecha? Why does it feel not as good as our mecha?" Xu Ziyan continued to kill his former compatriots, now the enemy, honestly, and ignored Ying Luoqi. Liu, who knew that Ying Luoqi wanted to be the captain, said coldly, "He wants to hide his strength. From the outside of the mecha, the Empire can't see the abnormality of his mecha." Ying Luoqi said with some envy, "If that mecha can be given to me, dream on." Liu taunted mercilessly, Sichuanian has not participated in the war for so long, and has been suppressed by the old man. Today he can finally participate in the war, and has a more powerful mecha, but he can keep it from being discharged. Can you do this? After this reminder, Ying Luoqi also realized that Sichuanian was stronger than him, and said unconvincedly, sooner or later, my mecha will also have a name. The battle continued. The Federation has not really disclosed which mecha is a peerless mecha, but there is already a saying in private that only mechas that can have a name can become peerless mechas. A name is not something you can just pick yourself, such as the new Medeji engine that Sichuanian used, and the Ji plus Xinghe series that the Xing team used in the early days. Instead, it needs to be formally established by the federal command sequence and announced to the entire army. For example, Ji Xinghe's champion. There are very few such mechas in the Federation, less than 10 in total, but there are already 4 in the independent regiment: Xinghe armor, divine punishment armor, glory armor, and champion. And today, these 4 mechas that are privately recognized by people to have reached the unparalleled level have all participated in the battle. How can they not win? Unless, as the most critical part of the entire battle, Ji Xinghe also started her killing mode when the independent regiment began to charge. Because Xinghe's non-existence, the results of Xinghe's control of Xinghe armor are all counted on Ji Xinghe's head, just like Xinghe and Ji Xinghe in the past. Their target is not the Marcus armor that is chasing behind them. Even if the electromagnetic rifle is equipped with tungsten steel gold bullets, the lethality to the Marcus armor is limited. This is caused by the difference in the composition materials of the body protective armor. Therefore, they have only 2 goals: to delay the anti-galaxy core and annihilate the Empire's conventional mechas on the battlefield as much as possible. Compared with Ji Xinghe's killing mode, her killing mode is more accepted and respected by the Federation. When Xinghe armor waved 6 electromagnetic rifles and began to harvest the Empire's conventional standard mechas wantonly, many people who saw the battle situation after they realized it exclaimed, "This is a scientific battle." There are also many people who regretfully said, "Another unscientific way of fighting." P.S. Unknowingly, it has been 3 million words. In less than 11 months, I also got married and had a baby. Although I owe a lot of extra chapters, it should be considered hard work, right? Thank you again for the support and encouragement of the bosses. If it weren't for you, the average subscription of more than 1,100 would really not be written until now. Chapter 746 Stab You to Death. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some people think that Ji Xinghe's fighting style is very scientific and can be promoted. Naturally, some people think that Ji Xinghe, like Ji Xinghe, is unscientific and belongs to individual cases among individual cases, which cannot be replicated. The reason is that the one who really started the killing mode at this time was not the champion Marcus driven by Ji Xinghe, but the Xinghe armor driven by her using the key control armor plus armor clone technique. The conventional 6-arm mode is equipped with 6 electromagnetic rifles, which are always accurate. The magical gun skills make Xinghe armor look like a special force soldier who has traveled to ancient times, holding a sniper rifle and sniping those ordinary soldiers wearing cloth armor who only have swords, spears, swords and halberds as weapons from a distance of 1,000 meters. The extreme firing rate makes Xinghe armor look like a bunker built on the city wall in an ancient siege, and then holding a Gatling gun with blue flames in it. No matter how many troops you have, you will die. The cold weapon era encountered hot weapons, which can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. So, can this dimensionality reduction attack be replicated? The answer is no. Since the Federation developed the electromagnetic rifle, it has been trying to turn this weapon into the main weapon of the Federation mecha. As Andre said, a problem that can be solved with firepower would be solved by a fool. Everyone, including Ji Xinghe, agrees with this statement. However, the huge energy required by the electromagnetic rifle makes mechas below the national level not have the basic conditions to use this weapon. A nuclear fuel cell in a full energy state will fall into the dilemma of insufficient energy after firing a few shots, and still have to rely on cold weapons to fight. Using cold weapons to fight will have the risk of being broken by the Empire mecha, which will lead to the electromagnetic rifle being seized by the Empire. Compared with the destruction caused by a few shots, even if there are hundreds of mechas using electromagnetic rifles, a few rounds of volleys can solve the same number of Imperial mechas, but they can't withstand the charge of the Imperial Marcus armor, Duke armor, and Prince armor. The forcible seizure of electromagnetic rifles will cause great losses to the Federation. If the Empire can manufacture electromagnetic rifles and put them into use, it will definitely be a disaster for the Federation, because the Federation's mechas of the Zanshan level and above, that is, the number of mechas of the Marcus armor and above that are benchmarked against the Empire, are far less than that of the Empire. Moreover, the Federation currently does not have enough resources to build a large number of electromagnetic rifles. From the independent regiment of the 2nd Theater, there are only 6 electromagnetic rifles after searching their intestines and stomachs to illustrate this point. Energy is the basic condition, and ensuring that the electromagnetic rifle is not seized is a hard condition. In the case of meeting these two conditions, it is also necessary to have a 100% shooting skill to truly exert the power of the electromagnetic rifle, because the bullets used by the electromagnetic rifle are also precious resources at present. Looking at the Federation, only Ji Xinghe could meet these conditions before. Others can meet the first two conditions, but the soft condition of 100% shooting, even with the help of the auxiliary shooting system, no one can achieve it, so other mecha warriors who can use electromagnetic rifles are far inferior to Ji Xinghe in terms of combat record and performance. It is a pity that a sharpshooter like Chen soon finds it difficult to become a mecha warrior, because these are two completely different arms in two different fields. It is too rare to reach the pinnacle in two fields at the same time, such as Ji Xinghe in the field of mechanics and mecha warriors. Some people even think that just as there is only one mechanic who can become a galaxy-level mecha warrior, Ji Xinghe, there is also only one who has met all three conditions. But now, Ji Xinghe has also met these conditions, and it seems that he has done better than Ji Xinghe, and his combat effectiveness is more exaggerated than Ji Xinghe. The 6-armed Xinghe armor, 6 guns, attack high speed and flexible moving targets with evasive ability while moving at high speed, all of which are accurate. This efficiency is higher than that of selecting 6 mecha warriors from other mecha warriors who have obtained electromagnetic rifles from the Federation, each with an electromagnetic rifle, to fight separately or jointly. The key is not only that the gunmanship is more accurate, but also that it is difficult for other mecha warriors to face the situation that Ji Xinghe is facing at this time. How many mecha warriors dare to charge into the enemy camp like Ji Xinghe? There are enemy mechas everywhere, so you can shoot at will. How many enemy mechas can you face at the same time when you charge with a team? Don't you see that the 30 mecha warriors of Sichuan's team have not been able to defeat them in today's battle? The same is true for the Cripples team. It's not that they are not strong enough, it's just that they have nothing to fight. It's more accurate to say that they can't hit. And the risk of 6 mecha warriors being defeated one by one is far greater than the risk of Xinghe being defeated. Ji Xinghe, who is driving Champion Hao and Xinghe at the same time, can control Champion Hao to protect Xinghe and provide protection for sub-galaxy level mecha warriors while controlling Xinghe to keep shooting and hit accurately. How can it not be amazing? And think that this is the same unscientific way of playing as Ji Xinghe. But some people noticed a key point. When the grandfather and grandson used the electromagnetic rifle and exerted incredible power, they used Xinghe. It's that artificial intelligence life, it's in the Xinghe armor. Someone said the truth in a conclusive tone, his eyes full of greed. But before, Ji Xinghe was able to control the armor with ki, and the artificial intelligence life that we thought existed may not exist, it must exist, otherwise many things can't be explained, such as now, Ji Xinghe is a genius among billions, more talented than Ji Xinghe, and has a better background and growth conditions than Ji Xinghe. She may really be able to do it. No, Ji Xinghe can't do it. No one in this world can do it, not even Emperor Wu II. It must be that artificial intelligence life that is operating the Xinghe armor. Then what should we do? It's not appropriate now, although these people are determined to win Xinghe. They also know the importance of today's battle. Starting their long-prepared plan at this time is likely to lead to the collapse of the entire war. And the possibility is very high. The failure of the war in the 2nd Theater will lead to the capture of base number 6 by the Empire. The annihilated independent regiment and Ji Xinghe who might die will definitely drive Ji Xinghe, who is playing an important role in the Mountain of God's war zone, crazy. Ji Xinghe doesn't even need to do anything, just evacuate from the battlefield directly, so that the 600 Marcus armor that have been confirmed have to give up chasing him and turn to other battle areas. None of the 4 independent regiments in the Mountain of God's war zone can stop it. This also means that the advantage that was hard to establish before is gone. Even if the artificial intelligence life is obtained, how can the situation be reversed when the other party will definitely not be willing to cooperate and will even try every means to retaliate? But this is our best chance, and, do you really think the Empire can guess it? Once, twice, 3 times, if the Empire is really so stupid, they would have been destroyed by us long ago. If we don't take action, the Empire will take action. The Empire believes more in the ability to control armor with ki than we do, and believes more in the magical power that ki can bring. They really have no reason to guess it, no need to argue, vote. I want to take action, I disagree, I agree. The agreement and disagreement are evenly matched, and the last key vote fell into the hands of Li Anbang, who had not yet voted. An apostle reminded, we have communication delays, and the communication of the second war zone and the Nanchunman command is also delayed due to communication interference and shielding. Time is running out. Li Anbang, who was silent for a long time, finally spoke. I disagree, you can't do this, I said, this is our best chance, and, shut up. Li Anbang's tone became angry. He looked at the holographic image of the card representing the 5 apostles who had just voted in favor, as if he was looking at the 5 dead people behind them. When we have the chance to win this war, I will not allow anyone to destroy our upcoming victory. I will only say this once, Li Anbang, who has joined the Tower Top organization for several years, became the 3rd apostle because of Ji Xinghe, but his current position is the position of the 2nd apostle. When he said this, the 1st apostle remained silent. Seeing this, including the apostles who just voted against it, they also regretted letting Li Anbang join the Tower Top organization. This man is too domineering. But no apostle dared to speak out his dissatisfaction in his heart. The reason is. Let's talk about another thing. The 1st apostle asked, when will Li Yuanba return to the Blue Star? Li Anbang said coldly, I said that when he masters the power of the gift, I will let him come back. What's the point of coming back without mastering the power of the gift? Unlike what Li Anbang said before, with the dispute just now, the attitude of the 1st apostle became firm. Li Yuanba can't be like Ji Xinghe and the 2 children, who traveled across the distance between stars on a single soldier starship. It takes about 2 months to travel on a spaceship. I think 2 months is enough for him to master the gift. Moreover, he has been on the alien planet for too long, and he always needs to get used to the environment of the Blue Star. The former 2nd apostle, now the 3rd apostle, chimed in. Ji Xinghe mastered the gift after returning to the Blue Star. I think it has a lot to do with the environment. If Li Yuanba came back earlier, he could also master the gift earlier. What do you think? Vote. This time, except for Li Anbang who did not vote, all the apostles voted in favor, which also meant that it didn't matter whether Li Anbang voted or not. He also knew that this was the condition for the top organization not to take action against Xinghe. In other words, it was a counterattack against his tough attitude. You are no longer the federal marshal, Counselor Li Anbang. Okay, Li Anbang agreed. His tone was calm and there was no ripples, as if he knew very well that there must be sacrifices to gain. But this calm is like the calm before the storm. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back, and the same is true for Li Anbang. Ji Xinghe and Xingyu, who rushed with 300 Marcus armor, have already approached the cliff of the 2nd canyon, and the road ahead seems to be completely cut off. And the anti-galaxy corps, who did not choose to meet the independent regiment and chase them madly, seemed to be completely unafraid of the Xinghe thorn in her hand and the electromagnetic rifle in her hand. They divided into 3 teams and began to encircle them. At least from this point of view, Ji and Xinghe can replace Ji Xinghe. The main reason why the number 1 non-standard tactics of the independent regiment are always successful is not Ji Xinghe's unparalleled combat power, but because from the time he formed the real Galaxy Squad to the formation of the independent regiment, he has been the target of the Empire. Compared with killing Ji Xinghe, the Empire is even willing to give up the opportunity to annihilate the main mecha core of the Federation, and does not mind paying the loss of thousands of mechas. Even space battleships cannot compare with it. The reason why Li Yuanba could not replace Ji Xinghe before was because of this. Now, Ji Xinghe has also become the target of the Empire. But if you want to completely replace Ji Xinghe, it is not enough to just become the target of the Empire. You must also survive every battle like Ji Xinghe. Xingson, are you ready? Xinghe, who is in the communication shielding area, is still able to use signal lights to transmit messages. The champion Marcus intelligent core driven by Ji Xinghe successfully received this information and responded. Ready, if I judge that you are in danger, I will immediately start the champion Marquis's propulsion engine to send you away. You must cooperate, don't worry, the Empire is not destroyed, I can't bear to die, fun, you won't die even if the Empire is destroyed by us, you can't die, yes, we still have to deal with the third civilization. And if I die, Grandpa will definitely be very sad. I don't want to make Grandpa sad. During the conversation, the three teams of 100 Marcus armors, under the desperate interception of those conventional imperial mechas, successfully encircled the two federal mechas under the cliff. The independent regiment was still implementing the number 1 non-standard tactic, and the 11th squad was completely indifferent. As if they only knew how to chase and kill those conventional imperial standard mechas. This made the two federal mechas look like they were in a desperate situation. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others, and it is better to become a god than to worship gods. Ji Xinghe thought of what Ji Xinghe had said, and a somewhat excited smile appeared on his fair face. Finally, it's time to start your own battle. The champion Marcus and the Star Moon armor stood side by side, back to back, looking like they were ready to fight against the 300 Marcus armors. The 300 Marcus armors who saw this scene clearly also launched a charge with the purpose of attack without hesitation. Amid the loud noises of dong dong dong, the earth also trembled. At this time, a thick black smoke suddenly exploded, and in an instant it completely covered the champion Marcus and the Star Moon armor and continued to spread around. The black smoke also contained substances that could interfere with airborne radar, which completely made champion Marcus and Star Moon armor disappear from Marcus armor's sight and detection, as if they did not exist at all. But this did not stop the 300 Marcus armors from charging. Even if they were facing Ji Xinghe at this moment, they would not be afraid, but would only be more excited. As strong as Ji Xinghe, even if he was driving a Wushuang-level mecha, could he really kill all of them under such a siege? There was no room for pulling and fighting, and even not enough maneuvering space. Anyone who came would be dead. Be careful to jump like Ji Xinghe. Marcus armor used a signal light to convey the order. Having seen Ji Xinghe's leaping maneuvers in similar situations, how could they not guard against Ji Xinghe's granddaughter using the same trick? Through the change of formation, they controlled the theoretical leaping distance limit of the mecha. This made Ji Xinghe, who only had one chance to leap, fall into their siege no matter which direction he leaped, and completely lost the opportunity to leap again. But what they don't know is that the Federation's propulsion engine can already be installed on the mecha. In addition to the Cripple's Glory armor, the champion Marcus built by Xinghe and Shenmue at all costs also has one. If Ji Xinghe wants to leave, she can leave at any time, and so can Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe doesn't want to leave, so Xinghe won't leave either. The continuously spreading black fog turned the 500-meter radius into a dark patch, deeper than the darkness brought by the strongest dust storm. The Marcus A who rushed into it had a visual range of less than 10 meters, which suddenly made them a little flustered. Rumor has it that Ji Xinghe is best at fighting in an environment where he can't see things. Is his granddaughter Ji Xinghe also good at fighting in such an environment? The momentum of Marcus A's charge was affected to a certain extent. Some who were not afraid of death still maintained full speed and charged towards the position where Ji Xinghe was before. The obstructed vision suddenly became clear, and even the dust storm that had been there and had a certain obstruction to the vision disappeared. In the center of the black fog, it turned out to be an extremely clear world. What kind of weapon is this? Without having time to think, the Marquises who rushed into this world first saw the two rulers of this world. Xinghe, who as the protagonist before, now became a supporting role, standing in place with 6 arms raised to aim and shoot. Champion Marcus, who was a supporting role before, became the protagonist this time. It has launched a short-range charge, and 6 more firing holes have appeared on its shoulders. Scarlet light shoots out from them, hitting the eyes of many Marquises with incredible accuracy. 6 paths of reincarnation. The world that the Marquises had just regained its clarity became dim and blurry again. While hurriedly changing their perspectives and avoiding electromagnetic rifles, Champion Marcus had already rushed in front of them. Ji Xinghe, who raised the Xinghe spear, roared as he stabbed. Stab. 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 Stab you to death. Chapter 747 Your Majesty. When Ji Xinghe was killing people everywhere, Ji Xinghe was still being hunted and lost contact. This made people feel a strong sense of disharmony. Who is the invincible grandfather? Who is the granddaughter who is said to be relying on Ji Xinghe's prestige? But disharmony is disharmony. Everyone knows that the pressure and crisis Ji Xinghe is facing at this time is far greater than what Ji Xinghe is facing at this time. Although Ji Xinghe is facing at this time, there are only a few mecha warriors in the whole Federation who can deal with it, except for the grandfather and grandson. Li Yuanba, Han Li, Jackson, and Ravich. Before Sichuanayan and the cripple showed their full strength, they were not counted in people's cognition. Don't worry about the second theater for the time being. Tu Yuan looked at the real-time battle report sent by the Independent Regiment and breathed a sigh of relief. Up to now, the 11 teams of the Independent Regiment have destroyed more than 600 Imperial mechas in this battle, basically crippling the Imperial Mecha Corps. Although the number of remaining mechas in the Imperial Mecha Corps still exceeds 600, and many of them are Earl Armor, Marcus Armor, and Duke Armor, it is difficult to launch an effective counterattack against the Independent Regiment when their formation is completely scattered, and it is difficult to form an effective command in the communication shielding area. The Independent Regiment, which has 13 ace mecha warriors and many national-level mechas, has now begun to attack those noble mechas, and winning the battle has basically become a foregone conclusion. Ji Xinghe not only dragged down the most difficult anti-galaxy corps, but also caused a lot of damage from the movements of the Marcus Armor that surrounded the Black Fog. She is fully capable of breaking through the encirclement and completing the reunion with the Independent Regiment, or continuing to implement the Independent Regiment's number 1 non-standard tactics. Even though he had expected such a situation before, when victory was about to come, Tu Yuan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This is the Independent Regiment. There are many people who are equally amazed. Yang Ente, Ivanovich and others are also shocked by the combat effectiveness of the Independent Regiment. If Ji Xinghe was there, no one would doubt the outcome of the battle in the Second Canyon, but the key to the problem is that Ji Xinghe is not there. Ji Xinghe. People looked at the Black Fog and did not feel the deep darkness. Instead, it seemed as if they saw a dazzling sun rising in it, which could dispel the darkness brought by the Empire. The Independent Regiment can withdraw troops to support Ji Xinghe. Ivanovich suddenly spoke, and the people around him hesitated, not sure whether he meant to give an order. During the hesitation, no one responded, and Ivanovich did not urge, so people understood that Ivanovich had completely given up commanding the Independent Regiment and commanding the war in the Second Theater. This surprised people. To be honest, now is Ivanovich's opportunity to exercise the power of the Commander-in-Chief. He can take over the relevant command and make up for his decision-making mistakes pointed out and confirmed by Tu Yuan today. What happened? Why did he suddenly stop fighting? Is he selfless? But these questions are not important. What is important is, will Tu Yuan let the Independent Regiment support Ji Xinghe? In other words, how should the crisis that Ji Xinghe is facing now be resolved? Yang Ente had no scruples and connected the communication with Tu Yuan again. Han Li and Jackson will need at least 20 minutes to finish. I have other arrangements with Ravich. The Azure Independent Regiment has been crippled. Therefore, if support is needed, only Han Li and Jackson and other ace mecha warriors driving national-level mechas will be needed. Other mecha warriors need to repair their mechas, and it is impossible to support Ji Xinghe after the repair. The battle in the God's Mountain has been stabilized because of the 4 independent regiments and the support of Ji Xinghe. However, of the more than 20,000 mechas invested by the Federation, only more than 13,000 are left, and half of them have been damaged or lack energy. The million troops of the Empire's counterattack this time have not been completely annihilated. It is also necessary to consider the Empire's second wave of counterattacks, just like the 600 Marcus Armor that were hidden before. Yang Ente cannot help but defend. If it were not for Ji Xinghe, he would not even say that Han Li, Jackson and other ace mecha warriors could provide support. Not counting the 600 Marcus Armor, and only counting the troops that the Empire had deployed before, Han Li and his men were the key to stabilizing the Battle of the Mountain of the Gods, and they also played a vital role in the subsequent battles. Letting Han Li, Jackson and others go to support Ji Xinghe means that the Xianzhen Independent Regiment, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, and other Federal Mecha Corps will suffer greater damage. Therefore, Yang Ente's meaning is very clear. Tu Yuan understood, but shook his head and said, "Don't worry about Ji Xinghe, he can still run. Believe me, no one on this planet can run better than Ji Xinghe, and knows how to run better." Yang Ente frowned. "What are you waiting for?" Tu Yuan pondered for a moment, waiting for the Empire's second wave of counterattack. The second war zone or the mountain of the gods war zone, maybe one of them, maybe both. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Yang Ate said without hesitation. Base number 6 still has time to evacuate. From a normal point of view, the mountain of the gods war zone is definitely much more important than the second war zone, and it is normal to make such a trade-off. But Tu Yuan knew very well what the second war zone had, so he shook his head again, his tone firm. Only children do multiple choice questions, I want them all. Yang Ate took a deep breath. He had already noticed some problems, but he said nothing. He just continued as Tu Yuan said, no longer paying attention to the crisis of Ji Xinghe, and no longer looking at the battles that the second war zone would definitely win, but focusing on the Pantheon Mountain war zone he was responsible for. Whether it was fish or bear's paw, as long as the battle in Pantheon Mountain could be resolved as soon as possible and there were enough manpower, he could deal with it calmly. When Yang Ate noticed the problem, Ivanovich also noticed the problem. There were so many imperial troops in the second war zone. Why did Tu Yuan still think that there might be a second wave of imperial troops in the second war zone? It was just a miniaturized jump gate. His mind was racing. And he suddenly checked the cruise route map of the Longzhou space fleet. When he noticed that the two major Longzhou space fleets, the Eastern Blue Dragon and the Western White Tiger, appeared over the second war zone far more frequently than normal, he suddenly realized, Ji Xinghe, how dare you? No, it's not Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe can't do it. It's Li Hangfan. No, it's Li Yuanba. It's Li Anbang. It's the Li family. Ivanovich, who was extremely horrified in his heart, was now almost certain that there was an Empire's jump base in the second canyon, but he was forcibly controlling his expression and even his eyes, not letting the people around him find out that he was abnormal, and he didn't dare to tell anyone his guess. Because Ji Xinghe really couldn't control the Longzhou space fleet, and the orbital-level firepower output platforms that would inevitably cooperate with the Longzhou space fleet. Except for the Li family, no organization or institution in the Federation could do this without being public, and the Tower Top organization couldn't do it. But Li Anbang is the second apostle of the Tower Top organization. Ivanovich, who had just secretly participated in the key meeting of the Tower Top organization, thought about the delay of a few minutes before hearing those words from Li Anbang. He hesitated in his heart. Is he an opponent of the Li family? Does Li Yuanba need the gift ability that he is about to obtain? In the Tower Top organization, how many apostles are unwilling and dare not become enemies with Li Anbang? Tu Yuan has more than once regarded himself as Li Anbang's student. What is his attitude? How deep is the cooperative relationship between Ji Xinghe, who is suspected of having an artificial intelligence life, and the Li family? Even if Ji Xinghe does not have the so-called artificial intelligence life, the influence of his attitude will exceed his own. In addition, how many of these people around him are Li Anbang's students and old friends? How many backups does this Nanxinmen space station built by Longzhou have? Time passed by Ivanovich's panic and hesitation. A message reminder diverted his attention slightly, but when he saw the content clearly, his emotions became more terrified. Do your job well, the sender is Li Anbang. He knows that he has just checked the cruise route map of the Longzhou space fleet, so he guessed that he guessed it? Ivanovich closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then kept silent. But the doubts in his heart are difficult to dispel. What exactly does the Li family want to do? King Zhendong finally saw the deep black fog. Like many people in the Federation, it seemed like he saw a small star glowing. The difference was that he wanted to master the star, or even seize the power of the small star. You are not Ji Xinghe after all, King Zhendong said to Ji Rongzhenyu at a distance of more than 200 kilometers, and then gave an order. All troops attack. He had few troops left, but they were crucial enough. The anti-galaxy corps composed of 270 Marcus armor was the main force, and the conventional mecha corps composed of 1,000 conventional standard mechas were supplemented by a large number of noble mechas as commanders. It was fully capable of giving the independent regiment, whose mecha energy was about to run out, the most fierce and fatal blow. Negotiation? Trade? Ha, if I wasn't afraid that you, Ji Xinghe, would directly mobilize the federal army to capture my jump base, why would I waste so much time talking to you? Ada Kang, King Zhendong, they all missed the opportunity to kill you and capture you alive because they coveted you. Now, you covet me, you covet my jump base, so you missed the opportunity to directly use nuclear weapons to wash the second canyon, and then mobilize the army to destroy my jump base. Ji Xinghe, I will exchange your granddaughter Ji Xinghe for everything I want. King Zhendong was proud at this time. He didn't care about his two sons captured by Ji Xinghe, nor did he believe that Ji Xinghe would really give him the power of inheritance. If you want to complete the inheritance, you must face each other. Ji Xinghe's power in the empire is even heavier than that of Emperor Wu III, especially for the four kings of the empire like King Zhendong. Emperor Wu III wanted to kill it, so he had to find some reasons that could convince most of the guerrillas. But Ji Xinghe wanted to kill it, and he did it directly as soon as he thought of it. He didn't need any reasons. How could it face Ji Xinghe before it had enough means? And now, its chance has come. The actions of King Zhendong were first learned by King Zhenan. He could figure out King Zhendong's intentions with his butt. No, I underestimated his determination. King Zhenan suddenly felt a little regretful. He never thought that King Zhendong would choose to attack with all his troops at this time. Although now is indeed the best time, what if Ji Xinghe had already informed the Federation of the news that there was a jump base in the second canyon, and the Federation had prepared a backup for this? Yes, the 5 independent regiments of the Federation have all participated in the war. The number of mechas deployed in the Mountain of God's war zone exceeds 20,000, and the number of mechas deployed in other war zones also exceeds 20,000. This is the full strength of the Federation. Even if they have more mechas, they can't have the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment. Analysis is analysis, and it is still a question of whether you can make up your mind. Just like Yang Ete's suggestion to Tu Yuan just now, you can't have your cake and eat it too, you always have to choose one. Want it all? Adults are more imaginative than children because they are ambitious. The king of Zhenan knew that he couldn't stop the king of Zhendong's full army from attacking, and he didn't dare to order the 600 Marcus armored carriers chasing Ji Xinghe to retreat. If he dared to give this order, it would be equivalent to giving Emperor Wu III a reason to kill him, or at least deprive him of the power he had. So, he was going to get nothing? Thinking of what Li Zhangfen had said to him, his regret suddenly disappeared. Li Zhangfen, you can't have guessed that the king of Zhendong would do this, right? Li Yuanba, if you don't take action now, when will you wait? Li Anbang, have you really given up all the power you have? Ji Xinghe, you haven't really played all your cards, have you? Ji Xinghe, you must run when you should. As long as you are not caught, you still have a chance, your grandfather still has a chance, and I still have a chance. The king of Zhenan did not issue any orders because of the king of Zhendong's actions, because it was now in a state of no soldiers available. More than 15,000 conventional standard mechas, as well as many noble mechas responsible for commanding and leading the team, and 600 Marcus mechas, are really all the mecha forces it can mobilize. The millions of troops that came out in full force made the Empire jump base in the Mountain of God's war zone enter a state of empty defense, which was not much better than the Empire jump base in the second war zone. All it can do is pray, and report. Your Majesty. Chapter 748 Let the Empire choose. Report. The second war zone has discovered a new round of Imperial troops, mainly composed of Imperial mechas, with a number and level being. Tu Yuan finally received the news he had been waiting for a long time. He had been paying attention to the battle information in various parts of the God's Mountain, and he knew clearly that there was no Imperial reinforcement in the God's Mountain for the time being. Although there was no guarantee that there would not be reinforcements in the God's Mountain in the future, time was running out. He gave the order expressionlessly. Connect with an Anshinman command, I'm Ivanovich. Ivanovich was also expressionless, as if he had not seen the Imperial reinforcements in the second war zone that far exceeded the combat power of the independent regiment. Tu Yuan said calmly, I have reason to suspect that there is a jump base that the Empire has built in the second canyon of the second war zone. Many exclamations rang out at the Anshinman command, as if they had seen the sun rise from the west. Ivanovich showed a shocked expression at the right time, and compared to the shock of others, it was fake and real. Is it because of the number of troops the Empire has increased? Yes, this exceeds the maximum number of troops that can be transported by the miniaturized jump gate, not only to the second canyon, but also to the second canyon. What if the Empire uses multiple miniaturized jump gates? This is not important. The important thing is that we can't bet that there are none there. This is the truth. Ivanovich looked at Tu Yuan's expressionless face at this moment, thinking that the other party must have known the news earlier, but he was waiting quietly now as if nothing had happened. He really admired Tu Yuan's courage and acting skills. Of course, there are also Ji Xinghe and others, a group of people who are daring. Tu Yuan said firmly, I need command. The second war zone, Ivanovich's eyes were a little mocking. You already have it. Tu Yuan seemed not to see Ivanovich's eyes, and continued to speak calmly with an expressionless face. I want the command of all the mercenaries in the alien war zone. Mercenaries, Ivanovich said angrily. Do you think they can stop the imperial reinforcements that even the independent regiments can't stop? No. Tu Yuan looked at Ivanovich, the commander-in-chief, with a sense of oppression in his eyes. Their mission is to capture the imperial jump base that has no defensive forces. Ivanovich was stunned. Regardless of whether the imperial jump base really has no defensive forces, judging from the current situation, as long as the news is told to those mercenary groups, they will rush into the second canyon like crazy. Compared with the annihilation of many imperial mechas, the benefits that can be brought to them by occupying a jump base are enough for them to end their mercenary careers and return to the blue planet to enjoy a rich and even luxurious life. But you Tu Yuan, you Ji Xinghe, your Li family, took such a big risk. Isn't it that you want the imperial jump base? Now, you want to give it to others? No, not to give it to others. Ivanovich suddenly figured out who occupied the jump base. It really didn't matter to the Li family, the Ji family, and Tu Yuan and others who didn't know whether they followed the Li family or the Ji family. Military merit and other benefits? They don't need them. What they need from beginning to end is the same thing: destroying the empire. Ivanovich, who inexplicably felt a trace of respect, asked, Independent regiment, can it stop it? Tu Yuan felt Ivanovich's attitude and said in a more relaxed tone, that's their problem, not our problem. The reason is still the same. As a general commander, many times you don't need to consider whether your combat units can win. Even if you know that the battle will be annihilated, you still have to send troops, and even directly issue orders to fight to the death, such as the combat mission that Ji Xinghe once received. But this is the independent regiment. If the most powerful surface combat unit of the Federation is destroyed because of this, the responsibility will be so great that Tu Yuan, let alone him as the commander-in-chief, can't bear it. Moreover, Ji Xinghe is there. If something unexpected happens, Ji Xinghe will really go crazy. This is completely different from Ji Xinghe's sacrifice. Ji Xinghe even has reason to think that this is murder. Even if Ji Xinghe says nothing, many fanatical supporters of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe in the Federation will do things that will cause fluctuations in the Federation. Ivanovich has a lot to say, out of his duty, but he suddenly thought of what Tu Yuan said when he asked for command. Moreover, it was Ji Xinghe's own decision for Tu Yuan to participate in the command, so this matter has nothing to do with him. He figured it out. If this battle ends smoothly and wins, Tu Yuan will replace him as the new commander-in-chief of the Federation. Ji Xinghe, the competitor he knew before, had no chance, because Ji Xinghe did not choose to sit in the rear as a general to command, but chose to fight on the battlefield as a mecha warrior as before. Li Zhangfen? He changed his name to Li Yi and completely lost the opportunity to become the commander-in-chief. Li Yuanba? He has become a tool man. In this case. So, Tu Yuan is actually Li Anbang's man? Ivanovich and other apostles of the Tower Top organization still don't know that Tu Yuan had become an informal apostle of the Tower Top organization a long time ago, otherwise, he might have thought of more. But just these thoughts at the moment have instantly dispelled all the ideas he had just had. In a flash of thought, he made a decision. Okay, I'll give you the authorization. The relevant orders were quickly conveyed. The battle was stopped because of the dust storm, and they gathered because of the sudden war in the God's Mountain, but they didn't dare to go to the battlefield easily, and no one asked them to go to the battlefield. As expected by Tu Yuan, Ivanovich and others, they couldn't wait to rush to the second canyon near the original number 3 base. This is the judgment made by Tu Yuan with the help of Xinghe. According to Xinghe, the error will never exceed a range of 2 kilometers, so they have a great chance. As for the large number of troops stationed in the Empire jump base, if there is no risk at all, even if the mercenaries win, they can't get the wealth they want from the military. They have their heads tied to their belts. In a way, they are less afraid of death than the brave soldiers of the Federation. As long as there are enough benefits, they will enter the same fanatical state as the Federation's mecha warriors led by Ji Xinghe. After Tu Yuan responded, the Nanshanman Command and the Mountain of the Gods Command became more nervous than before. The news that there is a jump base in the second canyon is really a catastrophic news that the Federation cannot bear, because this news may also mean that the Empire may have a 4th jump base on the alien planet. How to fight? Moreover, Can the independent regiment really block the Empire's reinforcements in the Second Canyon? Even if there is a mercenary group's tactic of stealing the home directly, the Empire does not necessarily need to withdraw their reinforcements. The Second Canyon is too short, with a total length of only 400 kilometers. For the speed of the mecha, it will not take long to completely cross it. Moreover, the location where the Empire's reinforcements appear is very close to the area where the independent regiment is fighting. Is it too late? Yang Ante couldn't help but connect with Tu Yuan again. What are you thinking? The independent regiment can't stop them. If they retreat, base number 6 will be gone, and it's too late to evacuate the people from base number 6. And Ji Xinghe, the independent regiment has to deal with the imperial reinforcements in the Second Canyon, who will rescue Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan was helpless. Ji Xinghe didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry? You? Yang Ante was angry. Ji Xinghe is now out of contact. He doesn't even know about these changes. You still have the mood to joke with me? Are you crazy? Ji Xinghe really doesn't know about these changes. He can't think of it. I can't think of it. No one can think of all the decisions of the Empire before, whether it's now or in the future. But so what? Tu Yuan asked back and said, there is no general who can predict the future. All we can do now is to deal with each move as it comes. Yang Ante didn't get the answer he wanted, nor could he compete for Tu Yuan's command at this time, or change the decision Tu Yuan had already made. He suddenly missed Li Anbang. If Li Anbang was still the commander-in-chief, he wouldn't have to think about these problems, regardless of whether Tu Yuan made a bolder decision. Wait? The marshal who returned to the Azure Star to run for the seat of parliament, did he really have no foresight about what was happening now? If so, why did it look like he didn't do anything? Yang Ante suddenly panicked. Report, General Ji is online. When the report sounded, Yang Ante, Tu Yuan and others didn't need to issue any orders. Through the honeycomb flares launched by Ji Xinghe, the God's Mountain Command, which determined Ji Xinghe's current and next 30 seconds location, had already summarized all the information and sent it to Ji Xinghe using honeycomb flares. It was not until this time that people saw the battle information reported by Ji Xinghe. He was chased by 600 Marcus armor and blocked by nearly 2,000 conventional Imperial mechas in 17 battle areas, but he broke hundreds of conventional Imperial mechas without any damage. Although nearly 2,000 conventional Imperial mechas have not been able to complete the encirclement of Ji Xinghe from the beginning to now, there are still many Imperial mechas that do not know the location of Ji Xinghe, and there are many Imperial mechas in the battle area where Ji Xinghe has not yet arrived, and they do not know that Ji Xinghe will flee in the direction where they are. But this is too exaggerated. People just felt amazed and were replaced by regret. If you can't solve the 600 Marcus armors, let alone Ji Xinghe's destruction of hundreds of conventional Imperial mechas, even hundreds of them are meaningless. Judging from the current situation, it can be said that they are all invalid. Of course, these destructions are meaningful for the Battle of the Mountain of Gods. Ji Xinghe has a large number of conventional Imperial mechas, and the number of Federal conventional standard mechas released is also large. It can be said that they have completely influenced the outcome of the Battle of the Mountain of Gods. But what about Ji Xinghe himself? What decision will he make after learning about the changes in the Second War Zone? Will he abandon the Mountain of Gods War Zone and find a way to return to the Second War Zone to support his independent regiment? Ji Xinghe's voice rang out in the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods, the Nanshanmen headquarters, and the headquarters where Tu Yuan was when people were worried. Tu Yuan's order is my order. Can 2 Federal 3-star generals be combined to form a Federal 4-star general? Some people had such a weird idea, and then shook their heads to dispel the distracting thoughts. There was no such reason. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief, the 4-star General Ivanovich had already delegated power to Tu Yuan. What's the point of saying this? Ivanovich, Yang Ante and others certainly knew what Ji Xinghe meant by this, but this could not solve all the problems. Ji Xinghe, how are you going to fight? Yang Ante used his authority to send a honeycomb flare again. Compared with the independent regiment and Ji Rongzinayu in the Second War Zone, he was more concerned about Ji Xinghe in the Mountain of Gods War Zone. It has nothing to do with whose war zone, but because Ji Rongzinayu and the independent regiment can completely retreat. Base number 6 and the more than 30,000 people in it are not as valuable as the independent regiment. The really important people, such as Shen Mu and others, can evacuate at the first time. But where should Ji Xinghe retreat? However, the message sent to Ji Xinghe by this honeycomb flare, as well as the subsequent honeycomb flares, did not receive a response. Someone reminded, Commander, General Ji only has 1 honeycomb flare left, Airdrop supplies to him. His position has deviated from the route he determined before, and we don't know his exact location now. How is this Ji Xinghe going to fight? Yang Ete's roar expressed the concerns of many people. This does not include Tu Yuan. Although he did not know how Ji Xinghe was going to fight, he had unlimited trust in Ji Xinghe, and he could only choose to trust Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan's attention was fixed on the second war zone. The meaning of Ji Xinghe's words just now was obviously meant for the people in the second war zone. It was also said to him, "Keep an eye on my granddaughter, or I will break your legs." Of course, the latter sentence was made up by himself in combination with the facts that had already happened. But he did not immediately make a decision against the independent regiment, but waited. He did not wait for long. After Ji Xinghe's words were transmitted to base number 6, Li Hangfen's communication application came. General Tu Yuan, I am Li Yi, the consultant of the 2nd Theater. Consultant Li Yi, what do you think? Let the Empire choose, independent regiment, base number 6, and the jump base in the 2nd Canyon. Choose one of the 3, yes, with the current military strength of the Empire, they can only choose one, okay. After Tu Yuan responded, he hesitated a little and asked, do we need to arrange for some personnel to evacuate? Li Hangfen's tone was somewhat relieved. He said, I just asked, and no one is willing to evacuate at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, The General, the Squad Leader, and the New Soldiers. When the independent regiment officially joined the war, base number 6 had already entered the highest level of combat readiness. People actually had a premonition of the sudden war. Some were because Ji Rongzhen captured 2 imperial dukes alive, some were because Ji Rongzhen destroyed 30 Marcus armors, and some were because when a large-scale battle broke out in the God's Mountain, only Ji Xinghe went to support the second war zone, and he was driving his own Shan armor instead of a Xinghe armor. No matter what the reason was, when the premonition became a fact, people eliminated all distractions in their minds and went all out to prepare for war. Transfer? No, I won't transfer either. Although I'm a scientific researcher, I've received professional military training and I can shoot. The bullets fired by a child can kill an ape, so of course mine can. Don't waste time. One more person is one more person. If the Empire attacks, I'm willing to stay inside the base and fight them to the death. Of course, I don't believe they can beat the independent regiment. No force can defeat the independent regiment. Weapons. What you need to do most now is to give me weapons, instead of talking nonsense to me and asking me to transfer. You want me to be a deserter? Haha, you're insulting me. There are a large number of non-combatants in base number 6. According to relevant rules, they must be transferred from base number 6 as soon as possible to avoid the huge losses caused by the capture of base number 6 due to the failure of defense, especially the scientific researchers, medical personnel, and technical arms. But when they received the order to gather in the parking area and prepare for transfer, they all chose to refuse unexpectedly. Qiao Menglian was very pleased and moved by this, but also felt a kind of irritability. If I scold them now, there is still a chance that most of them will be transferred. The Peace Space Battleship has a chance to take away nearly 10,000 people. As long as these people leave, all we have left are combatants, even if, his anxious words suddenly paused, and he looked at Chen Sun and Li Hangfen and asked, are you sure that the Empire will not choose to attack our base, but will go after the independent regiment? At the same time, most of the eyes looking at the two were still focused on Chen Sun. Compared with Li Hangfen, Qiao Menglian actually trusted Chen Sun's judgment more. Not only Qiao Menglian, but many people are like this. Although Li Hangfen's past was extremely glorious, he also had the behavior of betraying the Federation. The main reason why the second war zone took such a big risk this time was because of Li Hangfen's arrival. Qiao Menglian had every reason to believe that Li Hangfen would ignore the survival of base number 6 for his strategic intentions. Li Hangfen, who noticed Qiao Menglian's eyes, did not speak, but looked at the big screen of the command center. He had ended the call with Tu Yuan and determined the relevant tactical plan. What needs to be done now is to wait for the Empire's choice. Chen Sun was also looking at the big screen. The picture displayed on it was a battle picture transmitted back by the independent regiment after some delay. The independent regiment, which implemented the number 1 non-standard tactic, had destroyed thousands of imperial mechas, leaving only more than 500 imperial mechas in the first round. And the other imperial arms that cooperated with the imperial mechas were also completely destroyed by a small team from the independent regiment. The record was brilliant. But the situation was not optimistic. Because the remaining imperial remnants were mostly noble mechas, and the absolute main force among them was more than 200 Marcus armors. The noble mechas that led the imperial regular mecha corps before had hardly suffered any damage, and they were composed of Earl armors, Marcus armors, and Duke armors. Moreover, as the war progressed, they had completed their assembly. It was impossible for the independent regiment to take advantage of the enemy's scattered formation caused by the pursuit of Ji Xinghe as before to launch a charge. In a head-on team battle, facing such elite imperial mechas, no matter how good the independent regiment was, it would inevitably suffer damage. Is the independent regiment afraid? Of course they were not afraid, but their mechas were running low on energy, and the enemy had a large number of reinforcements approaching their battlefield and could appear at any time. If they continued to fight at this time, the end result would be annihilation. Retreat, report. The independent regiment retreated. Colonel Ji Xinghe killed through the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps and joined the independent regiment, and they retreated together. When the report sounded, the picture displayed on the big screen changed. The assembled independent regiment in the second canyon began to retreat at full speed in the direction of base number 6. The Imperial mecha followed closely and began to pursue. Until this time, Chen Sun answered Qiao Menglian's question, "We can't be sure, but to be honest, this is the most likely choice for the Empire. Compared with capturing base number 6, annihilating our independent regiment is more valuable to them." Qiao Menglian asked again with preparation, "What if the Empire chooses to attack our base and force the independent regiment to come back for support? Then we will defend until the independent regiment completes the refit, and annihilate the enemy from inside and outside. Judging from the defensive weapon arrangement of base number 6, even if thousands of Empire mechas forcibly launch an attack, they can still hold out for a while, so Chen Sun's statement is correct. But the problem is that if the Empire has accurately determined the coordinates of base number 6, or even the location of the entrance and exit during this process, then the long-range fire attack that follows will make base number 6 completely meaningless. Not only today's battle, even if the second war zone won today's battle, the Mountain of Gods war zone also won. As long as the two Empire jump bases in the second canyon and the Mountain of Gods war zone fail to be captured, the Empire will be able to launch a saturation long-range fire attack on base number 6 at any time. As the commander of base number 6, Qiao Menglian wanted to say what was in his mind, but when he saw Chen Sun had turned around and walked outside the command center, he could not say anything. He knew what Chen Sun was going to do. Although he did not think that Chen Sun's combat effectiveness would have much significance in today's battle, this spirit infected him. What was he thinking about? Ji Xinghe is now the commander of the second theater, and base number 6 is under the management of Ji Xinghe. Why should he worry about it? I gave the Empire 3 choices, Li Hongfen suddenly said, but in fact, the Empire has only one choice, which is to pursue the independent regiment. Qiao Menglian was silent for 3 seconds, and then he asked, what should the independent regiment do? No matter how strong they are, they can't fight when their mechas are running out of energy. You can't expect Qin Tong and the others to annihilate nearly 2,000 Imperial mechas. The only 5 mecha warriors in the independent regiment who don't need to worry about the energy problem of mechas in the short term are Qin Tong, Harris, Sichuanian, Lame, Ji Xinghe, etc., because the energy core used by their mechas is a nuclear fusion reactor. Qiao Menglian started asking questions one after another. Also, many of our mecha warriors have been in a critical state for a long time. Even if the energy core can be replaced, how can their physical and mental state be restored? Li Hongfen did not answer, and was a little nervous. Qiao Menglian noticed the change in information on the big screen, and became nervous, clenching his fists. In order to bite the independent regiment tightly, the Imperial mecha chasing the independent regiment did not choose to destroy the Federal detection eye on the pursuit path, so their movements were very clear to the command center of base number 6. At this time, they had come to an area with a width of more than 3 kilometers, and the independent regiment they were chasing was retreating at full speed along the cliff on one side of the second canyon. The fork in the road caused by the terrain change was right in front. In this area, If they chose to attack base number 6, they could directly give up chasing the independent regiment and turn to the road close to the cliff on the other side to start marching, because it would be closer to base number 6 from the other side. The Empire had launched an attack on base number 6 and reached a position 3 kilometers away from the exact coordinates of base number 6, so it was impossible for them not to know which road was the closest to base number 6. But they did not turn. The Empire's reinforcements soon appeared in the detection line of sight of base number 6. They also did not turn, and chased the Empire mechs they were going to support and the direction of the independent regiment's retreat. Li Xinghe suddenly laughed, without expression. From the current situation, the Empire did make the only choice he expected. I like what General Tu Yuan said. The independent regiment is fighting a battle that our other mecha corps cannot fight. Hearing this important and unimportant answer, which was a bit interesting but also seemed like nonsense, Qiao Menglian looked at the other corner of the big screen. The information displayed on it was the Federal Mercenary Corps that were about to land in the second canyon. More than 2,000 mechas were riding on multiple spacecrafts, giving people a feeling of succession. But their combat effectiveness is really worrying. I hope that they can let some of the Empire's mechas return to support, so that the independent regiment can still fight. As a commander, Qiao Menglian had done everything he could do in this war. He didn't have the opportunity to do some of the work he was supposed to do. Now all he could do was wait. He suddenly envied Chen Sun a little, commanding when he should command, and fighting when he should fight. He also envied mechanics like Shen Mu. At this time, Shen Mu had already set off with a mechanic team of base number 6 on the Peace Space battleship. They would arrive at a certain area in the direction of the independent regiment's retreat and advance, and then risk their lives to restore the independent regiment's mecha to its peak combat power in the shortest time. Their role in this battle far exceeded that of him, the commander of base number 6. What he envied most was Li Xinghe, who was able to continue to make command decisions at this time, unlike a commander like him, who, apart from the affairs of the base, had command authority and ability that were not a little bit worse. Can I go further? No, the question should be, can my ability continue to improve? Thinking of this, Qiao Menglian's eyes looking at Li Xinghe became hot, and his best learning goal was standing in front of him. Just like Ji Xinghe for Mecha Warriors, how could I miss such an opportunity? Connect Admiral Tu Yuan, Li Xinghe said, the Empire has made a choice. The independent regiment's retreat route map has been sent. We need support from the blockade along the way. Yes, after Tu Yuan responded, he connected to the Nanshanmen headquarters again and asked for command authority. Ivanovich, who had already been numb, naturally would not refuse, and no matter from which aspect, he had no reason to refuse. Woo woo woo. When the sound like an air defense alarm sounded, all the members of the Federal blockade line, which was 537 kilometers away from the number 6 base in a straight line and 120 kilometers away from the border of the second war zone, started to move. After Tu Yuan's order was issued, commanders at all levels began to convey and mobilize in an orderly manner. The second war zone encountered, after the situation was roughly explained. People had no time to cheer for the independent regiment's victory and destroying thousands of imperial mechas, nor did they have time to be shocked by the news that there was a suspected imperial jump base in the second canyon. Now, the independent regiment has retreated from the second canyon. The imperial mech corps has chosen to pursue the independent regiment, and the independent regiment's retreat direction is the blockade line where our unit is located. Our mission is to buy time for the independent regiment to replace the mech energy core at all costs. The mission content sounds simple, but everyone can hear the degree of danger. How could the imperial mech forces that made the independent regiment choose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and retreat be stopped by the federal forces on a mere blockade line? A few days ago, when they heard the news that Ji Rongs and Yu captured 2 imperial dukes, the veterans with a keen sense of smell noticed something was wrong and reminded the recruits to be mentally prepared to support the second war zone at any time. But when the simple and cruel order really came, there were still a small number of people who showed signs of emotional collapse. When everyone was in position and ready for battle, a strange voice sounded in the communication channel of a team. It came from a recruit. Although his voice at this moment was a little changed due to emotional problems, others still recognized who he was. A few days ago, he said that he wanted to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe, but now, why can't we use firepower support? We have so many missile launch bases, so many orbital missile launch platforms, and space battleships. Why can't we use firepower support? The captain did not get angry after hearing such a voice, but patiently explained. Because of the cover of the dust storm, our long-range firepower cannot accurately hit the target, and for the mecha with super strong defense, there is no lethality if it is not an absolutely accurate strike. What about nuclear weapons? We have nuclear weapons, so many imperial mechas, nearly 2,000, and more than 500 Marcus mechas. Why can't we use nuclear weapons? Because they are chasing the independent regiment too closely. If nuclear weapons are used, there will be accidental injuries. So, the people of the independent regiment cannot be sacrificed, but we can sacrifice. The communication channel suddenly became quiet. The captain was still not angry, and even laughed. He asked softly, how many imperial mechas do you think we can destroy with our strength? 100? 50? 30? The new recruit's voice became more and more angry. We can't destroy many imperial mechas. We will all die. Why do we have to fight such an unprepared battle? Why do we have to sacrifice for the independent regiment? No, we are not sacrificed. We are killed by them. They led the enemy to us, the captain sighed in his heart. You are right. Facing the cluster charge of nearly 2,000 imperial mechas, we may only be able to destroy dozens of them, but think about it, how much combat power will be lost for the Imperial Legion with nearly 2,000 mechas if we lose dozens of mechas? Then, who'll deal with the Imperial forces whose combat power is not affected? The independent regiment, the captain said one sentence after another, and his tone became increasingly severe. The independent regiment has only more than 300 mechas, and they have already destroyed thousands of Imperial mechas. Their physical strength and mental will have been exhausted to the limit. But they did not choose to retreat, but chose to continue fighting. I don't want them to sacrifice in the future, but I know that they will definitely sacrifice, and many of them are special mecha warriors, even ace mecha warriors. So, you are wrong. It is not the independent regiment that harmed us, and it is not us who sacrificed for the independent regiment, but in this war with the Empire, all of us must fight to the utmost. The independent regiment has already tried its best. They are very tired. They want to rest and fight again, this time desperately. We fight desperately, not to create a desperate opportunity for the independent regiment, but to win. The team communication channel really quieted down, even the recruit who had a breakdown because of the sudden and knowingly deadly battle quieted down. After a brief pause, the captain spoke again. I know you have all heard that before a battle that might result in sacrifice begins, General Ji Xinghe will give his soldiers the opportunity to choose not to participate. But unfortunately, I am not General Ji Xinghe. I admire him, but I do not approve of or even hate his kindness. Therefore, I will not give you the opportunity to retreat, and you cannot retreat. But I can give you another choice. As he spoke, he had walked in front of the recruit who had just asked the question, with his hands hanging naturally, looking very relaxed, like a brother-in-law he met for the first time. But the veteran next to him could see that it only took the captain less than a second to draw his gun and shoot. He looked at the recruit whose expression could not be seen clearly because he was wearing a protective mask, and spoke softly in the communication channel. You can choose to disobey military orders like General Ji Xinghe did, and then be shot by me according to military law. After you die, your reputation as a coward will be spread to the Blue Star. You can also choose to fight alongside me and the independent regiment. In the end, together with me and the mecha warriors who died in the independent regiment, you will be sent back to the Blue Star by General Ji Xinghe and buried in the Yingling Mountain where the shouts of victory are destined to be heard. P.S. Bosses, please take precautions. 3 of my friends have been infected in the past 2 days. I'm so panicked. Chapter 752 Key Orders. The Empire, which had been suppressed by the Federation in recent years, was like a pack of hyenas forced to retreat to the edge of a cliff, revealing their fierce and resolute fangs. After a burst of attacks and bites, the hunters, who had run out of ammunition, switched positions and entered the desperate situation just now of the hyena pack. This feeling was not unfamiliar to the Federation. Before the little Ivan that was dropped into the Battle Scar Canyon released a dazzling light like the sun, the Federation had always been in such a passive defensive state facing the Empire. But people could not get used to the familiar feeling again, and people were even more unwilling to accept it. We must win this battle at all costs. After Ivanovich made a choice of the Imperial forces in the Second War Zone, he began to play his role as the commander-in-chief. According to the retreat route of the independent regiment, analyze the Imperial forces' pursuit route and speed as accurately as possible, use saturation coverage strikes, and do our best to buy time for the independent regiment. While issuing the order, Ivanovich also approved the quota for this fire support, which was described digitally according to the military procurement price 43.7 billion. If we really calculate the cost of the panzer, this much money can build half of an independent regiment, and this is only the first batch of firepower support. With the influence of the dust storm and the Mecha Corps with very high mobility and defense, no one can guarantee that so much firepower support can be effective. If the effect is mediocre, the federal blockade along the route of the independent regiment's retreat will not be able to form a strong blockade. Nanshanman will definitely continue to invest in the second batch of firepower support, because Ivanovich said that it would be at all costs. But is it really okay to fight like this? The military expenditure of the Federation is limited, and in such a war, limited resources must be used on the blade. Commander, we can't be too blind, a staff officer frowned and reminded, but was interrupted by Ivanovich. Tuan is right. We can't bet that there is no Empire's jump base in the second canyon, nor can we pin our hopes on those mercenary groups. It is not suitable for us to act after careful planning. What we should do is to strangle the crisis in the cradle, and the independent regiment is the only combat unit that has the opportunity to strangle it. He still didn't dare to say it directly. He had guessed that there must be an Empire's jump base in the second canyon. This actually has little to do with what Li Anbang said just now. Some things are not worth pondering. After experiencing the initial shock, Ivanovich also thought of some things. The second canyon can be said to have been in the occupied area of the Federation. Before, because of Ji Xinghe, the Federation conducted a comprehensive investigation of the second canyon. Based on these 2 points, it can be completely determined that at least 3 years ago, there was no Empire's jump base in the second canyon. But now, the Empire has built a jump base in such a place and under such premises without the Federation's knowledge. There is a problem, a big problem. It's not just Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe who have problems, there are other people who have problems, and Ivanovich knows who are the people who can cause such a big problem. And he has held meetings with those people. So how can he say that? What he can do is just like what Li Anbang said. After figuring this out, he felt that Li Anbang was unfathomable. The independent regiment does have a great chance of winning, and we can't mobilize more troops to support the independent regiment in the second war zone and surrounding areas. However, our firepower quota is limited, and General Ji Xinghe may need our support at any time, the staff continued to remind. This is not arguing, but their duties require them to make comprehensive reminders. No one is perfect, let alone Ivanovich, even Li Anbang can't plan everything out. Because of the different perspectives, generals like them also need reminders from bystanders. Don't worry about Ji Xinghe, Ivanovich said coldly, Tuan is right, and we have the final fortress and nuclear weapons. If Ji Xinghe is really no good, let him receive another nuclear bomb baptism. Hearing this, the staff finally stopped reminding. This war has been fought to this point, and many people have been prepared to use nuclear weapons, and are prepared to face the Empire's counterattack with nuclear weapons after using nuclear weapons. Even, they are prepared for this war to become a nuclear war. It doesn't matter who uses nuclear weapons first. The desperate counterattack of the Empire has already shown that they are really in a desperate situation. In the Battle of the Gods Mountain, except for Ji Xinghe, which is very dangerous, the Federation has an advantage in other battle areas. The battle in the second theater is the same. In addition to the danger of the independent regiment and the danger of the number 6 base, even if there is really an Imperial jump base there, with the strength of those mercenary groups, there is a great hope to determine the location of the jump base. Therefore, the Empire that failed to counterattack may use nuclear weapons at any time. The Federation that discovered the third Imperial jump base is also likely to use nuclear weapons at any time. In this situation, of course, many people would think that they should strike first. It's just that there was no suitable opportunity before, and the only opportunity was rejected by Ji Xinghe and Tuan. Now it seems that their rejection was correct. Otherwise, how could the Empire send out reinforcements, so that the possible jump bases might be defenseless? The 43.7 billion firepower quota was soon launched. The second rocket force of the Federation Long Zhao, which was responsible for the firepower support this time, showed their due strength. When the independent regiment just evacuated the second canyon and the Imperial pursuers chased the independent regiment out of the second canyon, they launched a precise and effective attack. The missiles that passed through the dust storm after hitting the alien planet, released the power contained in their bodies. Round after round of shock waves, the dust storms in the hit area dissipated, and the flames followed the chimney-like channel and shone to the 10,000-meter high altitude without dust storms, and were captured clearly by the military reconnaissance satellite of the Federation. In the very intuitive picture, there are quite a few imperial mechas with missing arms and legs, and even more of them are imperial mechas that cannot move because their mecha warriors were killed by the powerful shock wave. It only took 10 minutes to destroy the 43.7 billion firepower quota. If it weren't for the need to calculate and adjust the strike coordinates after gaining a brief field of vision, it really wouldn't take 10 minutes. Report: our long-range firepower strike destroyed at least 223 imperial mechas. The content of the report was too rough, but Ivanovich didn't blame him. He was very satisfied, to say at least. The pursuit formation of the Imperial Mecha Corps is more dispersed, almost maintaining the maximum communication distance. The Anti-Galaxy Corps composed of Marcus A is responsible for accurately determining the position of the Independent Corps and guiding the Mecha Corps to pursue. This reminder made Ivanovich sigh helplessly. Now it is really impossible to use long-range firepower to support the Independent Regiment. Facing the overly dispersed Imperial Mecha Corps, investing another 400 billion firepower quota may not necessarily cause the same level of casualties as before. Unless nuclear weapons are used, but the Independent Regiment does not have the conditions to use nuclear weapons. There is little point in using small tactical nuclear bombs with a smaller killing range. Ivanovich, who said he would do it at all costs, will eventually have to settle accounts. However, with the impact of this round of firepower attacks, the Federal blockade line on the retreat route of the Independent Regiment will be able to better intercept the dispersed Imperial Mecha Corps and buy more time for the Independent Regiment. Ji Xinghe, don't let me down for 43.7 billion, otherwise, I really don't like you, kid. When Ivanovich thought about this, he looked at the battle information of the Mountain of God's war zone, and his tone was a little anxious when he spoke. Why is Ji Xinghe still silent? This question made many people around him worried. Some people wanted to say that silence was the best thing to do, but they were forced to suppress their words when they came to their lips, because it was not the case. Ji Xinghe, who had not made any moves, might have already. Ji Xinghe, who had been invincible in the past 5 years, had a long-lost feeling of powerlessness. Relying on the ability of not seeing, not hearing, and avoiding danger strengthened by Ki, he had successfully passed through the 16 battle areas, attracting the pursuit of more than 2,000 Imperial mechas, including 600 Marcus armors. From a strategic perspective, his individual actions did bring great help to the Battle of the Mountain of the Gods. Otherwise, if the more than 2,000 Imperial mechas were allowed to participate in the battle, even if the number of mechas deployed by the Federation on the Mountain of the Gods was greater than the number of mechas deployed by the Empire this time, it might not be able to hold it. If it barely held it, the casualties would be heavy. If the Mountain of God's war zone is the same as the Second War Zone, and there are more Imperial troops hiding and waiting for the right opportunity, then the Mountain of God's war zone, which cannot stop the Empire's second round of counterattack, will be completely torn apart by the Empire in this battle. The advantages formed over the years were disintegrated in one day. Who can stand this? Ji Xinghe couldn't stand it, so he chose the most risky way to play, but escaping so far is the limit of what he can do. He really can't drive this Hanshin armor to turn around and kill all the pursuers behind him. Driving Xinghe armor, Emperor armor, modified, and glory armor is not okay. If these three mechas are given to him, plus Xinghe's operation is not okay. The large number and strong combat power are all things that Ji Xinghe has never faced since he joined the army. If the Independent Regiment is there. Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe thought of the difficult situation faced by the Independent Regiment at this time. He was very worried about Ji Xinghe, but he knew very well that he couldn't worry too much about Ji Xinghe now. The consequence of distraction is that he cannot avoid the interception of the Empire's mecha in advance. Once entangled, his best outcome is to be captured alive by the Empire. Or, use the final fortress plus nuclear weapons. Ji Xinghe thought about his only remaining honeycomb flare in his current position, but he was unwilling to call for the strongest support. He didn't know that just now. There was a soldier who admired him very much and said he hated his kindness. There was a recruit who was very eager to fight side by side with him. When he received a mission that must die because of the Independent Regiment, he was hysterical and unwilling to die. He just thought purely that if he used nuclear weapons to solve his current predicament, then tens of thousands of people would die because of the Empire's nuclear weapons, which was inappropriate, and not worth it. But how should he fight? Ji Xinghe, who had been running away, was indeed, as Tu Yuan said, the best human on the planet, and he could continue to run. But he was unwilling to continue running, because in addition to being the best human on the planet, he was also the best fighting human on the planet. Because many years ago, his son once asked him a question: if I run away, who will stop them? Because many years later, he answered his son, I will. In his thoughts, Ji Xinghe stepped into the 17th battle area, and was very close to the border between the mountain of the gods and the alien land. It was a cliff with an average height of 8 kilometers. Such cliffs almost surrounded the entire mountain of the gods, leaving only a few flat areas for smoother passage, and it was also a must-fight road between the Federation and the Empire. Because of the dust storm, Ji Xinghe could not see the cliff at this time, but he could judge the distance between the cliff and him by his own position, and judge the distance between the pursuers and him by feeling and understanding the speed and pursuit method of the Empire's mecha. In addition, after being a general for several years and participating in many battles, he gained command experience and made judgments about the current battle in the Mountain of the Gods. Go around the cliff and keep running? Ji Xinghe finally made a decision. With the launch of the last honeycomb flare, Ji Xinghe, who had been out of contact for a while, finally came online again. However, this time he did not give people a chance to communicate with him about tactics. He only issued 2 orders. One was to Yang Ente, the commander of the Mountain of the Gods War Zone. Tell the Empire that you are going up the mountain. The other was to Wang Shizhen, who was driving a single soldier starship and anxiously cruising in the airspace above the Mountain of the Gods. Come down and take me up the mountain. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.